Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The summary and peace out to the rest of you. You already know who it is and who it ain't. Blackest hearted, blackest minded, blackest man on social media, signing, blacking and shining again, asking you to hit the share button because the message is more important than the messenger. And well, because of course our enemies don't like it. And anybody with a real black heart and a real black mind understands that a compliment from your enemy is a cause for concern. And this is not something that I made up. This is actually a lesson I learned from H. Rap Brown, who later became Imam Jamil Alameen. And this is something that he wrote a long time before he even became Jamil Alameen, back when he was still rap. And I'm going to go ahead and welcome in my guest for today, Mr. Selassie. How you doing, sir? How's everything going? Okay. There might have been a network freeze. Okay. Can you hear me? All right. This being said, listen, those of you that are in the audience in the chat, please go ahead and put a 1 if you can hear me. Okay, all right. So there's a delay, but you all can hear. Okay. And to the guest, I don't know if my guest can hear me, not to be honest, but I want to type this into the chat to see if you can. Okay. So to my guest, you have your microphone on mute. I can't unmute it. It's something you would have to do, but I can't make sure that he hears me.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
All right. Excellent.
I'm not sure why Jason, he's the one who sent him the link, so he should be on soon. I'm not sure where he's at.
Okay, got you. All right. Then now, does he want me to use that name or does he want me to just use Mr. Selassie?
I think Mr. Selassie.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use Mr. Selassie. And how you doing, Mr. Red?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I believe that the reason that he sent you the link is because what we're doing today is we're going to challenge this notion among dating coaches and PUAs, especially in the Black community, that really challenge the notion amongst any kind of ladies' man in the Black community, the Black men who travel going overseas, especially if they're going overseas when they're single, are somehow simps and beta males and just overall failures with women on an international scale, on a species-wide scale. Does that sound like something? Does that sound like a reason he would send this to you?
Yeah. Okay. I get it. Okay. I see what the topic is now.
Okay. So
I
does
mean,
is it all coming together now?
yeah, it's coming together. It's just it's humorous that we even have to have this discussion. But these dudes who want to play dick police are they just all in our business, and I don't know why. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, truth be told, and how you doing, Mr. Selassie? How's everything going?
Yeah, salam. Yeah. Yeah, I think, it's just, the King Richard channel is just I was on the comment section. This woman was saying, "Oh, we don't deliberately choose bad boys," and or what's it? And she was like, "Bad boys are so-called better than some of your good guys." And I'm just thinking like, that's the type of logic that you're dealing with, women who are dealing with that, and they're saying this type of stuff. So that's some of the stuff you would deal with with westernized women, and I think that's the problem, and it's just not African American women, is African descent women period that grew up in the West. Sometimes adopt the same mentality that the ones who grew up here, whether they Caribbean, if they grew up here, in this Babylon culture. So I think that and I think they just don't want like black men in the West to have options. So I think and some of these dating coaches that it's about income. So it's like if dudes have options, they don't have to make money off like off dudes. So but there's all type of problems with that, and I think that's kind of like like some of these dating coach dudes would like use female talking points, right? Like because that shows you that you live in a matriarch, right? Because most dudes, if you're in a patriarch, dudes not gonna be caring about you talking to this woman or this type of stuff like that, So they adapt, the matriarchal standpoint. Like the only dude that really, dating coach that have some, talk solid stuff is Rhyme Wheels, right? He's the one to say, oh, go where your tribe at, right? Go where women who celebrate you, or go where you celebrate it. Not this mess where they talking about dealing with the matrix of these women. So yeah, and I'm thinking like any dude talking about oh you shouldn't get with this guy, you should get with this woman, you shouldn't get with this woman, and all this type of stuff, and that's kind of like feminine type of you know um traits. And Steve the Deans, he started resorting to like name calling, like, oh, you ain't stuff, what I'm saying? That's kind of like bringing this female energy, huh? And I'm thinking like you know it's just like it's not it's not productive, huh?
There's a time, I did say a few recordings ago that there's a time to dingling police, although it's a pretty much an emergency scenario. And there's a time to merely advise and encourage. And then, of course, there are times to just congratulate because it is a sensitive topic and a sensitive subject. But it is true that for the most part, we men are not out here to just stop other men. And yet, and still, what you will see is that the gynocracy and the matriarchy with the hive mind are out to police, in a sense, which men don't have to stay by themselves and which men do. And of course, the majority of men, they have chosen to be stuck by themselves until, of course, there's nothing for her to give except another man's kids in weight and old age. And I have heard I've listened to Edward Anderson mention how, of course, many men, he's not the only one to say this, but I've heard him mention how many men are looking for a lady to be young and slim. And he stated that he does not think that there are exceptions to this, that he stated that men in general, men across the board, don't prefer women close to their age or older, and they don't prefer women even close to the heavy side, even thick, but that this is just a socialization. What I've noticed is that because I'm a man that actually does prefer ladies close to my age and even about a year or two older, and I think this is genetic. I think that my brother and I inherited this from my father. But since we actually don't mind that, and we actually prefer that she be of a mature mindset, what I've noticed is that if that is what you prefer, then what they will do is they will police other women to make sure that they, even if that's something that would be beneficial for them, say someone close to your age or older that is available and you're her type, they will police her and shame her because you're younger. In other words, it's pretty much about whatever the hell you don't want. And that's how that's the formula with which they do their policing. I've seen this myself. Now, if a man is just not into that, then of course they want to shame the man because he's not supposed to have the standards. But he should lower the standards and relax them or throw the standards out. And then they can go back to policing each other to make sure that anyone who meets his preference does not give him a chance. And so this is why I said yesterday on that panel that when another black man said that black women were actually dumber than women of other races and certainly dumber than black men, I said to him that in actuality, we know that they're not dumber than other races of women. They're quite smart in what they're doing. They just choose to make dumb decisions when it comes to men. They have an intellect and they just turn it off when it comes to men. Because if they actually employ their intellect, it would be better for us. And there's just something in them that makes them say, no, we don't want this to be too convenient for men. And it's not only black women, it's Western women in general, even Western white women. They have their own men complaining about these things, about how they could be smart in their fields of study. They just simply turn that intellect off when it comes to the choices they make in men, just so that the men won't have, just so that the men will have a hard time. A study came out, and this is not a black study. This was a study of just women, I think, in North America. And the study showed that they actually felt a sense of relief at the unhappiness of the man in their lives, that this enhanced their sense of happiness. And the explanation was not covered as to why. It was just simply study showed that this was the case, that they simply did not want, they just weren't interested in men being too happy with them. And so when these men say that we are simps because we travel and we will give foreign ladies a chance that we won't give North American and British and Western European women, what they're not doing is they're not reading the data. They're not observing actually. They're not reading the data either. And what's happened is that they're probably pre-selecting. Now that's my guess. But before I start really going in on why, I'm going to play a clip and I'm going to ask you guys, when I play this, I'm going to ask you guys first to tell me how it sounds. I'm going to play a test clip from the same video. Then I will ask you to tell me if it sounds clear and you can make out all the words. Are you gentlemen ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
All right. Those of you in the audience listening too as well, give me some feedback in the chat to let me know how clear the sound is and if the words can be made out. I'll play it now.
But the ones that teach you about yourself, the game, or teach you how to be a man, they're teaching you it's not about the woman. It has everything to do with you as a man, how you see yourself, your self-worth, your value, laws, rules, codes, principles, narratives, mission statements, and all these other things. That's what a real person teaches you. He doesn't bring up women. He'll bring up women in scenarios, but he's never complaining about women. He's He's never saying women are out to get you. He's never saying don't get married. He's never saying don't have kids and all this other stuff. It's those that are coming up with theories. Now, if you used to watch wrestling, am I correct? You used to watch wrestling? Okay, back in the day. Okay, if I write this word down, it's called kayfabe. It's called kayfabe. It's what the wrestlers used to do back in the day. Well, and they've always did it since Vince McMahon's father took over all the territories and brought them all together and created the WWF. What's happening with a lot of these content creators is they're doing kayfabe. They're pretending to play a role of I'm a dating coach, I'm a man, I know what I'm doing. But yet they're saying all these things, but yet they're complaining about women. Their first thing that comes out of their mouth is women are bad, women are terrible, women are this, women are that. That's not a real individual. I can give you a history lesson on where this thing turned around. If you do your history, and I always tell people to do their history, but if you do your history, you got to understand since 1989, the men have been living high off the hog, meaning since Ross Jeffries did this thing called speed seduction, okay? And he used NLP, and that flows from speed seduction to double your dating, which spawned mystery method and styles with the AFCs and the escalates and the negs and all that other stuff. So all the way up until 2007, O'Shea, men have been living high off the hog because women didn't know there was a community of men teaching other men how to manipulate women in the bed. That was the seduction community era, okay? Now, if you do your research, I think it was August 6, 2007, which changed the whole entire game because at that point, a TV show called The Pickup Artist debuted on VH1. And if people do their homework, they'll see what happened. It wasn't, the women didn't get mad at the fact that the guys were playing manipulative tricks. They started to look beyond that and see that these guys were scared of women. They didn't know how to approach women. And that's when everything turned around because if you think about it, O'Shea, you've been around a long time as well. You didn't hear Metal before 2007. You didn't hear about SYS. You didn't hear about going your own way. You didn't hear about the government, family court. You didn't hear about any of that stuff until after 2007 when women started to become the hunters versus the hunted, brother.
Okay, first question. After I turned it up on my end, did you guys hear him more clearly on yours, or was it the same?
Yeah, I heard what he said.
Okay,
Yeah, I heard
all
it.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but like,
And to the guys in the audience, those of you that are in the chat, what did, okay, Ayla Rue says he could hear him clearly. I think New Era Hip Hop said that he was a little bit low. Now, New Era Hip Hop, did you hear his voice come up in Jaws 2003 in the chat? Did you all hear his voice eventually raise a bit when I turned the volume up on my end? Lionel McTow says that he came through clearly. I'll give you guys in the audience time to answer too. Okay, I'm waiting on the answer from Jaws. Pharaoh said that he could hear him okay. So I'm waiting on Jaws and New Era to tell me if he came through more clearly towards the end. Okay, Jaws was able to hear him more clearly towards the end. Let's Be Frank said I heard him just fine. Okay, so now that we all heard him, should I start with you, Mr. Red?
I just think everything he said was just bullshit. I don't know, man. It's I'm to the point where I don't want to take part in the game. I don't care. Even what he says is correct, I don't care. I don't care anymore. All I know is when I go overseas, I do not need a degree in psychology just to date a woman. Okay, when I go overseas. So that's how I see it. Because I should just be myself and they accept me for where I am. And they don't see anything wrong. I don't have to do any manipulation or any damn thing. Either they like you or they don't. And most of the time they do. So I just go on that.
yeah. I mean, all the stuff that this guy said was just like, what the hell does that have to do with the whole culture dynamic? Because like you said before 2007, because social media wasn't even that big at at that point before then, because like Facebook and all these other places didn't start blowing up till 2000 like 8 and all this type of stuff. Then he was saying that then the little point he just he made about like the pickup artists and all this type of stuff. I mean, most black dudes, as far as because most dating coaches are talking about mostly getting laid, right? You know what I'm saying? That's like what incels talking about. They can't get that, but it's not that hard to get a married woman in bed. You know what I'm saying? It's not that hard or something like that.
Right.
You know
It's
what I'm
not
saying?
hard at all.
Most
Yeah.
black dudes don't have problems getting that, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They can get
Right.
that from, if they can't get it from some hood rat woman or whatever, or they can go to a Becky or something like that. The problem is, as far as relationships, what I'm saying, that's the thing, as far as building what we call it, pair bonding. Like a lot of married women do pair bonding, and I remember Black Mind, you said something about the woman being younger. Now, most cultures in the world do date younger women. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's only here in the West where it becomes like a problem. But thing is, a lot of American women are immature because American culture is an immature culture. So the
Mhm.
women over there are going to be more mature than the average, younger woman that you have, in this culture, because the culture is the woman has to mature quicker. So it's a more mature culture. So the culture here in America is like a freaking 15-year-old, huh? And, you got women in their 40s and stuff acting like they're damn 6, 17, huh?
Yeah,
You know
because
what I'm saying?
what I noticed with my wife in her culture is that the young women mature very quickly. They may go to that stage during their young teen years, being immature and not looking at things realistically. But by the time they hit about 18, 19, 20, they're mature women by that time. They're gonna make a more rational choice as far as a mate. They're not gonna be they're not gonna have that shallow mentality you see here in America. You just don't see it. Now, not with women who are like at least 19, 20 or older. You don't see that. And that's the big difference. They mature a lot quicker. Remember that situation with that American woman who was bothering me in Ethiopia? What my wife's family noticed about her was she was just simply a very young acting 40-year-old or 40-something-year-old. They never seen a woman her age act like that. And when they do see a female act like that, it's usually a 14 or 15-year-old, not a 40-something-year-old. That's what they found odd about her. Plus the fact she was Muslim. In their country, Muslim women are about as conservative as you can get. This one was the extreme opposite of that, which was also puzzling to them. They just couldn't figure this woman out. They just never seen anything like this before. So so you just hit the nail on
Yeah,
the
she
head.
was Western.
Right, they
She
just
was a
mature a
Western
lot
woman.
quicker. Yeah, you would think a black Muslim woman would be mature. That's that's my image of them. That was my image of them until I met this woman who's all in my business. But
Yeah, but she was a
Um,
westernized Muslim chick.
right,
You know,
yeah, exactly.
you know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's night and day difference, man. I mean,
well, let me ask you this. Now, I heard you, Mr. Red, when you said that there was some kind of show that this lady was on. Are you talking about that Cheaters show? Because I didn't hear it all clearly. Are you talking
No,
about the
no,
case?
no. This was somebody that was bothering me when I was living in Ethiopia briefly. There was a person that was all in my personal business, and I mentioned this person before. Um, she was working in the Persian Gulf, and she invites herself to visit just to be nosy. She makes friends with you online, and it was just a whole big old drama. Somebody was all in my business, and basically just she was there for personal reasons, but she was also there to get into my business. Yeah.
Well, basically,
If
she
you get that
was
with
in a
somebody
group.
else too, huh?
Basically, she was in like basically a Facebook group. Black people traveling to Africa and all this type of stuff, and she was trolling the group and basically like if a guy's saying, oh, I'm going here or something, I'm going over here. So basically what happened, she trolled his Red, and basically when he got there or something like that, I guess he announced, oh, I'm coming here, and next thing you know is the woman showed up or something like that, or something like the showed up. Oh yeah, I'm this person from this group or something like that, or whatever. Like now that's just insanity. Who does all that? So who does that type of
Right.
stuff, huh?
Yeah, she made it seem
You
like she wanted to
understand
be a
now, Black
family
man?
friend,
I get it
and
now. Yeah.
and that's how my wife took it. But the reality was, she was just being nosy because she was saying some things about me and my relationship that was not true. But she was also there to try to find a man, but it didn't work out too well for her. And she did that again with another person in the group, but she went even further. I discussed that before, but I really didn't want to talk about it anymore. But I ended up doing it again. But you know. But you
So I
mentioned
mean, so
about the
that
whole
just
maturity thing, and I thought about her, how she acted when she was there, and what my wife's family was saying about her. They found was kind of odd that she was 40 something, but she acted like a typical um, immature Ethiopian teenager, like 14, 15. They used to seeing 14, 15-year-olds act like that. Even there, it's not that common. But that's the only kind of women they see act like that, which they found was kind of bizarre to them. So they just never seen anything like that before. Plus the fact she was
Okay.
Muslim, which really made it bizarre. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to play some more about this. I'm going to play some more from this clip. And I'm going to play it at what it's going to be a high volume to me to make sure that you all have a chance to hear it. But if anybody needs me to turn it up, then just let me know in the chat, or one of you gentlemen let me know. Now, can either of you gentlemen write in the chat? Are y'all able to do that? Those of you two that are with me in the studio?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So if you're able to write in the chat, then do so, because in all honesty, I'm going to play it at a volume where I make sure you guys can hear it. So you may tell me, listen, I don't hear it clearly, but I may actually not hear you if you just say it and you don't write it. And that's why I was asking. So I'm going to go ahead and start now. And here goes some more of it.
Let me ask you this, because a lot of guys, well, prior to the coronavirus pandemic, obviously the U.S. passport is not as strong as it was. Most people's passports are not as strong as it was. But prior to that, I was recently in Uganda, as you know, me and you, off 700,000-800,000.
Right, was that so? The round trip would be 1,400, right?
Something like that.
Okay, then you want to add a hotel, maybe what, $30 a night or something like that, maybe. Down
Yes.
there, $30 a night. So we got you stay a week. It's 2,700. 9 times 30 is 270. So 270 plus the 114 goes 1,670. If I'm correct, just trying to do the math in my head. I'm not like you, smart like you are, but I went to school a little bit. So you're spending 1,000 over separate for it's over $1,600, right? Just for what? 10 to 7 minutes of sex. So I mean, you're spending. Now let's look at the balance here. You're spending all that money just to have sex with a woman for no more than 15 minutes at time. I'm being nice right there. Okay. 15 minutes. And and want to live a false lie where the woman is all over you as if you're a rock star. You want to pay for that fantasy instead of look in the mirror and see the truth. So that's why they love that, because they can go away into a fantasy world, but they always got to come back to reality at the end of the day.
When you say come back to reality, what is reality?
Reality is the fact that a lot of men are scared of women. Reality is they don't know how to talk. Reality is they have no sense of self. Reality is they have no self-worth. Reality is they always blame. Reality is they have emotions like they're emotional like their mom, and they just don't know how to get women because, and on top of that, reality is following these content creators that's doing more damage. The women are, the funny thing about this, Oshay, and every once in a while, I don't want to feel like I'm propping up black women, but here's the thing. Black women are not the problem. It's these guys are the enemy. The women are not the problem. And that's what the problem is. A lot of these young men don't understand. Women don't even think about these guys to be a problem. They're not even a thought in their mind to be a problem. The problem is you have a lot of individuals declawing and defanging these young men into thinking that the world is a perception of what they see it versus what it really is, brother.
All right. Thoughts, gentlemen?
Okay, first, can you hear me
Man,
good on my
okay.
microphone?
You're clear, sir.
Okay, I have a new microphone because I didn't have a good microphone last time I did this before. Okay. All right. Well, first, I would like to say something a little bit kind of funny. At first, he said 7 minutes. To me, that's telling me he's telling on himself. I guess that's how long he goes in bed or something. That's how I see that.
Well, that thought crossed my mind too. Not as a conclusion, but as a consideration. It certainly crossed mine. Now he said that it could go up into 15, and that's the realistic range for human encounters in general.
Right. Yeah.
But
Before you said seven.
I was hoping that it wasn't 7 for him, unless of course unless it's been a while. Just to be lenient and fair, if it's been a while, you've been busy for the last, I don't know, you've been busy for the last several days, almost a week. Okay, all right, I get it. But even I had to drop my objectivity for a second and say 7 minutes. I had to write that in the chat. He had me cussing in a language I don't even speak.
Okay. But he doesn't take into account that a lot of people work overseas. Like I met my woman while I was working overseas, where I was actually active duty military. That's where I met my woman. You know, and I met her at an airport. I was leaving Kuwait, and that's where I met her. And she was there visiting a family member, and that's where I met her. So so not everybody's traveling anyway. A lot of people are simply working overseas. You know, that's what he's not taking into consideration. Even if they were traveling, I doubt they're spending that much money.
Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Selassie, thoughts, sir?
I mean, this dude arguments are just like so weak, man. It's like I feel like, and I was like, he was saying you're going over, first thing with the ticket thing, you can get a cheaper flight than even that. You can get, you can get a cheaper flight, less than $1,000 or something like that, if you plan it right. And also, I think he's making this, the dudes he's talking about something going over 7 minutes. That's thing like, some guy going over there to get like a prostitute or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So he's making it down for 7 minutes. Oh, he going there or something like that. And I'm thinking like, and he was saying, oh, it's not the men, it's not the dudes, it's not the women, it's the dudes. So that's the same way how the matriarch would think. They would think it's something wrong with the dudes. That's like I said, using female talking points where, oh, you got to do all this type of stuff and all this type of stuff. So it's always, the man's fault and all that. No, he's using feminist, matriarchal, talking points or something like that. So I think that, like, saying, oh, dudes are scared of women. I mean, most black dudes are not scared of. Why the hell I'm gonna be scared of a damn woman? It's like,
I don't know of any dude that's scared of a woman.
I'm like, what the, I'm saying? Unless you like totally social awkward, most brothers ain't scared of no damn, talking to. To no damn woman. I was like, man, what the? I mean, this guy is coming up with all type of weak arguments and stuff like that. So I mean, dude, scared of a woman. Why would dudes be talking to any woman of any culture, right? If he's just scared of a woman, he'd be scared of everything, right?
Right. Yeah, he's trying to play psychologist. These type of fools always do that shit. Like trying to throw you that psychobabble bullshit like they know what they're talking about. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. A man just don't want to deal with the toxic nature of these women. I just don't want to deal with it. My last American girlfriend was toxic as hell. I got tired of that shit. No, people don't want that. So what's the issue here? I don't get it. Why?
I'm going to ask a question from his mindset, and this is not an endorsement, but I'm going to ask a question from his mindset because you guys got experience with this, and I'm sure that you can rebut it, but I'm going to give you a chance to rebut it for the benefit of listeners. You said that your last American girlfriend was toxic. Why not just pick an American woman that's not toxic?
Well, actually, the last 3 were all toxic. And I got tired of looking for a needle in a haystack. I just got tired of the shit. I mean, the sex was good, but you had to deal with the drama on top of that. And a lot of people don't want to deal with that shit. Like enough. My blood pressure was up. My blood pressure was always high. Why would I want to kill myself for no reason? That's how I saw it. And I just happened to be overseas, and I met this woman who was like really easy to get along with. And my flight was delayed. I was just, and I just struck a conversation with this woman, and it just went from there.
Okay.
So that's how I see it, man.
So what you're pretty much saying is it's not as simple as just get a Western woman that's not toxic or an American woman that's not toxic, because the toxic ones are the ones that are out there. They're available. They're the ones you're going to meet.
Right. Yeah. Most of the single ones are toxic. That's the reality. I mean, I don't know who would disagree with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
because
Cisco agrees with you. I just put him up on the put his point up on there now. He agrees with you. He said his last 7 were toxic, and I'm assuming
Yeah.
that he means Western black woman. But that's 7. That's wow. I mean 7 out of 7. Okay, and he says correct. So he's saying that these were American or Western sisters that he had to deal with. So
Right, yeah.
what we're realizing here is a situation in which there just aren't there's not some abundance of non-toxic Western sisters nearly to the same level that there's an abundance of thinking black men. I'm sorry, Mr. Selassie. I'm ready. I'm listening, sir. What's up?
yeah, also, like I said, the culture does not allow the environment produces this stuff because the culture is dysfunctional and toxic. So it's like how are you going to produce these cooperative traditional women when the culture is not traditional? It's like it's kind of like it's like you swimming in contaminated water. It's like you're trying to get clear water out of this mess, but then it's like it's like a few hundred yards is maybe like a few unfiltered stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like it's it's crazy like that. And the women too have this masculine energy, right? You know what I'm saying? So because the environment, these women are trying to compete against the men, right? And these other cultures, women are not trying to compete against men. So basically, you're bringing in this masculine, type of energy, and they bring in like this dysfunction as in them. And black dudes don't even control the culture in America because they have a system of white supremacy. The court system is against the dude, so you have all these different things. There's no initiative for women to we call it no punishment for like if you don't do this this stuff is gonna happen. So these women are first free. Women have too much freedom in this Western thing to do whatever they want or something like that. So I think that's the problem. There's no initiative for saying if you don't act right or if you don't be doing this gonna happen. I'm saying there's no consequences and stuff like that. There's no accountability for women. These other cultures, there's accountability. Yeah? You know what I'm saying? Women don't. So I think there's no accountability for women, but it's all this accountability for men. So it's not balanced.
Yeah, I see what you mean. There's not nothing happens to them no matter what they do, even if they hit you.
Exactly.
And whatever you do, you're wrong in the first place. And so, and if you defend yourself, even when they are hitting you, then you're wrong for that. So you're the only one that can ever be blamed, and they're the only ones that can ever be praised for any outcome.
Well, I can personally relate to that. When I was in college, this woman attacked me, and I was basically just blocking her punches. I guess I accidentally hit her. I ended up going to jail, even though she hit me several times.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And did she spend any time in jail?
No, hell no. I don't want. No, the charges strictly on me.
Okay. Did they result in a conviction?
No, it got thrown out.
Thank God. All right. Thank God.
Yeah.
'Cause that will ruin things. And that leads to the next point. If you get a conviction, especially for something like that, that could mean that you never get a passport again, and you can never legally leave the United States again.
Wow, yeah. It was a simple assault charge. And yeah. Apparently, she was related to somebody well known, and they didn't want the whole story to get out, so the charges got dropped. That's basically what
Okay.
happened. Yeah.
All right then. I see. Okay. In that case, then he's pretty much saying. Now he goes on to say in here in the same one. He goes on to say that when you leave the West, that they realize that you're a beta, that they can smell that on you at the airport, and that you become a mark instead of being seen as an actual man, and that you're really just taking the same failure with women abroad.
I just can't help but laugh at that dumbass theory. They go with some dumbass theories, man. I just, damn. Jason, you want to take that? Jason.
Mr.
Yes,
Selassie. Oh, his mic is muted.
Oh, okay. Never
Yeah,
mind.
I mean,
Okay, gotcha. All
that's
right, you want to take
that's
that one, sir?
another that is another shaming tactic because if you come in there, a lot of these women, because the women there, the guys are much harsher on their women than American women. American women got it easy, and they see and I think like women, and I think that a lot of women, they're looking for a quality dude because the thing is they value relationships and they value marriage because I
Right.
was saying that and like you were saying that here we don't value relationships or family and stuff like that. So and also it's more women than dudes, right? In most of these countries and stuff like that. So that's why you'll see the 25, 27 woman is not married an attractive one too, because the dudes are extra picky over there, man. We're talking about like, what I'm saying, like, they harsher when they women. Like they go there like, oh, you ain't this and stuff because like that, because the women are not as obese or fat as these women here. So these guys have abundance of women and stuff like that. And I think that like these women, and most of the time, like the woman can be educated, but she still can be feminine. And sometimes, like the dudes can be extremely controlling in some of these cultures, and like and I think that and for this whole bill, they're not thinking like American women, like, oh, what I'm saying, they're saying they're not going to see, oh, you're a belt, you're beta male. They're not thinking that. They were saying, oh, is this dude a good one? Is he a quality guy?
Right.
Does he know how to treat the woman right? Does he know how to provide for the woman? And that's basically what they're looking at. They're not thinking about all this Western Bible. Oh, you're a weak guy because you couldn't get an American woman, or you couldn't get a Western woman or something like that. You know what I'm saying? They're not looking at that. You know what I'm saying? So there's a whole bunch of like dysphoria dudes, right? That's born who African dudes, or Caribbean dudes, or whatever, that parents say go back home. You know what I'm saying? Say, why don't you go back home and get a traditional woman? So and that's what the parents say. I want you, get more traditional women, or the women saying, oh, this dude's a better male, huh? This dude, oh, he couldn't get none of that because they know the quality of the woman are better, and they're gonna be more traditional and cooperative. They ain't gonna be saying, oh, looking at you're not going to be thinking about not this beta male, alpha male, and all this type of man. And I'm saying, so first place, they don't even know who you are. First place, to be saying you're alpha or male. I mean, I'm saying, oh, they
Right.
can
Yeah.
just smell it up. I mean, that's just some. I mean, this guy's just talking some BS, man. It's like
Right.
his logic doesn't even. He's not. I mean, the logic does not even add up, man.
Right. He's basing his opinion solely on this theory or this assumption that these women think exactly like American women, which they don't, because their experience is different from American women. Okay, when you deal with women who are who had nothing but privilege, they're going to be thinking differently from women who had it kind of rough. So they're not going to be thinking about all that bullshit. The only thing they're going to be thinking about is he a good guy or not? That's all they're going to be thinking about. They could care less what an American woman thinks of this guy. They could care less. I know this is how it is with my wife's culture. That's exactly how it is. They could care less what American woman thinks of me. They could care less because they think differently. And what they value, the qualities they value as a good man is very different. They're not worried about swag and all this other bullshit. They're worried about character, stuff like that. My wife has seen this firsthand, and she just like was baffled. There was this, I think she's a YouTuber or she's prominent on Facebook or whatever, and she could not figure her out because, like, okay, she said these loser men are approaching her, and then she showed a picture of the guy. Look at this. This is the type of man that's approaching me. My wife looked at the picture and she looked at me kind of with a baffled look on her face and said, "What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him?" Well, basically, he didn't look hood. That was what was wrong with him. But I couldn't translate that into her language because it just, that way of thinking doesn't exist in her language, in her culture. It just doesn't. So she's just completely baffled by how American women see the world. She's baffled by it.
So, in a nutshell, they're pretty much saying that American women are the ones that are abnormal. It's not the Western men.
Basically, from what she can see. I mean,
Okay.
from her opinion, from how she's seeing it, she doesn't understand what the problem is.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
All right.
What do you think?
Yeah, you're right. The concept of educated lame or even a nerd doesn't even exist in like traditional Ethiopian culture.
Exactly.
In
They don't,
traditional-
you
unless
couldn't
that,
translate
yeah,
that in that
unless
language.
that,
You couldn't.
unless that East African grew up in America and she was westernized with all that bullshit, you know what I'm saying? Then she'll think like that. But but over there in the motherland, they, you know what I'm saying? That stuff don't exist. An educated dude is looked at as a prize, huh? They go for that, huh? He's
Right,
not seen as
exactly.
like a beta and all that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He's not seen as a beta or alpha. I mean a beta or none of that mess. You know what I'm saying? So I mean
Right.
that's just
They don't see good
that's
dudes as
that,
weak. They
that's
don't
that.
do that. They just don't. You know, they see you as a man who's responsible. That's all they're seeing. They're not seeing anything else. All this damn weird stuff these American women are seeing, they're not seeing that shit. They're just not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm cursing too much.
I won't tell anybody. I'll keep it a secret. And I'll keep it a secret the way that Isaiah did on that movie Friday. You remember that, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, yeah, he kept it a secret in the end. So, in other words, it's like he pretty much saying, I ain't gonna tell nobody, but I mean, hey, look, everybody heard it. But so to make a long story short, I learned that there actually is a word for somebody that's very bookish in the Amharic language. I don't know about the other languages, but in the Amharic language, there is a word for someone that means the same thing as nerd. But it's not that big of a deal. It's not
Right.
something that
Yeah, I think I know what word you're talking about. Yeah, it's not meant to be derogatory.
I
Is
was
it?
told that it was funny. I was told that it was funny, that it was like a joke. It's not a compliment necessarily, but I was told that it's like a joke. And I don't know if it's changed because I heard this word back in maybe 1998 or 99. So if things have changed since then, if they're using a different term, I'd be the last one to know. But it does exist. But even then, with the existence of it, that means that when that concept came up and someone expressed it in a word, it still didn't take off. See, the friend that I asked about that had to stop and think about it, and then he remembered the word. It didn't just come to him like that. It wasn't that quick. He had to stop and think about it, and then he had to wait until an old memory surfaced, and then just slapped him. You know, that's what he was looking like. He was looking up the way people do when they're really trying to access an old memory, and that's what it took for him to even remember it. So it did exist, and even then, it wasn't a big deal. So,
Right.
in all honesty, okay, A. LaRue. Listen, A. LaRue, can you put the transliteration in too so we'll know how to spell it? Unfortunately, I can't read that alphabet. I never learned that years ago. Or Mr. Selassie, can you read what he put into the chat from Tigrinya?
Oh, that's Tigrinya. I don't know another Tigrinya. I mean, I know the Amharic. Tigrinya is from Eritrea, huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and some people speak
Yeah,
it
I
in
don't
the
know.
northern part too.
Yeah, I don't know any. Yeah, I don't know any Tigrinya. I mean, I know. I mean, maybe a little bit of Amharic, but the Tigrinya is a little different, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's I know they use the same alphabet. I'm not sure if they're even related. To be honest, I don't even know if Tigrinya is a Semitic language or not.
Yeah, it is a
Yeah, it's a
Semitic
Semitic
language.
language.
It is a
Yeah, it's
Semitic
definitely a
language.
Semitic language because all of it originated in Giza, because Giza, was like kind of the original. Then the script got based off of Giza because Giza they use that in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church that I'm a part of. So Giza is definitely a Semitic language because like Afro-Asiatic language because a lot of the Semitic languages originated in Africa anyway. Huh? But yeah, but yeah. Yeah, but like you were saying, even the concept, even if it is a little funny, but it's not in the way how it is here in America. I mean, because just because you're educated, doesn't even make you a nerd anyway. Eh? You know what I'm saying? Like, a nerd in this culture means socially awkward and all that type of stuff. Because I mean, I was saying you can be an intellectual and not be a nerd. So even like the understanding of a nerd in American culture is not the understanding how it is in Ethiopian culture or other cultures. So even the understanding of it is not the same. Right?
Okay. Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, there is not the assumption that you are hard to get along with and can't understand people and can't deal with them because you were able to learn a lot of things in the academic environment. I know that this kind of does exist in Latin America. As a matter of fact, I think the word for nerd is just nerdo in some countries. It's just an English, it's just taken from the English word in many cases. In Amharic, the word is nug, just NG. And at least that's how I pronounced it for me back then. I don't know how it's pronounced in the Tigrinya language that Ayla Rue just wrote for us. What I
Okay,
do
I'm getting
know,
my wife right now. See if she can translate
Yeah,
this.
and Latin
okay,
and Latin
Give me a
American
second.
culture. Latin American culture is hell way more westernized than Ethiopian like culture or like let's say culture in or what do you call it in Somalia or whatever. I mean, Latin America is way more westernized compared to like we call it Ethiopian culture or Somalian culture or Djibouti or something like that. Those cultures way more conservative compared to what Latin America and Dominican Republic. Are. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So I mean,
it
yeah.
is.
So I think
Latin America in general is it's more westernized than most of the continent of
Okay,
Africa
just
is.
just 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 say it. Okay. My wife says it means
English.
English?
English. It means England.
England. Okay. It doesn't mean nerd.
English.
She said it means England.
Okay, English. I'm gonna say another way to you. Amarinya tanakara chwe.
Hmm?
Amarinya tanakara chwe.
Uh,
Okay, all right. Bamakan you test this balon yalin degana.
my name is Spring.
All right. Thanks a million for the help. In Amaseganalen. So I guess it's different in Tigrinya than it is in Amharic. It may very well be. But in what's really important to us is going to be, and even Ayla Rue says there's not a transliteration, and he's not. He says this could have very well been. Okay, I see. He says that was the wrong word. So that's a different word altogether. So he himself says that. So we understand. However, that's just it. If it's hard for Ayla Rue to find that translation, there you go. Now I'm gonna tell y'all straight. In Gulf Arab culture, actually in Arab culture in general, there is a concept of it, but they don't necessarily use the word nerd. The bilingual ones know the English word nerd, but they don't use that word. What they do is they just it's a regular personal name, Mustafa, but they use that to mean that somebody is very bookish, and they will compare them to an Egyptian. So if you're really a good student, a good studier, they don't say the word nerd per se. They just say Mustafa. They call you by Mustafa's name.
Right.
And so they do have that. And I'm talking mostly about the Bedouins here. So
Right.
it's known in the Arab culture, but it's that whole stigma is practiced by the Bedouins, and they're considered low class. Even in Gulf nations where they come from and where they may be the majority, they're still considered low class when it comes to education. And it's to the point they confess this. I'm not saying this to be discriminatory, but well, damn it, I'm discriminatory and I don't apologize because they themselves make this confession. So it does exist here too, but this is not a culture that we want to imitate. And part of the reason I'm here is really to help them change it because their own governments are sick of this. Their own governments are tired of the majority of the population having this anti-intellectual attitude towards education and this pro-cheating attitude. And so, therefore, the issue is going to be I mean, if I'm here to change that, that tells you that this is not acceptable amongst all of them, but it does exist. And so, this also lets you know that you look in the motherland, and that's not the issue. But one of the major things we got to remember here is that being educated in these other places, it is not a sign that you deserve to not survive genetically into the next generation. And it's not a reason that all the women are supposed to unanimously agree that you should never ever conceive your own children if that's part of your plan. It doesn't mean that you are automatically deserving of reproductive failure or reproductive death simply because you're educated and you've got an academic mind. And that's where the difference comes in. So even if this sort of thing does exist in Latin America, what we're seeing is that it's not nearly to the extent that it is in the United States. And so that's where we're really seeing this difference.
Yeah, you don't see it as like some derogatory. They don't. When they say those words, it's not meant to be derogatory. At least most of the time, it's not meant to be derogatory.
Yeah, like look at Nigeria, like Nigeria and Ghana, like they got like some philosophers out there, and like Nigeria, they're some of the most educated people in America. Like Nigerians, like that's how you can tell that it's a different culture because they value education. So it's different, like in Nigerian culture is everything, or even Ghana. I would say even Ghanaian culture or something like that. And like you look at the many PhDs they have, and medical doctors and all that type of stuff. Like I was saying, so it's like I said, it's a different culture, man. Like people are not looking at the culture dynamics. The culture makes makes a difference. So the culture dynamics is different, huh? So you can't compare it to American culture. Huh? The dynamics are different. Huh?
And the intellect is going to be, it's always been seen as something that's necessary anyway, and throughout human history. So the intellect it's never been a reason to refuse to be with anybody. I mean, just like, you take, for instance, the reverse of it. Women don't have to dumb themselves down to attract men in East or West African culture. It's not something they have to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
You see, so whereas you get into the Western culture, and I'm going to say the white Western culture, really, which is what we take from, and you'll see that they feel they've got to dumb themselves down. And in reality, it's not because we think that their intelligence, it's like them having money. We don't hold their intelligence against them. We don't hold their wealth against them. We just understand that they're going to hold their intelligence or their wealth against us if we have less of either one. And so they then turn around and decide they're going to dumb themselves down in many cases when they come across a guy that they do want. So they pretend to be dumber, not because we're hardwired to look for stupid women. They pretend to be dumber because we instinctively understand that their higher intelligence than ours, if they have it, is going to be something they're going to hold against us. So they have to hide it. Much like in our community, it runs both ways, where the man has to appear to be dumber than what he is because he knows she's going to hold his intelligence against him. And we got to be honest about something.
Right. And that's pretty sad that we live in that type of culture. Yeah.
It is. And you
Right.
think about it, if this is what's been, if this is what's been hot for 2 generations amongst us, meaning the women have pretty much wanted the dumb guy. If this is what has been hot for 2 generations, it's a miracle that we have not actually become less intelligent biologically than other races.
Right.
But I'm gonna tell you why I think we've not. I could be wrong, but my guess is that the reason we've not actually become, by breeding and by sexual selection, stupider than other people is because we men have pretended to be dumb when we're not.
Mhm.
So we've cheated that system successfully for 2
Yeah, I
generations.
actually know some people who have done that. So they
We-
can seem more hip, more cool, or whatever. I actually know some people, well, at least during my younger days, I remember that.
And we all
Also, you
have.
can see that. You can also see that through hip hop, right? Like hip hop has been dumbed down. When you look at like you can see that through the music, where it's been like been dumbed down and stuff like that. So you have like in American culture too, in itself is anti-intellectual, to begin with. You know what I'm saying? So I think that so on top of that, you have like the culture itself. So I think that yeah, and I mean, yeah, you're right. Dudes pretending, to be, dumb and all this type of stuff. Women say, "Oh, I don't know what's the word for, I want a guy that's intelligent." Really, they don't want like a thinking man or something like, cause
Right.
like, and they don't really want that because most thinking, because they can really, see through all that. You know what I'm saying? Because they can see all through that BS because they don't want a man to, to figure out, determine the BS they on. So basically, like, they want a guy that's dumbed down so they can control the dude and be like a simp because like a lot of dudes that have some thinking dudes, they ain't gonna be tolerating all that mess. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these dudes that they're not gonna be tolerating all that madness.
Now, Jason, I think we spoke about this before, but now I'm hearing some of these young women saying dumb stuff like, "Oh, I want somebody who's educated but gangster." I'm not sure exactly what that's supposed to mean.
Oh, educated. I mean, thug. Or like I don't know. I guess maybe a
Like educated
reformed,
thug.
yeah, like a reformed thug. And I mean that don't really.
If
That's
they
very
exist,
rare.
there's not that many of them.
Yeah, that's very rare. I mean, you got women. Look at it. This how bad you got women dating dudes that are in prison, man.
Right, exactly.
Having a
Yeah.
relationship with prison, and you having like prisoner guards getting knocked up by them. So I mean, right there is an example that the culture's messed up, man. Now, what there ain't that stuff don't even exist in some of these other countries. I mean,
Right,
like
yeah.
like in Africa, if you get or some, they be clowned. I mean,
Right.
if they
Yeah,
don't,
because
you don't hear women doing no shit and stuff like that. I mean,
yeah,
that's how bad the insanity is, huh?
right. Because I showed my wife some stories about women having sexual relationships with prisoners, female prison guards, and
Yeah.
she thought it was fake news. She thought it was just all some parody or something. No, this is real. This is real. It was a lot of stories like that. And it was just completely baffled her. She never heard of anybody even thinking of doing like something like that in her country. No,
Oh, they
no.
marrying guys in prison, right? That have life
Yeah, that
sentences,
too.
right?
Yeah, that too.
They
That was
marrying, they wiping these dudes up. You know what I'm saying? So
right. Yeah, that blew her mind. She couldn't believe
They're
that.
so bad and messed up, but they find these, but they can go and marry a prison dude. You know what I'm saying? So they can go marry a prison dude and like, I can't find not enough dude and all this type. And see, I mean that just tells you right there that just shuts all that stuff down right there.
Well, if they haven't heard of this sort of thing happening there, where they are, and granted, it's not to say that would never be the case out of all the people
Right.
in the world, but if they haven't heard of it, that tells you how rare, but also how much of an outrage it would be. It tells you what the resistance is psychologically in people's minds to doing something like that. And I remember talking with some Liberians now. They may be the most westernized Africans outside of South Africans, or at least at one point they might have been in terms of the culture and their exposure to US media.
Right.
and you know, before the war broke out, they had Pizza Hut. They had not Burger King, but King Burger, which served the same things. They had a John F. K. Memorial Hospital in their capital, which was named after U.S. President Monroe. The flag is very similar. They had family reunions with African Americans flying over to meet with them because there were many ties in between the coastal families and African Americans that they had left behind back stateside. So they may, outside of South Africa, they may have actually at one point been more westernized than South Africans were. But yet and still, when I said something about, and this was back in the 90s, I said something about how in the prisons, how you didn't want to go to prisons in the States because homosexuality had already been so normalized in the nation in general, that if you went to prison in the States, raping you was normalized. I said pretty much that in women's prisons, it was known they would have affairs with male guards. But in men's prisons, the female guards weren't about to relieve any of those inmates like that. And they said, well, yeah, because for them, it's a disgrace to do that. It's a bigger disgrace than for a male guard to take advantage of a horny female inmate. And so even to them, with their westernization, this was understood. Now, this is a culture in which a lot of them got started sexually at very young ages. They told me they got started on average about 12 and 13, and that it was nothing for some of them to be broken off by older women to get them started. And I mean, a lot of my close friends had this happen to them, and I didn't realize how much trauma they may have gone through. But they—
Are you talking about America?
No. We're talking about Liberian men.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, because y'all know history of Liberia, because Liberia was a colony or something, was a country that started by Black Americans. Black Americans, former free slaves. I mean, former slaves went back to Liberia and have built that nation. How Liberia became about. So yeah, so it's definitely I can see that happening. So it definitely would have some westernization influences, huh?
Oh God, yeah. They were watching Family Matters on TV. Their Friday nights, much like we remember back stateside, we would watch it on Friday nights, and they were doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
They were ordering pizza and watching it on Friday evenings. As long as they had a TV. Some people that a lot of people that went to visit would say that it was like visiting the American South in the summertime, except just hardly ever any white folks unless they worked for the Firestone Company. So they did have to, they dealt with a lot of that, but that was still one thing they just didn't hear about, lady inmates breaking off and relieving, lady guards breaking off and relieving, male inmates in these prisons. As a matter of fact, they didn't think that they didn't expect them to be hired in male prisons. And so I'm just saying that to say that type of hybristophilia, which is the love of violence or the sexual attraction to violence, wasn't really a big thing among them. And I know that they don't want men that have no self-confidence and that kind of stuff, but that hybristophilia was not among them. That's one thing that did not get picked up on very early. And of course, the Civil War changed a lot of things there, I'm sure. But as far as what these guys remembered, and still, they had a very sexually liberal and loose culture, and still do have one. Because like I said, I had close friends that they were young and they were getting broken off by babysitters and tutors and things like that, older women, when they were young cats. So even with that going on back in the 70s and the 80s, well, let's say the 80s to be on the safe side, even with that type of thing going on, that's not that hybristophilia where you pick the gangster, you pick the worst, the most thugged out dude. That was not a part of their culture. Right. And I remember a Liberian lady complaining, and I'm using them as an example because Ethiopia has generally been far more conservative than Liberia has been when it comes to these below the belt matters between adults.
Right. Exactly.
And still that hybristophilia was not normal. I remember a Liberian lady complaining to me back in Atlanta, saying to me, Black, I got a problem with my niece. She only likes thugs. I wanted to introduce her to you, but she only likes thugs. And I straight told her, if she likes thugs, thank you for thinking about me. But if she likes thugs, then your niece, I don't stand a chance with her and she
Right.
don't stand a chance with me either.
Yeah.
Um,
She's not going to respect you.
she's not.
She's not going definitely not going to respect me, Jason. So yeah.
And the thing
Yeah.
was that
Liberia.
the
Yeah, you're right. Liberians are a little different than like than the rest of Africa. They kind of
But,
unique. I mean, they're not like they're not like we call it like Ethiopia, Somalia, Dubai, or something like that. Because or something like that. You're right. Their culture is probably more similar to South Africa or something like that than it is the rest of Africa.
it was at that point. I'm not really sure how much has changed since the Civil War, but it's probably about the same as at this point. It's probably very similar to the rest of West Africa, except that they're rebuilding from a civil war. They in Sierra Leone, whereas other countries, even if their economies are trashed, they're not necessarily rebuilding from a civil war. That's where the difference comes in. But the thing is that I was only saying this to say that even when this lady complained to me about her niece liking thugs, she said that that's why we regret bringing her to America, but we had to get out of Liberia. And
right, right.
I recommended to her, I said, well, look, what about going to another country in Africa, like settling in Ghana instead of the States? Because it's true, you can't bring your ladies over to the States, and especially if they're nice to look at, they're going to be ridiculed. That's why she's doing this. She's going to face ridicule from other women if she doesn't pick the thug.
Right.
And so
Exactly.
that's what's going on.
Right.
And I don't know if they went ahead and sent her to another country in Africa or if they let her stay in the States. She probably would have refused to go if she was old enough to be considered for me. But that was this has been something that the U.S. has exported.
Right. And you know what? This reminds me of a story. One of my wife's friends, she's Ethiopian. She had told me. I'm not sure how true this story is because I asked some other people in the D.C. area. They never heard of it. But this is what she said. This family moved to the U.S. from Ethiopia. There was a daughter and a son. The daughter was around maybe 10 years old at the time, and the son was like 13 or something like that. So they pretty much, their formative years was in the U.S. Now, as the daughter got older, she started dating thugs, just like all the rest of them. And the family, the young man she was dating was creating problems. Like actually, he was stealing cars and all this stuff. And he gave her one of the cars, and then she ended up being in trouble because she was driving a stolen car. And the family told her that she can no longer see this fool. To make a long story short, the thug dude didn't like the fact that the Ethiopian girl dumped him, and he attacked the family, the brother and her brother and the father, from what I remember from the story. So she was easily and quickly influenced by American culture because she came here at a very formative time. So yeah, there is some truth to that. It's just something about this culture that causes young women to make these very bad choices.
Yeah. I used to date a girl that was Eritrean, but like she came here at like what? At a very young age, like 6, 7 years old. And like I was saying, and she didn't really know that much about. She knew about the culture, but she didn't really have any Habasha, friends. And she was so, she was probably more American than most Black Americans were. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's almost in a sense, her personality was not no different from, American woman. I mean, American Black woman. So, I mean, that's true or something like that. So I think, growing up in the culture and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, so I think that like, I met Asha woman. I was in college or something like that. I mean, one time I was at this restaurant and you can just tell that like, she was like more traditional and stuff like that than it was something like that. But so I think at those former years, you know, and I think those former years are important because, like, you know, women are more social or something like that. Those crucial ages, like, you know, from like, you know, 5 to 10 or the teens and stuff like that, or something like that. So I think that you know, those are important. So, and I think that a lot of these dudes that interact with, you know, foreign women, they you know, they're probably interacting with the westernized ones, the ones that grew up here or something like that. So and they base it off that. Now say, oh, they're no different. Huh? They base it off that. Or if they do get a foreign woman or something like that, they say, oh, well, military dude, and usually it's usually something with them, something wrong with them, or they say, oh, it's about the Green Corps or whatever. But most of the time, I mean, these dudes will ignore the red flags, right? You know, if they get a woman and, like, you know, the woman, they be sending them the money, doing all of that type of stuff, they ignore the flags because they so thirsty and go, the woman look good, and the stuff be right in front of their face, but they ignore it. So, and I think that's the problem when some dudes say, oh, they ain't no, I mean, no different or something. I mean, women, you know, you can get bad women from anywhere. I mean, women is bad, but the behavior is going to be different. And I think that overall, you know, the quality, you know, there's the non-Western women are better quality in general when it comes to pair bonding. Like, you know what I'm saying, they, you know, as far as their femininity and, you know, as far as forming a relationship with that man, being able to bond with that, you know, with that man is a lot better. So, like, you know, so I think overall, you know, you're going to get a better quality of woman, and there's more abundance of them there than it is here. So I think that, you know, overall, you know, yeah. So I think, you know,
Right. You're not searching for a needle in a haystack when you're overseas. Yeah, of course there's gonna be bad ones, but there's gonna be a lot more good ones, and that's the major difference. You know, here the few good ones are taken, so you end up having to date a toxic one, hoping that she won't be too toxic, and then it end up being way more than you uh, planned for. So yeah, it's just a lot better going overseas. You know, and a lot of these dudes, they keep talking about, oh, you can't get pussy and all this other dumb shit. I'm not sure where they got that from. I'm not sure why they even saying it. It may have something to do with the incels. They're also complaining about the women, and maybe that, I'm not sure. But they seem to think dudes who date foreign women can't get a woman, American woman. They're like there's some big prize to get. You know, they're not. They're toxic as hell. Why would someone want to go through that hell for no reason? You know, some guys just going across the border to Mexico or something like that. You know, they're not going overseas. They just traveling across the border. You know. So that was all BS. It's all BS. The same old shaming language. We had a young woman in the group that was trying to start that crap, saying, who was an American woman who came to my group, saying, oh, y'all losers, y'all lame, you can't get an American woman. They say the same crap over and over and over and over. You know, it's just the same talking points, and they don't even have their facts straight. You know.
and she was with a guy from Sudan, right?
Right, yeah, that's that one. Yeah. She's married to an African dude, but trying to shame us for being interested in African women. You know, and then when my brother, I'm sorry, my cousin was talking to her, trying to get more information out of her, this was her logic. She met her African husband in the United States, so that's different. That was her logic. I mean, it's so laughable and like, oh, okay, I have to meet the foreign woman in America, and then it'd be okay. All right, I just don't get these people. I just don't. It makes no sense.
Illaru, you're not backstage anymore. Thoughts, brother? Hey, LaRue, can you unmute your microphone? I don't have you on mute myself. Okay, all right. I'll give you.
By the way, the story I was telling you about, the thug ended up killing her brother. He ended up killing her brother, and as a result, that caused the husband ended up divorcing the wife. because the whole thing, because it was her idea to come to America and all that. And it was just a sad situation. Yeah.
And unfortunately, what that does is that leaves a bad taste in in the mouths of innocent people regarding us. So it's sad, but it leaves a bad taste because they go to the States, and what do they get introduced to? They get introduced to the thug element of Black America instead of the element that was more similar to themselves.
Right.
And
Exactly.
you see, in a case like that, you can't even blame them anymore for
Right.
for their fears that they have of us, because there are the negative stereotypes. But a lot of people say, well, I'm going to take them on an individual basis, and then what winds up happening is they run into the stereotype.
Right. Exactly.
And that is sad as all get out. That's similar things have happened in Atlanta. There was an Ethiopian teenager when I was in college. She was in the church, and she made that mistake. She got involved in the gang, but her uncle paid 10 grand to the gang for them to let her go, and not, they would say, okay, she can go. She doesn't have to be in the gang anymore, but we want 10 grand. She had an uncle that coughed that up to liberate her from that gang when she was sick of the gang life. And I said to her, look, for ladies to join the gang, there are two ways. Now, did you get jumped in or did you get choo-chooed in? Because she would have known what that meant. And she looked like, what? And I said, okay, did you get jumped into the gang? She didn't understand it. And I said, did you get choo-chooed in? The option where you don't have to fight. Which way did you get into the gang? Because you had to get, either you fought or there was the other way. And she said, I didn't have to fight, so I knew it was the other way. I understood then. So that means that they ran a train on her while she was in her teens.
Right. Exactly.
For her to be able to get into this gang. Now, she was bilingual, so she had spent part of her childhood in Ethiopia, and she had probably come into Ethiopia about, she might have been maybe 11, I guess, based on the accent. Because if people start to speak another language before 8 years of age, then they speak that language with its native accent. But they say somewhere between 8 and 11 people lose that ability. They can pick up the language, but they can't sound like it's their native language. And so that means she still had the accent from back home. And so that told me, okay, all right. So she had been socialized from childhood back in Abyssinia, back in Ethiopia, and then went and landed in Atlanta at some point, and then got with the wrong crowd.
Yeah.
That's what happened. So
Yeah, she may have came to the U.S. when she's about maybe 10 or 11, and then by the time she's a teenager, she's influenced by these bad people. Yeah.
And if America will do that to someone who did not get socialized in their early childhood that way, then what the hell are we supposed to think it's going to do to the ladies that are born and grow up there and start their socialization from a very young age?
Right.
Hey, LaRue, we got your mic working now. So thoughts, bro?
13-year-old.
I would just like to say that this is a great panel of Black excellent men. You guys are like giving us young guys a lot of knowledge, and I really appreciate it.
Well, thanks for the help. I'm glad you were able to finally join us. When it comes down to your experience, now these two gentlemen, like me, they're married, and they're married to sisters from outside of the, not only outside the U.S., but outside of the West in general.
For me, I'm not married yet, though. I'm not married.
I'm sorry, engaged, right?
No, something like that. Yeah, I'm at that point or something like that. So I'm at the point where I'm getting married or something like that. So my situation is that, like, I know a brother. I know a brother that lives in Ethiopia, and I have also my friend and stuff. That's how I got introduced, is through networking, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So
okay.
That's another way how to meet women. You can meet women, through networking, and something like that. You don't have to just go online and just do all that stuff. So my thing is, if you understand the culture and you have a network, huh? And that's another way how to do it. And I don't just have to just go out and just do it, because a lot of these guys is there's a lot of these guys that say, okay, I'm getting a foreign woman or doing all this type of stuff. A lot of them ain't looking for like a relationship. Some of them are just doing like some might do the sex tourism, like some white dude or something like that are looking, but then there's the other dudes that are looking for something serious to get married to and stuff like that. So I think that that's a difference. Like with me, I'm like I was born in the '80s, so I'm a millennial. So even in my generation, like it is really bad compared to like the former generations, because each generation, then you have the Gen Z that's under me, and it just it gets worse with that, and also with the woman that came here, because like 10, 11, 12, 13 years old, they more you're going to get more socialized through peers, through the peers, right? Like at those adolescent years, huh?
Yeah, that's the end of the socialization, really.
Right.
Those adolescent years, that's where a lot of the pressure is on. So in that case, then I stand corrected, because you did say before that you weren't married to her yet, but you belong to a group where these men are largely married to women from actually the same region. So forgive my lapse in the memory, but I just wanted to say that I wanted to point out that you two gentlemen have experience with both the Western North American sister and with the ladies from the eastern half of the African continent. And now for A. LaRue, what would you tell him as far as the comparison and the contrast?
There is a huge difference in Western women, and I've never dealt with women from the continent, but only women from South America. And I never have to jump through hoops or deal with so much stress when I'm dealing with these women. Because I'm only 25 and I'm from the Bahamas. Most people would think that the Caribbean isn't Western, but I think they've watched too much American TV, or the culture is being subverted to a large extent. And dealing with women here is a complete headache. I can't stand it.
You are the third person from the Bahamas to tell me that it's bad in specifically that nation, not just in the Caribbean, but specifically in the Bahamas.
Because we've become completely Western.
Right, but see, Bahamas is real close to the United States, and it's an English-speaking country, so you get a lot of our American media, and I think that's the reason.
The same way with Virgin Islands, like Virgin Islands, Jamaica, like English, like speaking like Caribbean cultures. Now I heard that Trinidad. I heard Trinidad's a little different. That's what I've heard. Like some of these other Caribbean, but I know like they're not that much different. Huh? So, and I think because these places are close to America. Yeah, so I think that because one time I was in a grocery store and it was like this checker that was from the Bahamas, and her accent sounded like an American, woman, sounded like an American chick, because she said, "Oh, well, I came over here from the Bahamas, so like like recently, like she was like probably in her early 20s or whatever." So it wasn't no different, huh? Now you ain't gonna see that with like an African chick coming here, like coming here in their 20s or 30s or whatever or 40s. They ain't gonna sound nothing like that, man. So and that's how I know. I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, there is a difference.
The one thing about these dating coaches, though, like Steve the Dean, like I think he's married to a Western chick. Like I can't take any of his advice seriously. Like he's not even
white
willing.
Woman, yeah, I think
he's not even willing to travel outside of the country to have his own individual experience. Like I don't know if you can see my picture with this chick that I have up. I think I met her in South America. Definitely way different from American women.
Well, to tell the truth, yeah, he is married to, last I heard, maybe a year and a half ago, he's married to not only a Western lady, but he's married to a Western Caucasian lady.
Right.
I've heard one rumor about her size, but I don't know if it's true. And he does the right thing by not publicizing her identity. That makes sense. I mean, you got to protect other people. It is true that your detractors will turn around and go after folks that had nothing to do with it. If I put my face on here, My kids suffer back in the States. My parents, well, and my brother almost did suffer years ago when I had a religious blog. And some white supremacist Islamophobes didn't like what I was saying. I left a trail for them to dox me, and they still doxed one of my cousins. Got it, doxed the wrong one, put my name out, but they put his face up, and we're about to get him in all kinds of trouble. So I understand why he doesn't post it up, but the fact is that if we look at his, and even though I'm not really here to tear him down personally, but to tear down that point, the fact is that, yeah, if these things are true and they're still true, then we really can't sit up and listen to this kind of rhetoric anymore. When someone has been out of the, let's say they've been out of the game for 16 years, and they've not really lived through the consequences. Now, see, he was around when there was Me Too when it got started. Yeah, okay, but he's not lived through the consequences of Me Too. You see what I mean?
You know what? Oh, I want to add to that point. When I got married real young, and I got divorced about 90. Well, I'm sorry, I got married in 97, and I got divorced around 2010. During that time period, the dating scene had changed so damn much. During that time period, from 97 to 2010, I was totally clueless on how to deal with these women. I was totally clueless, So for him to be a dating coach, when he got married I think in the late 90s or whenever he got married, and he just wants to be a dating coach for today, he's full of it. How the hell are you going to be a dating coach for today? It doesn't make sense because it was completely different back then. And this is for guys who are planning on dating American women.
Well, the thing is that it's not even his fault. If he would simply admit that things must have changed, it wouldn't be his fault that it changed. And it wouldn't be his fault that he didn't have to live through those changes and deal with the consequences. He's married. He's not supposed to cheat on her. He made the vow. Nothing to blame him for. But it's not just him. I'm talking about all of them that have not been through these changes need to simply admit, just like we tell these old baby boomers a lot of time who like to talk down on our generations. I'm not saying generation, but generations with an S. They love to talk down on us because of the jobs that we don't have and what we've not accomplished by certain ages. They haven't had to look for a job since the 70s. They haven't had to deal with the digital job search. My dad actually thinks that it's a bad idea to look for jobs online. He says, well, they can't shake your hand when you do that. Yeah, he doesn't understand that when you go to shake their hand with your suit and you ask for an application, they're going to give you a website and send you right back out. They're not looking to shake your hand. They're not looking they wait for the interview for that. They don't want you walking in with your briefcase and your CV or your resume, wearing your suit on the job hunt. They're going to say, yeah, well, you've been about 5 other places this time. By 10 o'clock, they'll say, where else have you been today? Not out loud, but he wasn't aware of that. And to his credit, when my brother and I sat him down and said, that's what's out there right now. And they will turn you back. You will walk back in and you'll walk right back out. They're not taking your resume. They're giving you a website and telling you to upload the resume to the website. They've automated everything. And it's the same thing with the dating coaches. If they have been married, then obviously there was something to their skills that allowed them to get married at the time they got married. But by the same token, they'd have to admit things have changed. And
it changed a lot.
We would be able to maybe forgive them if they simply said, okay, look, this is when I got married. You tell me what's changed since then I'll update it. If they did that, people would actually be a lot more forgiving.
Right, yeah, exactly. They have a lot more respect for them if they just admit, because, it has changed because I experienced it myself,
Majority of dating is online now, though, so we're basically at a disadvantage because women, they can choose whoever they want.
Right. Yeah. Your personality, you can't just throw your personality out there to overcome, you may not be that tall, but you got good personality. You can't do that online,
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
you got a point there. And we also have to factor in that even when you had to meet them, and this is one of the things we've all seen, even when you meet them in person, When you're not a thug, they overanalyze and hyper scrutinize you. So,
Exactly.
you know,
Exactly.
there's
Exactly.
not, they never make a positive assumption about you or give you the benefit of the doubt if they're also attractive, because they don't have to. So opening the door for them is bad. Not opening the door for them is bad. Walking between them and the street-facing side of the sidewalk, that's bad. Not doing that is bad. Offering them your coat when it's cold is bad. Not doing that is bad. So even when you do meet them in person, they're already socialized to eliminate you. Unless, of
Yeah.
course, you're the kind of guy that their mother and father
You
told them
know,
not to be.
Right.
yeah, you're right. Because I know Ryan Wills. Ryan Wills. He made a video. He was saying if Western, I'm saying Western black women. I'm gonna say, but he said black women really wanted positive women. I mean, positive guys or something like that. Is a video and it talks about that. If they really wanted positive men or characters with women, he kind of talks about that. And like I said, he goes into that, and I was saying because they've been socialized, they're socialized in a certain way. Then other women are not socialized in other cultures. So I think it's the socialization process, is is different. So it's like some women don't know what to do with a guy that's productive or who's about that something like that. So I think that yeah, and I think that's the problem. So I think like like you said, American culture is like is like a wild zoo or something like that. And I know when social media came out, because I remember from like I was a teen, my late teen. I was I was like about 19 or something like that, or like in like 2001 or whatever it was, or something like that, or around or something like that. I remember from the early 2000s till about 2008, where a big change happened, especially when social media came out and stuff like that. So I'm I'm in my 30s now, but late 30s, but yeah, or something like that. But yeah, I remember how big of a change that went from that in a short period of span. I don't think no time in history where things changed so bad. Then they started pushing this when Obama came in office. They started pushing the LBGT and all this other mess and the feminization of blackness on top of that, and all
Yeah.
this feminist rhetoric. Huh? So I remember all that, man.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they most
Very
certainly
hard.
did.
Huh?
Yeah, they started pushing all of that. All right, so we got Jaws and we got Pharaoh in as well. I'm glad to see some people joining. And so, Jaws, you went through a situation where you had to, as you said in the chat, you had to go through you had to fight a restraining order. And so,
Mhm.
I want to ask, man. First off, how long were you in the background? Because I just now saw you in Pharaoh.
First off, salam alaikum, Black Mind. I've been back in the background for about maybe 10 minutes.
Okay. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I apologize. The screen didn't show it. I mean, I didn't know how to scroll when you have more than four in the studio. I didn't realize that there was a scroll for it to go down and see the the fifth, sixth, and so on. So I'm sorry for just not seeing it. And Pharaoh, likewise. I don't know how long you were in Pharaoh. I just didn't see it at first. I'm still learning StreamYard actually. So now,
No worries, no worries.
Oh,
now,
it's fine. I heard majority of the stream anyway. So go ahead.
all right, and I appreciate you guys' patience. Now, Johnson, you were there for 10 minutes, and I know that Pharaoh was in. I'm aware of him having been in from 7:45. That's why I'm starting with you. I'm starting with you because I think that you were in first. So, Jaws, could you tell us the flaws that you see in this idea that we're supposed to just stay in the States, if that's or Canada or whatever other Western nation, that we're supposed to just stay there and be these good guys and good sports and pursue wives in these Western nations?
For me, Black Mind, personally, I don't think that's a good idea given what I went through over the past 4 years with my ex, and also the women that I've tried to deal with before my 20s. So it's not a good deal. And also, you get hit on the back end. How these guys try to talk about, oh, well, you're paying for an airplane ticket to go overseas and to do X, Y, and Z. Yeah, but okay, look at America. Uh, if you do want to live that quote unquote American type lifestyle, a lot of people want you to be in a good central part of a city. They want you to make a certain amount of money. They want you to be in shape. They want you to have that residual income. So all of those things being said, you have to build yourself up. There's nothing wrong with that if you do it for yourself. But if you're doing it for women, a woman can change your mind just like a variable wind. Like, I mean, it's not a good deal.
Okay. I think that the chat, I mean, I think that your
That
mic
are
won't
good
stop.
for you. Can you hear me
All right,
okay?
your voice came back. Okay, yeah, your voice came back now.
Oh, okay. Which part did I go off on?
Guys, what was the last thing you all heard? Because the last thing I heard may have been something different. What was the last thing the rest of you heard? I'm asking the rest of you in the studio that are with me now.
I can't even remember the last thing he said.
I just came back. I went to the restroom. I just came back.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Well,
Just go back to like the last minute.
Okay.
okay. I just try to rehash it and sum it up, guys. But basically, I was saying that trying to stay over here in the West and just stick it out, to me, is not a good deal, because honestly, you end up paying more in the end. Let's just say if you do want that relationship with someone, and the woman just changes her mind, and you guys go through divorce court, or you break up, or you have a child. Like, I have a 6-year-old son that I have majority custody of. It was a hard 4 years, and I had to fight. I had to fight restraining orders. I had to fight DCF, all of these things, and it wasn't like, they would not just sit down and talk to me and take my side for what it was. I had to go get an attorney. I had to go do other things to prove my innocence. So that's not a good deal. And for what I spent on attorneys in the past 4 years, I could have built me a house overseas, honestly. And that being said, like, for somebody to just stick it out, and then I hear some dating coaches say vet them, like, okay, everybody has the right to change their mind, and every woman can go rogue, and it is definitely true in the United States and Western countries. Like, it's too big of a chance for them to go rogue. And personally, myself, I have asked a few dating coaches this, which I don't get this, why they say this, like, oh, well, you're a simp if you go overseas because you just concentrating on tricking, you're not a real man. But then they say that at the same time, don't take no crap from no woman and go where you treated the best. So I asked a few of them, like, does location matter? The few that I've asked, they've all said yes. So if location matters, then if these men, these Western women are giving a hard time to, are, just giving these men a hard time, like, why wouldn't these men go where they're treated the best? Like, it would be crazy to sit up here and quote unquote stick it out.
Right, exactly.
It's contradictory, man. I mean, like what you said, it's like they're not making any sense, because the thing is they're just trying to get money, because they're taking clients from them. And I think that's the point, because what they're saying, the logic is just not adding up. The logic's not adding up, and the argument is not adding up, man.
Well, but the thing is, they like to concentrate, and I do have some criticisms of the mongerers, because there's a spotlight on them, because a lot of these guys just going over there to trick. That's who they concentrate on. But if you look on like websites like Visa Journey and other places and other sectors on YouTube, you find people in a lot of good relationships that date abroad. It's just sad that in our black community that they're concentrating on the guys that go to Munger. And I listen to some of those guys that go over there to do that, and a lot of them is like, look, I got my kid or two. I'd have been raked over the coals in the Western system. I'm really not looking for a wife, so this is what I choose to do. This is me. But then you got other men. It's like, well, I'm looking for a wife. I'm looking to start a family, and they tend to not concentrate on those guys, but concentrate on the guys that go over the Munger.
Well, the thing is that
Yep, exactly. Huh? Exactly.
when it comes to the funny thing is that you have these different reasons for going. And see, when sisters get ready to go abroad, let's say when they go to whether it's Ghana or they go to the Caribbean, we're not allowed to assume that they're going there to rent a Rasta or to go to Labadi Beach in Accra and find somebody to pay to blow their back out. We're not allowed to assume that, even if you get them on camera doing it. But when you go, because see, you and I, we can't go to Munger. It's not something we could easily do. You know, if you fornicate, how badly you're going to sleep that night. You know the nightmares that happen when you do things that aren't even as serious as fornication. But when any black man gets that passport and goes to these nations whose, let's say their GDP is not first world GDP, we see the assumptions that not only they're allowed to make, but they darn near have to make because they feel ashamed to not make the worst assumptions about us. But when you do go abroad, when it comes to the treatment that you get from ladies, whether you're discussing marriage with them or if you've ever been married to them, what differences have you seen?
For me, Black Mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Big difference. I just came back from the Dominican Republic like 2 weeks ago, and not trying to put too much business out there, but I got a little sick from traveler's diarrhea, and there was someone over there to take care of me, and she was an attorney. Like, she was like, "Oh, you're not feeling well? Okay, well, what do you need?" And then I told her what I needed, and she was like, "Did you eat anything?" I was like, "No, I don't even feel like eating." She was like, "What you got in the kitchen?" I told her. She was like, "Don't worry about that. I'll buy something." And she bought it. She came over, cooked, and then she also cleaned up my place some. So I didn't ask her to do that. And I didn't spend none of my money. That was her money that she spent for the Uber, the groceries, everything. So, I mean, the stuff that they're talking about is so crazy. Like, if I was over here in the US, like, that really wouldn't happen like that. It was like, "Oh, did you take some medicine? You got something? Okay, let me know when you get better." And that's it.
And the thing is, when you have diarrhea and you're dehydrated, the things that they want to blame and accuse you of doing are damn near impossible anyway when you're in that kind of state. Unless you're just lucky enough to have a really mild case. But I've been in that situation before from eating bad food, and you really cannot be blowing somebody's back out in a case like that, and you don't even really have an opportunity to think about it unless somebody brings up the subject. Because you can barely you can barely stay hydrated. So it's kind of like an intense Ramadan, where you're fasting. You don't have time to really focus on that. And so this means that you got a lot of brothers that are going abroad and they're not doing these things. They can't. Either they're looking for maybe at least a girlfriend, which I'm not promoting for us, but they may be even going looking for wives. And the thing is that they don't get any credit. Everybody has to act like they're not even a factor in black men going and traveling. It was messed up that you have to hear this sort of backlash because you went somewhere and because you went somewhere and it wasn't Florida, it wasn't Baltimore, and you weren't wasting your money so that you could be disrespected. Now, Pharaoh, because you've also been waiting, and I didn't forget about your blood. What's been your experience dealing with the Westerner versus the Eastern ladies?
What my thing is that I haven't been overseas in a while. My thing is that when the time that I did go overseas, it was when I was like kind of like in my late teens, as 18, with my parents, because I went to Canada and I also went to St. Petersburg, Russia. But my thing is that dealing with my experience is it's very a lot to unpack too, because I was also a former club promoter. So, you know, I was with the nightlife in Atlanta, which that's where I'm originally from. The first thing when I came into YouTube and started seeing people like DGS, Ron Wills, when they was talking about the duplicitous nature, I instantly, just like that, knew what they were talking about, especially in the line of work that I was doing. When women, they give you this, you know, like Chris Rock said, you don't meet the person, you meet their representative. And, you know, it really touched home, but I was trying to figure out like why was it this way? Was it any social pressure? There's reason why people were being what called two-faced or fake? Was it that this was learned? And come to find out, you know, from the answers that they've given me, it's kind of like pretty much all the above. You know, we're living in a cold war, a cold world. And my thing is that 2020, I knew it was going to shift to black men, SYSBM, especially the beginning of the year when they started attacking the fellas. And all that was nothing but the environment shifting. BGS foreseen it. Angry Man foreseen it. Edward Anderson foreseen it. We all kind of foreseen it because it was heading that way. And all COVID-19 did was it sped the process up. Your economy was already declining, but COVID-19 just gave it that wedge and just collapsed everything. So my thing is now you hearing the cries coming out louder. You hearing dating coaches sitting over here talking about, oh, you a simp beta male for traveling, even though this man, Steve the Dean, which I've always had an issue with him. See, Steve the Dean, I've heard of him back in 2007 when he was on Blog Talk with Alan Roger Curry. And Alan Roger Curry and him also, if y'all don't know, also had an on and off relationship, because little do people know, Steve the Dean used to say all type of shady shit about black women. All type of shit. He was sometimes worse than Minister Jab.
Very.
So
I heard those old
Pretty
shows.
bad.
Yeah, if anybody go back to his old shows, man, you will see. At one time he was trying to, and I remember it to this day, where he said something about a black woman. He was trying to get Alan Roger Curry to agree with it, and Alan was like, "Nah, bro, I'm not on that type of shit that you on." So he kicked Alan Roger Curry off from the damn call.
Cuss word.
People don't remember that, but people like Lion MGTOW, LOM, he remembers. I remember.
Yeah, I remember that too.
Yeah, and Jaws, you remember it too. Like everybody, like people he's preaching to, see, they think that is nothing but new crowd that's listening to him. That's what they think, not knowing that the old crowd is still there. We still remember what happened. We still remember what happened when Steve Dean told that story that he got a ketchup bottle through to the back of his head by a sister. See, those stories don't go away. I remember exactly what they said. And our reason why we do that is because in the future like this, when you start double talking, when you start trying to tell pretty much lies and stuff about what's going on. If you go back to the brother Cleo, he used to say, man, that's why I say Steve the Dean, that well is drying up. The dating coach well is drying up. The economy is shifting. My thing is now, man, women are sitting over here in people's inboxes offering themselves up because of what's going on out of the woodwork. I'm pretty sure that every brother within the past 6 months since COVID has gotten a message talking about some, hey, big head, hey, da-da-da, whoop-de-whoop. Why? Because the environment, like my thing is, when the environment changed, the behavior changed. We just always said that, and what he said was true. My thing is that, but my thing is with black men, a lot of black men are not trusting that process, because we know, let's say hypothetically speaking, if the environment goes back to like what it was, we know how the females would be like. So it's not that dudes are scared of women. It ain't like dudes ain't trying to get married. It's the environment and the culture that we in. If you indulge in any of this in today's time, you was an idiot. As a man, you have to, we're a survivalist, man. We oppose the environment. So when we see something that doesn't fit, we will not indulge in that.
Exactly.
So my thing is that was nothing but shaming language, and then I knew that coming from him, because I've always had a problem with Steve the Dean. I've always had an issue with him, man, because he's always double talking, always talking two sides of his mouth, always disingenuous and hypocrisy at his best, man. And the fact that people are sitting over here, is just the fact that he's still getting even airplay or airtime and still getting interviews is just beyond me. But hey, he did the brother pill for so long with Oshay that I can understand. But my whole thing is that my experience has been just like I had, successful experience. That's why, and I think that's with most brothers. That's why when you hear this, you holding people accountable, they think that is vitriol against women. But the truth is that you got a lot of submissive husbands out there. You got a lot of dudes who were being stoic about situation, and they allowed the shit to fester. And my thing now is that now women are hearing all this on our side, and they like, whoa, you're not supposed to be talking about that. Whoa, the dudes in my circle don't be talking like that. Well, of course they're not going to talk about it, because they've been culturally accepted to accept the shit. They've been culturally accepted to not talk about the shit. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, a lot of these, like I said, a lot of black dudes in the West, this is even in the UK, because King Richard was talking about that. A lot of dudes, even in the UK, I mean, just not even just America, black dudes in the West, period, is like they tolerate a lot of stuff, and they think with a matriarchal mind, and they just settle. And I think that like you were saying, and all basically what it is, the woman is going to be attracted to you. Not all game is just a bunch of manipulation and just talking to the woman to do it. And most of the time you gotta do all that. And the woman wasn't really all that interested in you, so you have to manipulate the chick into like being interested in you and all that type of stuff. So it's like a woman usually the first 10 minutes, woman is like they really pick you up and see like, oh, I'm into this dude or not, or something like that. The fact that you even have to come up and use these mind games to even get the woman, that tells you right there that's the problem. That's a problematic culture right there, to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And these women are not that innocent, man. Like these women, there's some women that all they do is date married men. They just want married men. Like these women always these Western women try to act like they're victims, but they're not these victims of the way, try to make it seem, because you can't criticize when you're a matriarchy, feminist society. You can't criticize women. They're like, what I'm saying, that's off limit. You can't say nothing. But if you're in a patriarchal society, what I'm saying, this wouldn't happen, because the American, it's been because of feminism and the sexual revolution and all this type of stuff. Like Arab countries didn't go through that. Africa countries didn't go with all it. Maybe South Africa, maybe that's about it. But most cultures didn't really go through the sexual revolution, the feminism, all this type of stuff. So I think that and I think Steve, the thing be contradicting himself, and a lot of his arguments a lot of his arguments are weak. And yeah, man, and like it's just not him. And like what's his name, Lucario, and these other Asian coaches. I mean, and stuff like that. And I remember he said something about being, what I'm saying. It's just a bunch of I think he married, I think he's with a white woman or something like that. He's like, oh, well, we have an open relationship, or we cool, and all this type of stuff. Well, and the thing is, for if you be in a relationship like that, the woman don't really care nothing about the relationship. The woman even allow that. She don't even give a hell. She don't even give a hell about the relationship to begin with.
Mm-hmm. And that's my thing.
Yeah. So yeah, man.
So that's my thing is the whole thing where if you look at majority of dating coaches, majority of them are with non-black women. And that's the funny thing about it. When they start questioning SYSBM, you be like, well, Negro, you dated and married to a non-black woman. So what the hell was the difference? Lucario, fucking Steve the Dean, and you was married. And be honest with you, man, that man Steve the Dean is a kept man. That man is a pseudo gigolo. His woman makes more money than him. So my thing
Oh,
is that yeah, she's in corporate
yeah, he
America.
said
His
that.
wife, yeah, his
Yeah,
wife
he
is in
said that he was
corporate
a
America.
gigolo before.
Yeah. So he took that whole gigolo game, and I mean, whether his wife look attractive or not, I mean, a lot of people saying she's not, but that's neither here or there. My thing is the shit that you talk about is counterintuitive what you teaching, bro. It's very counterintuitive what you teaching, and that's why I never took a lot of them serious. Only, but I kind of took ARC serious, but just direct dating approach, which that's that has a lot of its wits too. But my thing is that dude, the way you talking about with the marriage of your wife, that was a oops, baby. You knew you didn't have any future risk of marrying that woman. It's just like I said in your that video you did, Black Mind. He married her because he got her pregnant and he didn't want to be an out of wedlock birth or have two separate households. So he married her. My thing is, funny thing is, Solo called that out, and so did AMS, which that's funny to me. And plus, I had him as a friend on Facebook, so I already knew. But my thing was that at least be honest
That's
about the shit,
ARC.
man.
Okay.
Yeah, ARC, yeah. So my thing is that a lot of them, but they're not gonna be honest because it's affecting their bottom line. It's affecting their bottom line. Brothers see what's going on. And my thing is that it is what it is. I told dating coaches, to be honest with you, you kind of outlived your resource, man. It is what it is. You was needed during that environment at that time, but that jig is up, especially for
Maybe
non-black men. Because you can hear, especially if you're talking about black men. ARC even said he didn't even get consultation from black men like that. The only thing that black men bought were his looks. He didn't get consultation from black men like that. A lot of them was non-black or either Arabs or they was Asians that booked his consultations. So when they talk about black men have a fear with their women, they don't have a fear of the women because they don't hold them accountable. That's the fear that we're talking about. The fear that they talking about is something called, oh, you don't want to go up and talk to women, da 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 da. Man, we've been born in a culture where spitting game and da 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 and smashing holes and da 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 was ingrained in us growing up,
Yes,
man. It's not the shit that we have not seen growing up, man.
exactly.
So
good.
the fact that he even said that, man, it's like, man, you really don't know the crowd. Well, he knows the crowd that he's dealing with because it's the Negro manosphere. That's why I say he double talks a lot, man.
Yeah, I
Maybe
know.
the reason,
It's so extreme, man. Damn.
maybe
Yeah,
the
I want to
reason
say
that they're so afraid to go overseas is because they have such a matriarchal mindset. Is that maybe they feel like
Yep.
they
Like
wouldn't
exactly what I
feel
said.
maybe they would feel like they wouldn't be able to fit into like a hyper masculine society. Like maybe they're so mentally scarred by the American black woman that maybe they're just too mentally weak to handle traveling overseas.
hmm And my thing is, Kevin Samuels going through it right now. My thing is, and I told people I've been following Kevin Samuels when BGS first brought him over here in 2017. And my thing is, he's not even a dating coach. So the fact that people are calling him that, he never even described himself as such. He's a image consultant. He is an image consultant. And my thing is, people, and you got some dating coaches that's going after him, but that's all nothing but hate. But my thing is that is the reality check. And my thing is that, you know, you're going to continue to keep hearing these cries, brothers. Y'all going to continue to have, and the thing is that due because of Kevin Samuels and his traffic, it's going to automatically come to the black manosphere. because this is how the algorithm is going to work. His videos will be the prime, but your videos will be recommended. Everybody in this sector is videos are going to be recommended off default. So you best believe that you're going to have new people checking out your videos as well. And you're going to be having to debunk the same talking points that we have debunked for years in this space to new individuals, because now his stuff went all the way to World Star and Facebook, which Facebook is gynocrat and feminist as hell. My thing is, you finna have people from Facebook come straight over here, and it's finna be a whole new war, boy. It's gonna be a whole nother, man. It's gonna be pretty much YouTube versus Facebook. But my thing is that you're gonna have more of a leverage too, because it's gonna be nothing but, like I said, the same talking points. So you're gonna be dealing with a new crowd. So don't be surprised when you have a maggle in your comment section. Oh, black men don't build, y'all the lowest on the dating pool, and the synthetic G talking points.
That's the Cynthia G.
Cynthia G.
Yeah,
I mean, that woman is just crazy as all.
Synthetic G.
I don't too much follow her, but I know of her. But fellas, I'm gonna say this because I got to get up off of here and get back to it. But I would recommend anybody listening to look up the YouTuber Marcus A. Brown. About 3 years ago, if he still has the video up, he did this little documentary about Steve Dean Williams.
He still got it up. Yep.
Oh, okay, cool. So anybody that's never seen that, go ahead and watch it, and you'll pretty much have Steve Dean's mindset about how he goes about things, and it is what it is. And two, I always encourage men to travel. And I'm gonna just say this, because when I was down in DR 2 weeks ago, the guy that was driving me around, the Dominican, I met like two of his friends, and both of them got American black women. So they go down there and do that stuff probably just as much as we do. But I'm not trying to totally focus the conversation on that. But that's something to take into consideration. But three, if you're not being treated well here, go abroad, man. Like just don't stay here and stick it out, because like I said before, sticking it out might cost you a lot of money in the long run. So courts, child support if you're the non-custodial parent, attorneys if you are the custodial parent or non-custodial parent. So it's just not worth it to me. But on that note, fellas, I hope you guys have a great day, and I'll be listening from the YouTube side. Y'all have a good one.
All right, thanks a million, man. Assalamu alaikum. Glad you came on, Jaws. All right, Pharaoh, I need to thank you, man, because you brought the history in. And I'm relatively new to the manosphere, because I started when I started, I was mainly dealing with religious issues or interethnic religious issues, and then some people made comments, and that led me to covering family life in our spiritual community, and then. Later on, I began to, well, it's a long story, but Angry Man, BGS, Ibmore, they were pretty much instrumental. And later on, Obsidian, they were pretty much instrumental in getting me to start covering this issue here, along with spiritual issues. So, but I knew there was a lot of history that I didn't have. I just didn't know where to find history. And even now, I'm getting it in bits and pieces, but what you did was you explained a good bit of it in a good summary, and I really appreciate that. Thanks a million.
No problem.
And you know what? Yeah, Marcus A. Brown did do that. I looked at it. Mr. Selassie and I saw the other video that Marcus A. Brown covered. We looked at it. It's just that I didn't bring it up because I wasn't doing this just to go after Steve the Dean because we don't like him. And I wasn't trying to make it personal and detract from the issue itself, because when you have to resort to slander, that means that you can't win the debate. I wasn't trying to do that. But you still gave a lot of background and put it into context. And you gave us the info about ARC. Brothers are buying his books. It's now black men that are doing consultations with him. And that tells you that these games tend to be played in various cultures, but you can see where it gets worse in the West, because at the end of the day, it still boils down to this. neither ARC nor Steve the Dean can make a living doing the same thing to a Dominican audience, even though that is technically a Western nation. They can't go into Liberia and do that. So how are they going to go into even more conservative, less westernized cultures and do this? And that tells us something. That tells us that from the issue, it can't be necessarily the men, because I'm not saying that we don't come flawed. It's just that they're still upholding this paradigm in which the man must be Superman and she gets to be Lois Lane, where you don't get to have any flaws, and they get to come with all these flaws, and you still got to go make the approach, and then wind up having to go through what Mr. Jaws had to go through, where you're fighting restraining orders and custody battles and child support and everything else. And like he said, over 4 years, he spent the price of a house abroad. Whereas, what is Steve going to spend, or anybody like him in the same situation? What will they spend if they decide, you know what, I need to get back out there in this game and I'm leaving her, and I'm not raising somebody else's babies and everything else? What do they wind up losing? In a nutshell. And if he won and said, well, she's maintained my lifestyle for this many years, and so therefore I want alimony, and he won that, then how is he going to be able to maintain his credibility amidst the onslaught of the sisterhood that's going to come in against him just for collecting alimony as a man, despite the fact that he's collecting it from Becky? How's that going to work? You and I know that's not going to work. So you've exposed more than just the history by telling us what the history is. And I greatly appreciate that. Now, if it's all right with you guys, I'm going to play, first of all, do y'all hear an instrumental playing in the background? I'm just testing sound effects right now. Do y'all hear one in the background?
No, I don't hear anything at the moment.
I don't hear anything.
All right. How about now?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. That feedback tells me what the volume is going to be like. So I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit more than of what Steve said. You guys ready? I'm going to play it at about. I'm going to play it at about 1.25.
Okay.
All right. Y'all ready to hear more of what he said?
Let her rip.
All right.
Let me ask you this, because living you were in Poland for about a week for 21.
Now, is his sound coming through clearly?
No.
Turn the
Okay.
volume up a little bit.
All right. One moment.
And I've never dated here, but I do see that there is, at least on the exterior, women in Europe, even Africa, tend to be a little bit more.
Is this better, gentlemen?
The attitude is more.
perfect.
Much
better.
Yeah.
I'm comparing them
Okay.
to black women. This is a black show, right?
Yes.
So from the outskirts, it appears that women in Europe are a little bit more, a lot more friendly, a lot more approachable. Same thing kind of in Africa. So when brothers are singing like, yo, in these other countries, their societies have taught them to have a lot more respect for men and be more submissive. Whereas in America, you're dealing with, especially dealing with the black community, a lot of the women are, raised by single moms, and so they don't have that, understanding of, maybe knowing the value of a man in relationships. A lot of these black men are saying, well, going to the Dominican Republic, it has more of a family infrastructure where, the man is seen as leading the family. There's more of a patriarchal system. So that those women can appreciate a guy that has more manly attributes than a woman who hasn't had that in her life. What would you say to a guy who has that position?
He doesn't have that position. Okay, here's what I'm trying to say, Oshay. A man is a man wherever you place him. He's a man if he's on Mars. If he's a man, it doesn't matter where he's at. So again, it goes back to, yes, she may see all these things overseas, these things, but they're going to find out why he's single eventually. Because eventually, he's going to have the same thing that have men all over the world have, and that is not a sense of self. They don't know their name. They're not standing on their square. They're not standing by their rules. The problem is, everybody. Okay, you didn't say it, but okay, let's say the black woman here that hasn't been raised by mom. What does that got to do with me? Just because she hasn't been raised by mom, but it's the same black woman that will go to the job and treat the manager, the CEO, and the president with respect, even though she has no home training.
Same talking point.
The problem is that we're trying to give these guys separation, trying to give them a pass to go overseas. And the problem is women can smell cats, because if your kitty cat is tighter than hers, she's going to smell you out no matter where you're at. because she's going to see that most of these guys, okay, yeah, you got the education, the nice car, all that other stuff that doesn't make you a man. That's just stuff that you accumulated. They're going to see no experience. He's not putting any flavor in her ear, not putting any flavor in her eye, doesn't make her know how to make her smile, laugh, blush, and angry. He doesn't know how to do all these things. So she is going to remember the guys in her country who displayed the same characteristics as the guy that came overseas and realize that he's a gump or a mark. People don't understand. You know, like the naval bases, because, you know, I'm sure you know about, you go to naval bases.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to pause it there. Was it sound clear enough?
Yeah, it was clear enough.
That was clear.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a crack at this.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said I can't stand listening to that man. Everything he says is just complete nonsense. It's like he's never left the country a day in his life.
Right, he's been in the United States too long. You
My
think
thing-
United States women is all that is?
It's the same talking point that he's been talking since Blog Talk. Talking about, oh, wherever you go, you're still a man. These are fun, but nobody not saying that, jackass. It's funny when you talk to him about culture. When we talk to him about culture, all that shit goes above his head, bro. Culture and environment matters. It don't matter if you are alpha male or beta male or gamma male, or it doesn't matter. If your culture and your environment is toxic, you're going to be railroaded, no matter what type of man you are. That's what people keep telling him. My thing is that all he's doing is double talking. But let a black woman ruffle his feathers, he's going to go back to default to cussing her out and shit. If anybody knew who Stevie Dean was in the past, knew that he used to do shit like that.
Right.
But you're supposed to be a man, though. She ruffled your feathers, but you call her a bitch and all that. Yeah, right, dude.
He's trying to tell us how to be men, when the only thing I've heard from him are female talking points. I haven't heard one masculine aspect come out of this man's mouth yet.
And gentlemen,
and I'm thinking what he said about the boss. He's when he was saying, "Oh, a woman goes to work." Of course she is, because that's her job, right? Because a dude can be replaced, and she can, she can have a side dude or whatever or something like that. Because, you know what I'm saying? So they're using like, oh, he goes when she goes to job, she respect that because that's that's her work. You kind of, I mean, that wasn't a good analogy, huh?
Exactly, and plus de facto, women are women because of myth of white womanhood. They are de facto taught to respect the white man. See that, but that doesn't get said though.
Because of white supremacy, they respect white dude and stuff like that. Like I was saying, then I mean the fact that you have to exert, like some women say, you have to handle me. The fact that you got to handle a woman, that means she has masculine, tendencies. That's, you know what I'm saying? And he doesn't talk about the masculine energy that these women have. The fact that you have to put your foot down and you got to go to battle with a woman. Huh? You know what I'm saying? If you have to go to battle with a woman, then that woman ain't worth getting married. If you got to sit here and fight with the woman or something like to make her be feminine, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just make a woman feminine. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? You shouldn't have to make a woman become, you know what I'm saying? So the fact of the matter that you got to do all that tells you that the culture is just dysfunctional. It has nothing to do about you being a man or being nothing. You know what I'm saying? So,
Exactly. And my thing is, especially coming from him, you know this, dude, because you've been married to a white woman for 20 plus years. Steve, you know what's up. When you told that story, and I don't know if you told it multiple times that you didn't think people was going to catch it. The black woman you was dating threw a ketchup bottle at the back of your head, nigga. I'm sorry to say that word, but I'm like, so you already know, you already see what type of women brothers are dealing with. The fact, like I said, he does a lot of double talking, and it literally upset a lot of dudes in the manosphere space because we what's going on. You know exactly what's going on.
He's playing stupid.
Yeah.
Well, now you said that. Did you say that it was a sister that threw the ketchup bottle at him, or that it was the one he's now
it was
married
a sister. It was a black woman that threw a ketchup bottle on the back of his head.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and now this was before he married who he's married to now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was just making sure it wasn't afterwards, because if his current wife hears him say it was afterwards, after the marriage and he was dating somebody else and threw ketchup bottles, then he's going to have a frying pan thrown at his head or whatever it is that his wife would like to throw at his head. But the thing is that, see, guys, this is when I understood why they called it a plantation. That's when I realized what the reason is. They call it that because, of course, if you leave it and then you leave it and you leave it, I'm pointing at you guys in here, and then I leave, and well, actually, I already left, and then Cisco leaves, and then Ace leaves, and then LOM leaves, and then Red Sif leaves, and then Free Will Defender leaves, and then Obadiah who leaves, and then Art Zuck is, at the airport greeting some of us when we land over there, and others of us are going elsewhere. And then everybody starts forming this as a goal. I mean, you got as many brothers that want to leave as you previously had that wanted to be rappers and NFL stars. Then it crashes. Who's going to sustain this? You see?
Oh yeah, what's up?
Begin to understand why, because if we were all doing this, then what happens to him? Because see, I didn't know he made a living as a dating coach. I was unaware of that. And so let's say that we all decided to do that, then what's going to happen to him? You see, someone said in the chat that he was just protecting his bottom line. And that's when I looked and realized, oh, wait, that's right. He was a dating coach. So, Jay Cash is in the building, y'all. But then I understood exactly why they say that it is why they call it a plantation. Somebody's got to sustain it. And the thing is that whoever sustains it is not going to be the one that gets all the benefits from it. So in this case, who's doing that? I mean, is he doing what it takes to sustain the plantation?
Well, when you look at it, is that since he gets his consultation mainly from non-black dudes, which I don't understand why you would still be coming over here to the manosphere, knowing that even though our problem is the same, our situation is different. And my thing is that you don't really deal with the black community like that. So why his plantation would be for the white guys that's having issues out there. But my thing is that they wouldn't be able to relate with you because, let's be honest, you a black dude married to a white woman. By de facto, they kind of already feel some way about that. Even though they gotta tolerate it, they don't really. That's why I say nobody really goes to Steve Dean like that. So my thing is that it's a double talk to say that it's all men's fault. Why not holding women accountable? But when you get mad, you sit over here, you say, fuck all the women or fuck all them hoes, man. And that's why that's why I say he's literally like the worst. Like, to be honest, I'm gonna just say it like this. He's like if it's the dating coach on the hierarchy tree, he's like the weakest link. He is literally like the weakest link. So I would sit over here and I would listen more to Ron Wills and ARC, even though I don't really rock with ARC like that. But my thing is, you would be more to listen to them, even though ARC attracts a lot of non-black crowd. But my thing is that he was just out here dating at the time. He was out here just like a lot of fellas out here in the West. He wasn't on the market till just recently.
On these windows, the only reason I know.
So my thing is that what Steve the Dean doing is keeping the people on the plantation. It's baffling me, Black Mind, because I'm like, I don't know why. Like, dude, you already been married to the game, married to the same woman 20 plus years, and she is non-black. You criticizing dudes for going over here getting non-black women, but you with one yourself. That is mind-boggling to me.
It's bizarre, man.
Not only is she non-black, but she is specifically white. And that's the other thing. Like, it's not like a Palestinian marrying an Italian woman, or like a Palestinian marrying, let's say, another Arab. It's like a Palestinian marrying specifically an Israeli. You see what I'm saying? Similar scenario.
Right.
So that's why it is that I got to look and say, well, okay, I'm not necessarily going to take the source very seriously, but because the advice goes out there, and because this is just one of the more recent installments of that pattern of advice, I figured I'd go ahead and play that one only because it's recent and there haven't been many changes since that point in time. Now, I'm going to ask all y'all a question at this point, and this is one of the major questions before I actually do start to go in on these guys that give this advice. What, when you go abroad, in your experience abroad, because I'm just one man and my experience could be different, plus I do live in a different type of scenario. In your experience, guys abroad, what happens to guys like him if he were to go abroad? If let's say he and his wife got a job there, or if his wife got a job there, he goes there because she's got the job, and he's going to be he decides he's going to be the same type of person over there that he is in the States. And let's take, well, wherever it is that you've been, whether it's East Africa or whether it's been Latin America, with the gentleman that you've seen, with what you know about the culture, I could tell you what's going to happen here, but I'm gonna wait until you guys go. Y'all go and tell me, tell the audience really what happens to a guy like him trying to do the same thing over there, in these places you've been to that he's trying to do in the States. And I'm gonna start with A. LaRue because you've been waiting the longest. What do you see what happened?
Do you mean like trying to be a dating coach in like South America? Because that's like my only experience outside of the West.
Yeah, I do mean let's say he tries to be a dating coach, and specifically one that talks about alpha males and beta males. Specifically that, as far as you
He
know how
would
that.
he would have a zero customer base because no one here needs game, no one here needs manipulation. All you have to do, especially as a black man, is be yourself. That's literally the only thing you have to do. You don't have to run any type of manipulation on foreign woman. And that's the only thing that these dating coaches will teach you. They're not giving you any viable knowledge. And especially everything that they teach you is definitely dangerous in the era of Me Too in the West. But outside of the West, in South America, he will be poor because he will have zero customers.
Okay.
Okay.
So
In Ethiopia, they're just simply looking at him like he's strange. Like, what the hell are you talking about? It's basically the same thing as what LaRue said.
I see. So in Ethiopia, they really wouldn't even know. They wouldn't understand what he means when he starts talking about alpha male and beta male and stuff like that, right?
Right, because they don't think like that. It's all about
Okay.
being a good Christian or being a good Muslim. That's what
Okay.
their mindset is.
All right, I see. Okay, then. In that case, then next up, Pharaoh, if you've been abroad anywhere, if you've been abroad, please tell us where it's been and what you've seen as far as how a man like them would be, a man like Steve per se would be taken and received. What would happen to him? How would you react to him?
I know when I was younger, because I haven't been overseas recently, but I know when I was younger, when I went to St. Petersburg, Russia, my thing is that none of that stuff was non-existence back then, and most likely is not like that now. When I went to Canada, my thing is that was it's just as feminist now as it is the U.S. As a matter of fact, but as far as that go, my next trip will be in Africa because I'm going to Ghana and Accra, and I have reached out to some of the brothers in the traveling channel, and they've told me that none of the stuff it doesn't compute with them. As a matter of fact, they treat that as like a man-made construct for only the West. Only the West will sit over here and have ranking alpha male, beta male, and all of this because of a sexual hierarchy that black men, especially black men, have created. That doesn't compute. That doesn't compute with them. My thing is the man who's the most productive, who is the most who established leadership qualities.
Yes.
Those are the dudes who's on the top of the hierarchy chain in
Yes.
their respective countries. All that other shit that we have here in the West, that's like that's gynocratic and matriarchal as hell. Like I said, they don't compute with that. As a matter of fact, they see that as a way, as reason why it's hindering a lot of your men, which is why they're not productive right now. They see it themselves, which is why they don't even take us seriously half the time. So that's what I've seen back then when I was traveling, and it's gonna be the same when I'm traveling now until black men hold the line and put their foot down. But like I said, it's ingrained into the culture. My thing is, it's way too many of them. I mean, it is what it is. And my thing is, right now, it's like you're gonna be dealing with a lot of this, and that's why I tell brothers, if you do have your financial things in order, and just go ahead and you go abroad. I mean, because now even in the financial game, is jobs are getting tossed out. And my thing is the fact that you got those two individuals in office. The tax is gonna come, so more companies gonna automate, more companies gonna go shipped overseas, like it always has. So you are better off trying to get your passport and get a dual citizenship so you can work, so you can infiltrate the structure that they build in other countries, especially in Africa. We talk about that all the time on the Black Brain Trust.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mike V, Nagone, and Complex Design. So my thing is that it's not always about the tail, but in the black community mind, pussy is everything.
Right.
And my thing is that those are the dudes you're gonna have to leave behind. That's why I've never been a proponent of that unity crap that everybody keeps speaking about. That's nothing but emotionalism talk with that unity. The truth is, you're not going to unite with everybody. You only going to unite with probably like a quarter of your people who has the same mentality and have the same thought process as you. I'm sorry to say, but it is what it is.
Right.
Well, it's sad to say, but we do have to come to the understanding that when it comes to unity, I mean, unity is great, but even when you're open to it, you have to accept that not everybody's going to be open to unify with you, and that's the bare minimum of disaffection you're going to have for people. The bare minimum is that you're going to have to be able to say, well, they're not open to unity, and I'm not going to pursue that anymore. I'm not going to waste time trying to convince them. It's good to offer them a good alternative and a good reason to unify with you. But we do have to realize that yeah, we can't bring everybody. And they're going to be people that want to come along and we can't bring them. And I know that's the big debate right now as to, I realize that. I mean, MOT is starting to beef with Dennis Sperling about forgiveness of the Pookies. But the thing is that I never really heard Dennis Sperling at any point take the lowest element and the most ignorant guys out there. That just meaning intentionally dysfunctional, negative stereotype. I never heard Dennis Sperling promote that, but MOT is beefing with him. And but in reality, we can't really take the unrepentant idness, and we can't take the opposite of them, and that is the elitist classes with an inferiority complex. We can't take either one of those two extremes with us. And by the same token, we can't necessarily look at everybody that ever did anything wrong and say, well, you're definitely going to do it again. That's also not true. We got to have a standard, which is why I proposed that Malcolm X standard to differentiate between who did dirt and gets to come with us, and then who did dirt and therefore is not allowed to come with us anymore. How do you determine who's likely to not do it anymore? So I understand that everybody can't come. That's something we all got to understand, because if I have a regular IQ and I can see that, then people with a much higher IQ than me should have already come to the understanding of the danger of taking the idness when they're unrepentant along with us, the danger of taking the opposite of the idness, which is the elitist brainwashed, super inferiority complex having Negro that wants to be like massa, and also the danger of confusing either one of these two extremes with those that are not of them, and then eliminating them when they have talents and they don't mean any harm, and saying you can't come with us either because of the way that you sound, and we think that you're so and so. So if I can see it, definitely more of us should have been able to see that, because I'm just one guy, and there's no way that I can see this and a bunch of others don't see it, and sort of meet in the middle and offer that middle alternative where you just have to get surgical with it, but you're still in the middle. But it's interesting you guys have said that, and now that since all of you have explained what you see as being a reaction to someone like any one of these dating coaches of this particular type, telling brothers don't go where things are better off. I'm gonna tell y'all what happens here. You can have a marriage coach. That's not considered wrong. However, usually those are your religious figures anyway, because they're sworn to secrecy and to protect the privacy of those that come to them. And they're considered mediators in a series of steps that happens when a couple's in trouble before they go to a divorce. So they do exist, but they're usually imams and religious scholars anyway. So they studied for this, and that's cool. I'm glad that there is that. But what there is not is just some regular run-of-the-mill, any old body that gets up and says, oh, I understand women, and I know what they don't want to tell you, but they still want you to know. I know how to manipulate them, so I'm going to teach you the same thing so that you can get them to love you. You see, that's not the case. You got matchmakers here. They're not necessarily religiously educated figures, but you do have matchmakers here in the Gulf. And they just know different people of both genders. And then they look and they see the personality types and see what people are looking for. And then they try to match them up for marriage, specifically for marriage, because that's not illegal here. And they don't get in any legal trouble and they don't cause any legal trouble. That does exist. And people do utilize them, especially if they live far from the families, or let's say if somebody just doesn't have family anymore and they wind up widowed or a widower, God forbid, and they need someone to help them find someone else. These mechanisms do exist, but you try just taking a dating coach, especially one that belittles men for the things they don't know about women, that nigga's going to jail. End of. Once they get proof. And when these cops here knock on your door, there's suspicion and there's rumors. They don't like to delve in that too much. But when they come knock on your door, they got something on you. You're going to get sentenced for something. And when the evidence is presented, the judge does not have to listen to your side of the story in certain cases. It can depend. Now, if it's just rumors, well, they can ask you, you can defend. But if they got evidence, they got you on video or 4 witnesses that you did or said something that was against the law, they don't have to turn around and ask you, did you say it? That's not a necessity. So you try that type of stuff here, and you're going to get locked up for promoting something that was illegal, which is fornication. If people are going to fornicate here, where I am, they got to do it on their own. They got to do it with no outside help. And then they pay the price and nobody else pays it. But all this other stuff where you turn around and you help guys to do something like this, no. You can help a man or a woman get married and nobody's going to bat an eye. But anything else, you don't want to do that. And the guys are going to look and say, hold up, man. They'll listen when these men start to explain things that go on in women's minds. But these men will also say, I can learn this from my grandfather, or I could learn this from my older cousin. I have other ways to find out this information if I need to know. But you're not just gonna come over here and tell us that we're doing bad and that it's our fault when our women are unhappy and they're not talking to us about it. You see, that's a different story. And I know the dating coaches are not normal here. It's not even legal to do specifically that anyway. But what you guys are saying is that even in less conservative cultures, this is what y'all are telling me, even in less conservative cultures, that type of thing is not even necessary. It may be legal, but it's not necessary. That's what I picked up from you guys right now. So, y'all have spent extensive time
Exactly.
in Eastern Africa, across the Red Sea. For me, y'all have spent time in South America. And Pharaoh, you said you had been to Canada and where else when you were younger?
Russia, St. Petersburg
Okay.
to be exact.
Gotcha. Okay, so you spent time in Russia, and you said that's where they wouldn't be able to understand what you mean by alpha and beta, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. All right. So this is even in Russia, and I'm sure in Russia they don't have the religious laws against fornication like what you got in these conservative Gulf nations.
Right.
Okay, so that's not even the issue there. It's just a question of, people get their freak on if nobody's looking, and they in that mood unless they believe it's wrong. But what you're saying is that they just still don't understand it. They don't get it. This whole alpha beta, you don't deserve to. You're a regular guy, so you should be genetically cut off for the rest of eternity just because of that. So this is what that's telling me. So what we're saying, guys, is that. Oh, and by the way, Pharaoh, did you know A. LaRue before this panel?
I didn't, but shout out to the brother, man. I'm glad you brought him on.
Gladly. A. LaRue, did you know Pharaoh before this panel?
No, I did not know Pharaoh.
Okay.
But I know some dudes because me and Pluto, we stream together.
I'm sorry, you and who?
I said I know some dudes in the chat because me and Pluto, we stream together.
Okay, you and Huru. Okay. I think if I heard you.
No, I mean Base Pluto. Me and Base Pluto, we stream together. So some dudes in the chat I would recognize.
Okay, I got you. So you said Pluto, not Hero. I got you. All right. So now, A. LaRue, did you know Mr. Selassie or Carlos Red? They know each other already, but did you know either of them before this stream?
No.
Okay. Mr. Red and Mr. Selassie, did you know Pharaoh or A. LaRue before this stream?
No.
Okay, so y'all met on the stream. The reason I asked the question is because this means that you all are telling me the same thing without having an opportunity to have a conference about this beforehand. So
exactly.
That tells me right then and there that enough people are able to see. Now, granted, we're 5 guys on the panel at this point. We were 6, but as I realize we're only 5 out of what? How many? 17 million 17 million black males. I don't know how many of us are adults, but we're only 5 out of that large number. So I get that. However, 5 men, let's see, 3 of whom did not know each other before the chat, have come to the same conclusion. There's something wrong with the environment. The same environment we are advised to stay in and not abandon, and then we're told that the flaw is with us and not with the environment. But the men who've actually gone and compared it to other environments, including my black behind, have seen the same thing. There's something wrong with that environment in North America, not necessarily with the men that have to come up in this environment and are given mixed messages all their lives. And then when they're grown, they can't make sense of it because the messages are mixed, even though they're now being told it's their fault or our fault because we couldn't decode the mixed messages. So now we've gotten that, and other men are going to want, other men have reported the same thing. So that being said,
also,
yes, sir.
Also, you have generations because, like, it's one of the guys that's in our group. He's like probably my mother's age. So we talking about, and he knows it's messed up. And he was saying that, like, basically you have 4 generations. You have baby boomers, you have Gen X, millennial, and Gen Z that know something's off. So it's not just one like particular generation. So this is spanning multiple generations. So you got 4 generations that's knowing this is messed up, right?
Yes, exactly. Multiple. So it's just plain as day that something is not normal about this environment. My own mother has said the same thing, but then again, that's my mom. So she could be biased. I get it. I wasn't going to simply rely on that in order to exonerate me or in order to exonerate other men that had felt the same confusion. And I mean the type of confusion that could have meant never having a family. And so even though I'm happily married and even though I've got my babies, I understand that this is still a challenge and a struggle for a lot of other men, and it's not for the men who should be having these challenges and struggles. It's for the ones who should not. And that's why I'm still doing this. I'm happy. I'm spoiled, as a matter of fact. And this is the second time for me that I've been this happy. But not everybody gets that. And gentlemen, where you guys are in the States at this point, because I think all of you are tuning in from the States, except you, Ayla Rui. Are you still in South America now?
Now I'm in the Bahamas. I'll actually be back in the U.S. next week.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So you're coming in from the Bahamas, and then and you're the third person to tell me. I mentioned this before, but I'm saying this again for those who tuned in late and for the benefit of Pharaoh. You're the third one to tell me that the Bahamas were jacked up and that they are also looking at you to be Superman and demanding that, while they just sit back and insist on being nothing more than Lois Lane.
Yep.
And
Oh wow.
The main problem here is hybristophilia and doll mating strategy. There is a lot of hybristophilia here.
Oh wow. Okay, so they're looking for the most violent guy, and then they want to, and then when he won't raise the babies that he bred, then they want someone like you and me to come along and be stepdad.
Yep.
Okay, or think that we're actually biological dad.
I've seen this because my parents are well off. I would say that I was raised in like a 1 percentile. So a lot of women would try to come to me is try to be stepdad as the guy with the resources to raise their children. And I'm like, it's not happening.
And at that time, you knew that they already had other babies, huh?
I knew this.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. So imagine now when they may wait until they're pregnant to decide to come up and give you something to trick you into thinking that.
And one thing, like some girl, she admitted to me that she tried to trap me with a kid. She admitted to me, like last week, she admitted this to me.
Oh wow.
Why does she feel comfortable admitting that?
I mean, maybe because I was like sort of nice with her. Like I wasn't like hostile to her. Like we have like sort of a relationship, but like I have to completely like cut her off because I can't even describe. She's like unhinged.
Okay. So her plan's not working out, and her sanity is now suffering because of that.
The thing is, what happened to her was that she got knocked up by some other dude. And I don't know. I think it's between two guys. I don't think she knows who the father is, to be honest with you, because she was dealing with two other guys at the same time. So I completely dodged a bullet on that one.
I see. So she's not sure, and she was trying to get you to lay down with her to think that you were the dad.
Yeah.
Y'all heard that?
And I'm only 25.
Yeah.
Like I'm only 25, so imagine.
Man, wow.
Yeah, you would have been you would have reached my age and just been finishing off them child support payments for the baby to not be yours. So that was messed up. I'm glad though that her plans finally. I'm glad at the end her plans came up to a.
Dude, you literally have lesbian women trying to get knocked up on purpose. Because you're a squared away guy, they know they can get child support out of you. I had that happen to me, or almost happened to me.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And see, even Red Sith Lord has said that things are not normal at this point. He's saying that as a boomer, he sees this is not a normal scenario. So we're not imagining this, guys. We're not imagining this pattern. And therefore, we have to realize that whether these dating coaches know it or not, this is a war and they're fighting for the enemy. They may not be aware of it, but that's what they're doing. So now the only thing we got to understand is we got to figure out when one of them tries to come at us with this stuff, we now know that they're the enemy. But now we just got to figure out, are these individuals, or which individuals are aware that they're the enemy and that they're playing for the gynocracy and that they're the goons for it, or that rather they're the preachers for it, and which ones don't know that they're doing it and might benefit from having this pointed out. And I can't tell you the mindset of everyone, but you may know some of these folks in person because they ain't here where I live. That type of stuff is, they can't make a living like this. They can only get jail time if they get discovered. And these Bedouins don't keep secrets very well. So they're not going to be over here earning a living and flying under the radar. The two don't go together. So you may meet some of these cats in person, or you may know some of them, and you're the only one that can assess it. But if you know that this is the question, then you'll know what it is that you're looking to see. And then you'll be able to tell the young brothers that are still back over there in the West with you guys in the Bahamas, in the States, and in Canada, and maybe even in the UK for some of my listeners, you can tell these young brothers, okay, look, this guy here, this is what he did, this is what he said, this is what he knows, and still said this. So this guy's an open enemy to you. He's trying to derail you so that he can either collect from you as he reverse pimps you, or so that you will raise the kids of people like him, thinking that they're yours, or thinking that that's just what you have to do in order to get some. Now, Cisco says that Steve knows, and he may very well know. He may very well be one such. And in case he does know, I'm actually going to, before I close out, I'm actually going to tell him and everyone like him a few things. I wanted to hear you all out before I started, before I brought the fire and brimstone to that whole ilk, not just zeroing in on Steve. I'm not singling him out. He was just the most recent example. It was just the most recent example. But I'm going to bring the fire and brimstone before I close this thing out. I just wanted to hear you guys out and let you guys bring the evidence for what I was about to do next. I really appreciate you guys coming on and telling what you guys have been through, what you've seen. A LaRue, it can be, some people would try to shame you for it. And even some people in my parents' generation would try to shame you for it, especially the ladies. And they would say, well, what did you do? And what was it about you? And maybe your glasses are too thick, or maybe it's your walk, or you're not holding frame. There are many that would blame you for what these ladies tried to do to you, you see. But you still had the courage to come along and tell what it was that they were trying. And Jay Cash, he's in the audience. Jay Cash has been through something similar. I mean, he's been describing what exactly happens due to the gender-based colorism in the African-American community. And I can tell you, he's new at it. He'll get better at the delivery over time, but Jay Cash is telling the truth. Because everything he's talked about and everything that he's had to deal with, I witnessed it. I saw others go through it, and I went through it. So I know he's not making this up, because it's almost like listening to an autobiography in terms of the treatment, or listening to my friend's autobiography in terms of the treatment, whether it's based on the phenotype or whether it's based on not being the stereotype, whichever one it is. So you guys, you came in and y'all brought the evidence. So now when I go in hard on these dudes like I'm about to do, I feel perfectly justified in doing it. Now, if you want to come on and y'all had experiences that were milder than what you had, then my response in the end towards these dating coaches would have been milder, just to be fair and just, because I'm not only going to, my experience is not everyone's experience. Now, Cisco said he's fought with him before online, and then it's nothing new. So this means that not just him, but this means that type has a vested interest in what they're doing. Maybe it is financial. And MOT has said that these guys don't even have to get a license for what they're doing. They're out here coaching and preaching to you. And they can't coach a marriage to stay together without a license. But they're sitting up here coaching you to try to appeal to uncultured reptiles because of the experience that most men don't have, because they all as a union decided to eliminate most men from the experience. And so you're being reverse pimped. That's what they're trying to do. Now, if you go and you trick, she may have a pimp, and that pimp collects from you to bring her to you. But then you pay. Now, that's how it's been going for millennia. They call it the world's oldest profession. But this is something perverse. They are reverse pimping you to her, and they still want you and me to pay for that. They want you and me to pay to be pimped. Think about that for a second.
Right.
Pay them. Then after you're done paying them and she approves of you, then you pay her.
Double
Um,
dipping
and
pretty much.
Yep, that's reverse pimping. That's all it is. That reverse pimping, and in every case, it's the guy that's got to pay. So if we're the ones that got to pay, we might as well get what makes it worth it. What are we paying for? If you got to pay to play, then damn it, you need to be playing. And if you got to
Right.
pay the cost to be the boss, you need to be the boss. And what they're saying is, she's the boss, but you pay the cost. So before I go in on these cats, before I really roast them, is there anything y'all want me to say or anything y'all want to add?
Leave the West. That's it. Just leave. Don't look back.
Right, because the common thing I've heard from everybody is the women are toxic. Period. That's all you need to know. They're toxic. Let's get the hell away from them.
All right.
Well, all I can say, Black Man, get the cooking, bro.
All right. Fair enough. Sure enough. Mr. Selassie.
Yeah. I think like you were saying that I think the solution for dudes to what you call it spread their options, and knowing that you're just not limited. So a lot of guys think they don't have no options outside of American women. So, and I think that I think that and I think that a lot of dudes are waking up, and you had this black manosphere, and we call it black media. There's no black male media, so guys are speaking out, and I think that so I think it's time, it's time for black dudes to exercise their options and not be held down by the matriarchy. You know what I'm saying? So, and like I said, if you want black women, you can get non-black, Western women, because like I said, even though I'm pro-black, I'm pan-African. Blackness is just beyond just black people in the West. So even if the guys just want a black woman, huh?
Yeah. If you want a black woman, we have to understand that at the end of it, yeah, if that's what you want, that's good. That's fine. Because a lot of other people around the world don't want to be black, and they don't want their grandkids becoming black, even if they don't hate us. It's a common theme. It's like that where I live right now, with no hatred. I've talked about this on other videos, but here they don't have a concept of hating black people, and they don't understand racial violence. That's not something they can understand. Like, why would America have a problem with racial violence? But one thing they do agree with white supremacists on is they don't want to become black. They don't want their grandkids to become black if they're not already. And black folks don't have this concept. The black folks that are living here, the black citizens of these Gulf nations, don't have this keep it black mindset. But the non-black ones have that mindset. And so that being said, we have to realize that if you do want to keep it black, that's cool, but we can't afford to compromise with a toxic culture in order to do it. And that black is not limited to Black American. It's not limited to the continent. It's not limited to the Caribbean, and it's not limited to the Americas as a whole. And it's not limited to Melanesia, but rather it's spread out throughout all these areas. And Runoka Rashidi is one thing that he's done. I mean, even though he starts with that black woman as God foolishness at times, what he is good at doing is making us aware of where you can find black folks. The places we didn't know that they were, like the Samang people in Malaysia, and they black. You can go there and find black folks. Who would have thought? Or what they call the Negritos in the Philippines. You got black Filipinos. They're there. They're not in the cities, but they're there. And so we got a whole bunch of places we can find our own kind and get to meet them and get to exchange with them. And you don't have to deal with the toxicity of the itness, the intentionally dysfunctional negative stereotype. Because let's be honest, man, in the West, especially in the US, the way it works is this: the black woman views the black man through the eyes of white supremacy. So she's looking for the most negatively stereotypical man to have the babies with, as A. LaRue said, but then she's looking for the square to raise the babies with the resources. But just like she views us through white supremacy, she has trained us to view each other through her eyes, while her eyes have been trained to view us through white supremacy. So you take the worst negative stereotype of your most virulent Ku Klux Klansman, who probably has never seen more than 3 black people in real life, but saw everybody on TV, and imagine what his image is of us. And she's looking for someone that's going to prove that true, that's going to embody that. And that's what gets her tingling in the West. And then when she misses her menses, then she's looking for cats like, I wouldn't even say cats like us, but she's looking for guys that weren't like that. And it's getting bad because you see, the continent is big, 54 countries, but Dennis Sperling, I think he started a show, and I need to listen to that, on how it's spreading. The hybristophilia, the misandry, and the feminism is spreading into South Africa. And if it spreads into South Africa, that's where a lot of the sub-Saharan African media is. So if it spreads there, it's probably going to spread into other parts, starting with the English-speaking countries. And so we do have to get up on this. We have to actually get out there and meet other black folks so that we can head this spread off. Because understand, while we having these live streams, and it's good, while we're having it, the gynocracy and 46 according to some, and you know what? I don't think I want to count North Africa either, man. Sometimes I'm ambivalent about it myself. But yeah, we're dealing with a big continent. And while we're sitting up on these streams, man, these feminists that hate men are in these chat rooms, and they use the Google Translate just to tell women in traditional societies why they need to be militant towards men and even hate men and blame men for this, that, and the other, but never take accountability. Take all the power and leave all the accountability on the shoulders of the men. And they're actually sitting up and saying these things and brainwash them, and they got an audience. It's already in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. Now, I don't know how bad it is, in the whole country. I'm not speaking for that. But I know in Kuala Lumpur, it's getting to be a problem. It's growing. My buddy in KL, he had 2 bad relationships because of that. 2 of them, and now, they're Muslim. So for them, a relationship means an engagement. That's what that's about. And this was a woman whose family came from the same village as his family, but they were now living in KL. And he said, yeah, she was cheating. She took a trip to Turkey, and I didn't even know nothing about it until I just asked her, hey, I ain't seen you in a few days. Oh, I'm in Turkey on business. Can you send me some photos? Never sent the photos. Never did. Never sent them.
And so found out she was cheating.
He found out that she was cheating, and she was always hitting him up for like expensive Coach bags so that she could show off to her friends. And I thought, damn, bro, that's not normal for the society. He said, yeah, it is rare, but it's a phenomenon that does exist. It's just it's rare. You got to have bad luck to find it, and he had bad luck because when he broke it off with her, he was starting to talk to another lady, and I met her. And she was on some of that stuff, but it came out over time. And so that was 2 times in a row right there. And I was like, no, bro, no, man, how the hell this happened 2 times in a row? And then I thought, okay, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe he making it up because I don't live there. I just visit. But then my wife and I, we were in Langkawi at a resort. And I decided, we were just resting because we done a lot of stuff. And I just wanted to chill in front of the TV. And y'all know me in languages, right? Y'all know me in languages. So I said, well, the Malaysian language, they say, is easy to learn. So let me look at some of their movies on TV. They got the subtitles. And then I can, try to find some, maybe learn a little bit more. So I was watching a movie. And the movie was about that same subject. Now, and this is a Malaysian movie. So if the Malaysian movies are about the same subject, that means that this is a phenomenon. And it was about a man that was going through problems with his wife because she had picked up on some of these ideas of not women's freedom, not women's rights, but worse than that, the misandry, the defiance. You see what I'm saying? Take his resources. His money is your money is your money, but he's not the boss. He just pays the cost, that type of thing. And that's exactly what it was about in this movie. And he was good friends with her father, with his father-in-law in the movie. And it was another lady that had fallen in love with him because he had saved her life from a car accident, but they didn't know each other. And she was trying to track him down, not knowing he's married. Whole time he's married, his wife she didn't believe in doing nothing for him. And then one day he came home, dinner was cooked, and he said, "Thank you, this is good. So what would you like?" And she didn't even hide the fact that she was doing it to ask for something. She started asking, and he said, "You should have done this because it's the right thing to do, instead of waiting until you want me to to pay for you and your friends to go to a concert of all things in a conservative country like this. That's not the time that you cook dinner." And we got interrupted. I didn't get to finish watching it, but that's the movie right there. And so right after my buddy in real life was going through this for the second time in a row, this movie came on, and that's what they were talking about. And so I'm just saying that to say that they're all busy spreading this. They're doing it. And so while they're spreading it abroad, that might be a distraction to use for us to go in and tell these young brothers, their young sons, the same thing. Because they might say, well, look, you ain't paying his bills. I'm his mama. I tell him what I want him to believe. But the thing is, when they spread this to each other, they don't do this on the condition that they're paying her bills when they try to get her to listen. When they spread this to their nieces, they don't go to mom and say, well, look, let me pay some of her bills and her expenses because I'm about to indoctrinate her with feminism or misandry or just how to run game. They don't do that. So we need to take the mindset that we don't owe it to mom to pay the little boy's bills before we indoctrinate him, so to speak, as they call it, indoctrinating. We need to take that mindset that no, this is a right we have for granted simply because we're telling the truth. Tell this little boy, if we never pay one bill of his in his entire life, tell this little boy what the games are, what they're trying to do, what their interests are. But I'm sorry, I got sidetracked on a long sermon. Anybody in the chat, before I start to roast these dating coaches, or like, I wouldn't say roast, but before I start to go in on them, anything y'all want me to add to? Anyone in the chat want me to do that? I mean, got anything you want me to add?
Yeah, I guess we touched on a lot of things. Like I said, get the cooking.
All right, fair enough then.
Right.
All
Yeah.
right.
Overseas, we're judged on a different standard. That's what they need to understand. It's not on the U.S. standard; it's a different standard, which
Yeah.
makes a lot more sense. That's how I would say it. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough then. All right, I'm looking in the chat to see if anybody asked for any, if anybody wants to throw anything extra, I'm gonna add. All right, so to you dating coaches out there, and I'm not talking about I'm not talking about you men that just expose what the games are so that we can prepare ourselves. An example of the one I'm not going in on right now is Stephen Klingscales. I'm not going in on someone like him. He doesn't tell you what to do. He simply says, know what these games are. I'm not going in on someone like him.
Or Obsidian or somebody like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not so much going in on Obsidian. The truth be told, Obsidian doesn't give himself enough credit when he calls himself a dating coach, because the dating coaches are reverse pimps, and he's not really trying to reverse pimp anybody. When he really gets down to it, it's almost like really him calling himself a dating coach is like blaming himself for something that someone else did. He's not actually guilty, but he's confessing to it because he's not aware of the crime that they're committing. But to you reverse pimps, you frankly no better way to put it, you lying ass niggas. First off, who benefits from your mindset? And I'm not zeroing in on Steve for this one either. I don't really know him that well. But anybody that's going to do the same thing, let me ask you, who benefits from your mindset that we're somehow failing men because we decided we're going to go abroad? And whether let's take that for instance. We go abroad, and you've already heard someone say, if you've been listening to this, that men go abroad for various reasons. But let's talk about this first. Who benefits from the mindset? You benefit if you're making money from it. Don't go anywhere. Stay over here. If you're a real man, it's going to work for you over here. Okay, well, let's talk to the veteran. I mean, the literal Army veteran that says the same thing. telling people, well, you know what I'm saying? Y'all need to stay over here in Baltimore. They got a bunch of women in Baltimore if you want to be buying stoves for women and stuff, man. Y'all could have stayed over here and done that. And they would have appreciated that. Okay, since you're going to say stuff like this, Mr. Army veteran, at what point are you going to come out and say what you've already said implicitly? When are you going to explicitly say what it is? It's war. The ones you are defending are at war with us to extract from us and not give anything in return. And when we go abroad, outside the West, I mean, when I say abroad, I mean outside the West, we don't have to deal with that stuff. How you gonna go in on someone like Game Changer because he was in the Dominican Republic and he bought someone a stove? If anybody should have gone in on him for that, it should have been me because it was fornication. But I didn't do that. I heard about this from you all. So you going in on someone like this because he bought a portable, lightweight, inexpensive stove for a lady that had saved him so much money that which she saved him was more than the cost of the stove. It was the least he could have done. But you want to act like he was out there buying a big old stove too big to carry and he had to have it delivered because he's simping and tricking because he's such a failure with women in the West. No, bro. The reason you're not a failure with women in the West is not because of what's right about you. It's because of what's wrong with you. You were taking a vending machine that is defective, and nobody can just put the money in and make the selection for what they want because the vending machine is defective. You figured out something, you done nigger rigged the thing, and now you want to sit up and act like everybody else is wrong because they can't figure out how to get this defective vending machine to work. No, nigga, you found out a secret and you're defective for getting used to it and not telling other people it's wrong. You done got used to the defects, and now you're looking at everyone else like they're a failure. So the majority of men are automatically failures, and it's okay, and it's just biology and Darwinism. Don't you think that for the length of time that human beings have been on this planet, these so-called failing genes and unfortunate faces would have been bred out by now? You keep thinking that there's some sort of objective marker and men who fall short are failures. No, that's not what it is. What it is that they keep moving the goalposts and you keep defending them simply because you've got two daughters and you realize that colorism could be a problem. You didn't realize it's a problem amongst women more so than it is amongst men. And you want these women, these daughters of yours, to have options when they get older, but you would kill somebody if they look sideways at them right now. And I understand that. If they're still kids, you should. But you, as a father, who I know is overprotective, who I know is going to pull out guns in front of any man that comes to talk to you about marrying them, still want them to have options, even though you don't want them to have men. You don't want them to have high body counts, which is what any father would not want. I don't want that. But you sit here talking about, I want them to have options. You're just not coming out and saying it. So that's why you can't tell us that even these two daughters of yours are going to be socialized to be at war with us. You would rather sell us out so that they could win in their war efforts than to tell us what the doggone truth is, which would mean that you can't hold these conferences in these different places you like to hold while you sit up here and tell men about maintaining masculine frame, you know what I'm saying, and staying in Baltimore and buying stoves for these women over here because they could need that. They need that. With your illiterate behind. It's just one of them. I'm not saying your name, but you know who you are. Who benefits from your mindset? Ultimately, your daughters do. And I don't blame you for being a father looking out for their future. What I blame you for is not being honest about what it is you're doing and being willing to continue to sell these lies to us and justify these ladies lying to us after you said that they're going to lie to us. You told us that they wear a mask. And now we're sick of hearing it. And you want to sit up and try to project onto other men being creepy and giving off rapey vibes. But when Obsidian brought a lady on to the show to talk about what incels were not and how most of them actually aren't dangerous and they get a bad rep because of what some guys did before the term incel was even in widespread use, you set up and said, well, you ain't really fixing it because you know you wouldn't sleep with these men. So you're pretty much making it about who she'll sleep with as if you've been wounded by that. So while you're telling men to go and be Superman to qualify for some trim, you're still looking at this lady and saying, yeah, but see, you won't sleep with them as if that's what's going to solve it. No, bro, I thought they needed to be on their purpose and get that masculine frame. She doesn't need to lower her standards, but you looked at her like she was somehow failing because she wouldn't lower her standards, while you're telling men not to look at them like they're failing when their standards are simply too high and unreasonable. Now, let's talk about any of you that have gotten married. Not just Steve, the Dean, but any of you. Did you get married before Me Too or after Me Too? And how dare you sit up and say these things on people's shows without telling your clients, well, I got married this long ago. And so what I'm really teaching you is how to use these skills to get married. If you were doing that, then at least we could sit up and say, okay, all right, you know what? Hey, you're doing the right thing. My dad could sit up and tell you how to actually get married and stay married. But y'all can't. You've ignored the fact that things have changed, and every time there is a change that negatively affects men and we react to it reasonably, what do you niggas do? You start acting like we're crying and whining and moaning because, again, as you heard over the last 3 hours now, the environment is toxic. It is toxic. It is like a lake that has no oxygen in it, but a bunch of fish, and the fish are dying slowly. And you're sitting up and saying, oh, see, you just need to learn how to breathe anoxic water. And that's not how fish survive. The other thing, you reverse pimping ass niggas ignore the men who work abroad and who go abroad for other reasons, like Jay Selassie, like me, like many others, like Oshay Duke Jackson. Now, you didn't go in on, neither of you are really going in on Oshay for living abroad. And no, most of you are not going in on me. But when men go and travel, what you don't understand is that the whole traveling thing started for other reasons, actually. And the fact that women would treat us better was an accidental discovery. I remember when it happened.
Perfect.
The first part, I was there when that process got started. You reverse pimping ass niggas may not know about this, and I don't blame you for what you don't know. But back in 1997, Morehouse College had a newspaper, and they may still have it. And I was going to college in Atlanta, so I could buy the newspaper from time to time. And I liked to see what these brothers were saying. Some of them were elitist, most of them were very down to earth, but the articles were written by people from all over the Atlanta University Center. And so I got a good look into the mindset. And there was an article there were two articles actually that came out in 2 consecutive issues, I think, of that newspaper. One of them was about how these American sisters were driving brothers away with their crazy standards. You got to be from a big city, and you got to have swag game. Other men got to be afraid of you. You got to know Tupac's lyrics back and forth. You got to have tats. Even while in college, you got to be a street nigga. And he said, this is not going to work. We can't sustain a community like this. And what he was saying is, you can't judge Morehouse men like that anyway, because Clark Atlanta and Morehouse men were talking about things like how to build a community. And what were these ladies talking about? Oh, I want a man that can be a thug in the streets and who can succeed in the boardroom. Why is that necessary? And why the mutual exclusivity?
Educated but gangster.
Exactly. They weren't educated but gangster. That's all they was looking for. So these you reverse pimping ass niggas don't understand that was one of the eye openers, but this was already a topic of discussion anyway. But then in the next issue, I think it was, that's where the article came out. And one of the men, he was a member of the business club. And he wrote an article and he said, Black American women, you must understand that something is about to change, because we went on the business trip, and guess where they went to the business trip? There were 2 countries to which they went. One was Brazil, the other one was Malaysia. So he was writing about how when they went to Brazil, we're talking about the Morehouse Business Club. When they went to Brazil, there were Spelman students that were also part of the Morehouse Business Club, because Spelman had no business department. At least that's what he said in the article. He explained why you had Spelmanites that were going with Morehouse students on the business club's trip to Brazil and Malaysia. And he talked about this in the article. And what he said was, y'all must understand that you have competition. When we went to Brazil, we were well received by these Black Brazilian women. They were proud to be Black, and they like nice guys. They like the exact same kind of guys that you can't treat well. And when we saw this, we realized if we made a living in Brazil and lived there, we have a future, because we can set up families there we can't set up in Black America. It can't happen. So he put this out there, and you reverse pimping ass niggas still don't understand that in actuality, this whole thing about traveling started based on business, but that the information about how much better they would be treated by the ladies there was a side effect. And the second thing you reverse pimping ass niggas don't say and you ignore, but you have to know happened, was that a few years before that, Terry McMillan's book had been made into a movie starring Angela Bassett and Taye Diggs, How Stella Got Her Groove Back. Now, the book was old. The movie was new at that time. So what I'm saying is that there was already a pattern of not just white women, but sisters going to tropical places and getting tropical black men to service them, because they had run off the brothers in the West. And the next thing you reverse pimping ass niggas like to say, and this one I do have to include you in on personally, Mr. Williams, is alpha and beta as terms. And I'm gonna get on all of y'all about this, really. All of you that use alpha and beta as terms, let me remind y'all about something. If you're simply saying, well, this is how the women view you, and you're honest about that, hats off to you. You're describing their psychology, that's fine. But if you use these like they're actual objective terms for men to describe us, you are fools. And you don't read, you illiterate ass niggas. Because alpha and beta aren't even accurate terms according to the men that studied wolves and coined these terms. Both of them did the same thing. They made the same mistake, and they realized the same mistake decades apart independently of each other. They studied wolves in captivity because they knew where to go and find them. And they realized that there was an alpha and that there were other subordinate wolves, but these wolves were in captivity. They didn't form the natural family structure. Then when they studied them in the wilderness, they realized that the alpha was really the father. The alpha female was the mother, and the rest of them were their own cubs. They were raising their own cubs. That's what it was. And when the cubs were no longer just big, but actually old enough to go out on their own, they went out and they joined other packs or started their own packs. That's what was going on. So the whole alpha and dominance thing was based on parenthood and age, and not based on just being the biggest man. And as a matter of fact, what you all might be shocked to know that so-called beta male wolves actually do have sex and mate. But you niggas don't read, so you wouldn't know this. You're too busy trying to reverse pimp us to these same women that are sitting up eliminating us, and they can only unrealistically eliminate most of the men that they actually want because you niggas are helping them. So you can sit up and take these terms that were used mistakenly for animals if you want to, and try to apply them to us simply because, yeah, I get it. Okay, human beings are animals, and biologists classify us as the fourth species of great ape. And okay, that's fine. I'm not going to debate about that. The point is, you're taking an animal to which we're not even related and taking a term that the ones who coined admitted were not applicable in the long run, and you're trying to apply it to us. You are ignoring the mistake that these scientists who coined these terms made, to which they later admitted, because it doesn't help your bottom line. That's what it comes down to. You made a mistake by basing your bottom line in the first place on something that was so flawed. And before I let the line of MGTOW come in and cook you, I'm gonna say I got more for you cats. And I got one more point about this, and that's about the way that you viewed the women in general. But before I get to that, I'm gonna let the line of MGTOW cook y'all. What's going on, Lion? Hold on, Lion, I just let you in. So come on back in the link, Lion, because I just saw you in the studio and I let you in. Let's see here. Okay. All right, I see you. What's happening, Lion? Come on back in the link.
What's up, fam?
I just saw you in the studio. What's going on, blood?
Nothing much. Finally got off the road. So here's the thing. You're absolutely right about these dating coaches being reverse pimps. They're lying their ass off, and they're essentially dropping young black men into the meat grinder, and men who want sex but don't know how to get it, and they drop them into the meat grinder. It's obvious. And quite frankly, I'm sick of hearing it. I'm sick of looking at it. It's disgusting. I mean, nobody is afraid of women. Nobody's afraid of pussy. None of us are. They keep feeding us this bullshit, and I'm just tired of it. I've washed my hands of it a long time ago.
I'm going to ask you a question, if I may. It doesn't make sense that men would be afraid of just sex any more than it would for women to be afraid of it. I mean, we're not here without it. So it wouldn't make sense for us to inherit some sort of fear of that per se. Shyness is normal because it helps us be careful in who we select for men and women. I get that. But here's the thing, though. If men were afraid of women in the West, what's wrong with that? Tell them what's wrong with that, if there's even anything wrong with that. In the West, I mean, with Me Too and with the laws and the culture and everything being set up. Tell these cats what's wrong with men being afraid of the outcomes.
Okay, let me tell you something. They're not scared of the women per se. They're actually, what they're really afraid of are the legal snares and traps. That's what they're afraid of. If they so much as sneeze the wrong way, a woman can have them put in prison. It's her word against his. That's what they're afraid of. It has nothing to do with being afraid of the musty axe wound. It has nothing to be afraid of any of that shit.
Whoo, man, I felt that one, bro. When you slapped him just now, man, it shook my laptop. So it was, yeah, I mean, my desk just shook and vibrated a little bit from that slap. So what they're doing is they're acting like we're just halfway men because of the way that hybristophilic women are socialized to view us, in a nutshell. So we're just afraid of the women themselves because we're not willing to go up and throw everything on the line trying to impress a woman that's socialized to not be impressed.
Yeah, that whole thing is stupid, man. You're supposed to be the big black boogeyman that they want to fuck, but all the white men are afraid of, and that's I don't live by that shit. I'm 6'4", 270. I'm about the same pigmentation as Wesley Snipes and Michael Clark Duncan. I don't fit that black boogeyman stereotype. It's bullshit. It's dog shit. Throw it away.
Well, you don't act it out. You may look it to a white supremacist, or you may look it to someone that doesn't know any better through no fault of your own, but you're not acting that out. But by the same token, if this is the case, you've got no reason to be afraid of women. So how can they say that you're afraid of them if you're just being careful?
Okay, here's the thing. They want to equate using discretion with being afraid. Most people.
Exactly, man.
Yeah, like most men who are worth their soul are going to use some kind of discretion, especially living in the gynocentric society that we live in right now. I mean, the atmosphere is cannibalistic, it's radioactive. You're going to have some kind of discretion. You can't just wander through the matrix blind, deaf, and dumb. It's stupid.
Yeah. And what happens, here's the thing, there's another thing I wanted to ask you. You played sports when you were coming up, right?
I did wrestling. I excelled in bowling. For whatever reason, my accuracy was green.
Okay. All right. It actually makes sense. If you have the long arms of a 6'4" man, it does make sense because you can more easily control the trajectory before you send it down the bowling alley. But in both cases, especially wrestling, but in both cases, if someone was going to compete against you, would they want you to go in with no sense of caution, or would they want you to go in with a sense of caution? Which one was more convenient to them?
Now, for the opponent, they would probably want me to go in there blind, deaf, and dumb. But for myself, I do my homework before I go in because that's the correct thing to do. I mean, you don't just go into any fight or any battle blind, deaf, and dumb. That's how you get your head bitten off.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I want to say, if you got a lot to lose, you have to be cautious.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the common sense. So it's just these pookies and ray-rays with nothing to lose, and they can do dumb shit. But us responsible brothers who have a lot to lose, we can't be doing dumb shit. We got to be very cautious of who we're dealing with.
Exactly. I mean, just seeing myself. I mean, I'm very cautious what I do. I mean, even in my trade, I'm very cautious. I mean, you have to pay attention to what the hell you're doing.
Well, in that case, then somebody telling you to not have a sense of caution and trying to accuse you of being a coward for it is actually an enemy. Because if they're telling you to underestimate the threat, that's a war tactic.
Exactly.
Yep.
Okay, subterfuge. I got you. Yep. So these reverse pimps are trying to play subterfuge on us, on you and anybody else who's a thinking brother that's not willing to just take everything they work hard for and throw it away on what MOT would call a reptile. So in this case, they're actually employing a psychological war tactic against us. So these guys, as I said before, only question is, do they know that they're enemies, or are they unaware that they're enemies? But in either case, they're acting on behalf of the enemy, whether they hate us or they don't. And I'm sure that hatred varies from individual to individual. It may not even be hatred. But if they're sitting up saying that all these foreign women automatically are going to see you as a mark, the question really is, who sees us as a mark when we already know that it's not every woman that lives outside of a Western nation? Who really sees us as the mark?
The way I see it, the dating coaches are the only ones that see us as the marks because we're their competition. You know, they're no different than these false preaching pastors. You know, these minister toenails and ripping pig feet who will lie to their congregation and only interested in sleeping with the women in the congregation. That's who they are.
Mm-hmm. You know,
that's a perfect description.
Yeah, you know, if I was a sex addict, I think the clergy would have been a great job for me. And as a matter of fact, maybe there is something in it that attracts nymphomaniacs and sex addicts. Now that I think about it, now that you brought that up, Mike. Yeah, maybe you know, I can't. Ideologically, I wouldn't be suited for the clergy anyway. Now they would know that I don't believe in the Trinity and things like that. But the point is that I now see why even that line of work attracts the nymphomaniacs and or even just outright sex addicts, or if that's assuming that they're not one and the same anyway. The point is that now I get it. It makes sense. Lion just brought that out. He just now made me aware of that. So now I'm gonna say this. And this is a question for any of you guys here. Is there anything that y'all want to add to any one of the points that I made? The bullet points were like, who benefits from the mindset? How do you ignore Me Too in today's time? And why overlook the men that actually went abroad for other reasons and found out that they could be treated better? And their misuse of the terms alpha and beta when the guys who coin these phrases know that they're wrong. Those are the 4 bullet points I uncovered so far. Y'all want to add anything to any one of them before I roast them with the last one?
Their only qualifications is they claim they get a lot of poontang. That's the only qualification. That's why I say I'm a dating coach. I can get a lot of pussy. Now that's all they about.
But here's the thing, though. At the end of the day, that's worthless. I mean, the peace leave. I mean, in the end of the day, you can get all the peace leave you want, but sex is temporary. It's temporary. They don't understand that. I mean, they put fornication pedestal that they don't understand. They look like idiots doing this shit. I mean, sex is a lower brain function. It's a part of life. It's not end all be all, but to them, it's their end all be all. They put it on a pedestal and they look stupid as hell when they say that. Well, I get a lot of peace leave. I said, we got to show for it.
Yep. And half the time they be lying any damn way or exactly.
I believe it too, man. I believe it too. Man. Half the time they be lying their ass off, man. You're fucking snake oil salesman lying.
Yeah. It's you can't it's true, you can't really tell. I mean, you remember when we were in high school and cats used to lie on their ding-a-lings and they you remember that, and so when you got older, you began to think that a lot of the things that people said they did, nobody was really doing in real life. And then later on, you find out, no, people actually do this in real life. It's just these cats were lying about them doing it, but this stuff actually does go down because you understand that the men have a motive to say, well, they're getting this one, they're getting that one, and they're getting it frequently. There's a motive for that, and so it's like you can't really trust the men when they say that they are, and that's the other thing. When they're gonna bring receipts, like when they're gonna actually show. I mean, I'm not even asking Steve Dean to show his wife. I'm not asking him to do that. He was honest about that himself. He said, yeah, I'm married and he's not going to show her for various, for good reasons. She may not even know that he has a channel, but
oh, she knows. She knows.
Oh, she does know he's got a channel. Okay. All right. Does she know what he does on the channel?
Yeah, she knows that he's a dating coach. Like I said, he's a kept man, gigolo that she's the breadwinner. My thing is, I'll be surprised if she started paying for his equipment when he first started. So she knows.
You would think this guy, her father is a well-known attorney. He came from a privileged background, but he tries to talk like he's gangster and all this shit. And you would think since he came from a privileged background, he'd be more successful instead of living off his woman. That's how I see it.
Well, you take someone like you take Minister Jap. He's one that does. I mean, I think that's him on Instagram that you see with all these ladies. That's um, the word is that he's been showing receipts and the pictures look like him. I don't even have an Instagram account, but I just saw some snapshots from other people. But you take him. He's one that does notice something that Minister Jap does not do. Y'all notice what he does not do?
Mhm.
He doesn't he doesn't tell you and me to stay put and deal with them fighting a war against us and not retaliate. He doesn't tell us to try to appeal to them so that they'll be nicer to us in this war that they're waging. You don't hear him say that. He tells you what it is that they do. The most he tells you to do is to not trust them.
Right.
Don't accept their apology. Don't believe what they say. And we've heard him. I've heard stuff that he said, and I'm like, whoa, I wouldn't even said that, because he'll use things like all and every last one of them, and he'll use no exception type qualifiers and stuff.
Damn.
But the worst thing he tells you to do is to not believe them and not take their apologies. That's it. So that's why it is. I'm not even gonna go in on him. For all the stuff he'll say about them, he doesn't tell us to let them do these things. But you got an Army veteran who knows what war is better than I do. Any of you guys veterans, by the way?
I am.
I'm sorry, whose voice was that?
That was me, Carlos.
Okay, all right. So Mr. Red, all right. So you're a veteran, and were you ever involved in combat and firefights?
No, not actual combat support.
Okay, all right then. So if you were involved in combat support, then you got at least a limited introductory knowledge of what combat is. And
right.
So, okay, then. So now this particular veteran, I assume that he has more combat experience than you do. To be fair to him, I'm not here to oppress any of them and take any due credit away from anyone. But but in both cases, both of you have some idea of what combat is. And what this guy's doing is he's telling us that they're at war because he says they wear masks, and he told us what's under the mask.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of saying, okay, win, defend yourself, or leave the battlefield, you don't have to be involved in it in the first place. Instead of saying anything like that, he says, well, you need to be different so that they'll take their mask off for you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that ever a winning combat strategy?
Absolutely not.
Never.
Okay. All right then. So I got this from a former wrestler and from former combat support veteran. That's not a winning strategy. They put the mask on. In order for you to get somebody to take their mask off, they got to not know who you are. I mean, either you have to either not be the enemy, or you got to convince them. You got to wear disguise so that they don't recognize you as the enemy that they're trying to deceive in the first place. That's the only way you get them to take a mask off if they're bent on deceiving. So he doesn't even say deceive them and this sort of thing. He says, look the way they want you to look and have what they want you to have, and be the Superman they want you to be, so that they'll take the mask off. Because if they took it off for most of us, we would burn the cities down. If he says that we would burn the cities down when they take the mask off, he's pretty much saying that their deception is so bad that that's why we would burn them down. He's pretty much saying that's how outrageous the deception is, and almost all of them are in on it. And so that's why I'm flaming these cats right now. I'm not doing it out of jealousy like what some of them are going to probably say. I'm doing it because at the end of the day, one of them, the most outrageous one, is saying that the most outrageous one is saying, yeah, it's deception, but don't fight back. So he's not outright using the term war, but what he's telling us that it is amounts to war. And I want to thank Mr. Red for coming on. I greatly appreciate that. So Mr. Selassie, please, when you get a chance, convey my thanks to him, because I appreciate him coming on. So before I roast these cats with the last bullet point, which is really going to be a shot at their intelligence, anything y'all gentlemen want to add to him?
I guess I wanted to respond to earlier what you were saying about what were you saying earlier about them spreading the feminism or something like in the Philippines. But I think they try to do that in Uganda, and the Uganda women rejected it, and they think they try to press the LBG, in Ethiopia, and they wouldn't have that. I'm saying because Ethiopia, since they are one of the few African countries that didn't get colonized, they rejected abortion and all that. So, and I think that
one of my, my lady was saying they, some woman brought the feminism or something they was trying to bring, and they was like, they just wasn't having it. Huh? And I was thinking that, and I think that, one thing I can say about them or something like that, like, their culture, they will protect their culture. You know what I'm saying? They will protect their culture with their life or something. And I think that, it's a different end. I think you were saying something about, Minister Jap about the mask, mask thing. I think Ron, Wills talked about that, the whole mask thing, and yeah, and I think I think what you were saying, saying about that, like about the whole church thing too, saying like because getting these women that were former who was running the streets and all this type of stuff going on. Yeah, that's right. And I think because you out here in the West, right? Because like even with like Somali women that are westernized and stuff, they they're on that feminism stuff or something like that. The westernized Somali women that's here in the States. I run it, even though I'm not Muslim, I'm a Orthodox Christian, Ethiopian Orthodox Christian or something like that. But Orthodox church. But yeah, man, that's the thing, man. I think, like I said, it's more of the culture than the faith, huh? All right.
Mm-hmm. Man, my thing is, oh my, go ahead, Black Man, my bad.
Report, forgive me for cutting you off, but the thing was that to make sure that I make sure that I stated it correctly previously, in case I did not. The mask was mentioned by Rom, and it was also mentioned by another dating coach online who's a former he's a combat veteran. And I don't say his name only because I'm not trying to use his name to bring or to draw in viewers. So I've avoided using his name in order to gain a bigger audience from his name. That wouldn't be fair to him. And I'm not treating him like I'm at war with him per se until actually, I hate to say it, but he's pretty much at war with men in general. But I'm not acting that way. However, it was another one. It wasn't Minister Jap that mentioned the mask that I heard of. He may have mentioned it in a video that I never heard, but he has said some really harsh things about Black women in America. And yet and still, there are these Instagram photos that pop up every so often where he's at a club or somewhere and he's just picking up chicks, white, Black, and everything else. So they're picking him and they're choosing him. And what this means is that these dating coaches and these gynocrats and matriarchs and misandrists cannot come along and say, well, the reason for the manosphere is because we're just mad because of the punani we didn't get. And in any case, I'm going to say to that, if we were just mad about that, so gam wucking fut, we have a right to be, because if you're going to be a slut, be a slut. If you're going to be a virgin, be a virgin. Just be consistent. All we men have really said is don't lie and be consistent. And that if your sex life is going to be private, then just keep it private. But don't sit up here and tell any kind of man, oh, I'm going to be a slut, just not for you. I'm going to screw everybody but you. Because when you tell a man something like that, yeah, they're supposed to get upset, because what you're pretty much saying is, even if you don't care, I'm only saying this because it's an insult to you. So even if a man really doesn't care about the draws he's not getting, when women send that message to that man that he's the only one that can't hit it, she definitely means it as an insult. And therefore, he does not owe it to her to show her respect. And so that's why I say, if it was about that, so what? Yeah, okay, fine. We have a right to talk to you like that, because you're still a slut because you said you are, or because you recorded yourself doing these things, or your confession is what makes you a slut. You prove that you're a slut by your own confession. We don't have to respect you like a born again virgin, and you don't have the right to turn around and treat us like we're just lesser men only because we're not your type. Or because we're not your friend's type, which is even worse. But it really is bigger than that. The manosphere actually is much deeper than that. And the reasons are much deeper than that, which is that there is a mass deception that has been going on at the expense of men. It's really been going on from the beginning of time, because it was more so a deception of just omission and silence, just not saying what they want and keeping certain things hushed, but they would still behave to a certain extent for the most part. But then what this misandry and militant feminism did was to set up an environment in which now they're outright lying to men about what they want. And they're even lying to their own sons, their own nephews, their own younger brothers, their own grandsons, lying to them about what women want. And it's almost like they're pretty much saying, we don't mind if we don't have grandchildren through you. If you don't figure out what women want while we sit here and lie to you about what it is, and you don't figure out the truth, or women don't just come picking you out of the blue because they want to, then we'd rather that you just, your lineage stops. Because we're so against you being a normal man that we would rather our own lineage end with you than for you to have a shot at a satisfying heterosexual encounter, married or not, when you're not Superman. It's almost like a deep-seated hatred. That's what's come out, and the deception that results from a deep-seated hatred. So that's why it's really treason that you got these reverse pimp niggas out here, white or black. Because, I call everybody, and anybody does something like this is a nigga in my book. So you got these reverse pimps out here that are helping them to do this stuff because, well, at the end of the day, somehow they found a way to to play without having to pay. And that way is that we're the ones who are expected to pay without ever playing. And so I liken it to a candy store in the neighborhood where they got, the good candy and the crap candy. But there's a disrespectful kid that just walks up in there and he shows no respect, no courtesy, and he walks out with the Snickers and all the other top shelf candies and doesn't pay for it. And then when you go in and you're trying to get the medium stuff that's left, it's the same price as the top shelf stuff. And it's because the prices have been raised to cover the fact that they got the candy and didn't pay. So now you're supposed to pay for what you did not get, the quality that you don't get in exchange to cover up or to make up for what they did. And the candy store owner that's doing this, he knows it's an insult to you. And he doesn't care if you realize what's going on. In his mind, he's not going to charge that disrespectful little bastard that takes the good stuff and walks out and doesn't even steal it. He holds it up and just walks past the cash register. Thank you. And he's not going to let you get a fair price for the candy you went in to buy or for the candy you found and selected. And so then when you start looking and saying, well, dang, this is too much. So what can I get for this lesser amount? He points to the bottom shelf stuff that's still overpriced and tells you take what you can get. That's just the way it goes. And when you start to say, well, hold up, this other kid wasn't even paying and he ate all the Snickers. He either lies to you and says that's not true, or he says, yeah, well, so goddamn what? That's between me and him. You have to pay this if you want that. That's really what this is like. And so in that regard, that's why I'm really doing this. That's why I'm going in on these reverse pimps, because of the lie that they're telling. And it's not even their candy store, but they're still sitting up on behalf of that owner and saying, well, the owner, he can't really help himself. Because that little bad bastard is just so charming and so cute. So the owner, come on, the owner's looking at a kid. He can't help himself. But even though you're a kid with better manners, he has to charge you. Why don't you just be more like this bad bastard if you want to get the same high quality candy for free? Or you can just sit up here and accept that you're inferior because you have some manners. And therefore you have to pay more for lesser quality. They're actually standing up on behalf of someone else. They're like other kids justifying what the store owner has done. And you have to stop and think, well, if they're justifying what the store owner is doing, then that means that they were some of those who are benefiting, or they want to benefit. It's one of the two. Either they want to be in that class or they're already in that class. And they know that somebody else has to pay for the candy that they're eating for free. So either they want to be the ones that eat for free, or they're already such, and they're trying to protect they're trying to protect the ability to eat for free by getting you to pay. It's one of those two. And that's why I keep going in on these cats like I do. It's not that I'm bitter about what happened to me and that's all it is. It's more like you guys shouldn't have to go through this. Even though I got out of that situation, why should any of you or anybody have to be stuck in it when everybody in any culture that's lasted over 1,000 years doesn't have to deal with this type of thing, not to this level. That's really what I'm getting at. And yeah, Red Stiff, why go to a bad restaurant and pay high prices? You wouldn't. I mean, unless you're gonna take the food to go because the food's just good. But then that's what it's what they call tricking. Stay grinding says go to another store, aka another country. And these guys are sitting up and saying if you have to do that, you're a failure. Now we know that that's not true. Honestly, guys, we know that that's not the truth. But the reason why I gotta do this recording is because you still got a lot of young men who don't know that these reverse pimping ass niggas are lying. Not just getting it wrong, but even outright lying intentionally after they've done this for long enough, because eventually they discover what they're doing and they just keep doing it. So that's really why we got to do this. I'm doing this because we need the young cats to understand. If they're old enough to have YouTube, they need to see this. And if you know any young guys, even if they're 12, hit the share button. Tell them, hey, look, I was on this panel with this guy that's living over in the Middle East and teaching English, and he's seeing what actually works in another culture versus versus what you got to deal with over here. And your mom's not going to tell you about this because she's not going to tell them herself. That's not something I made up, by the way. Y'all know who Jessica X is?
Yeah, I know who she is.
Yeah, I know who she is.
Yeah, I know what she is. Yeah.
You said I know who she is. And that's the thing. Whether you like her or not, one thing she said was a confession. She said on Game Changers channel, I forgot the name of the video, but she said, after Game Changer said, we men will tell the women in our families things that they need to know about men so that they can be careful and avoid the bad ones. Why don't women do the same thing for their sons? She said, we can't do that or she said, mothers can't do that because they'll be telling on themselves. They can't expose the game. They can't even expose that they know what the game is, because then the son is going to figure out, damn, my mama was doing the same thing. And, Stephen Klingscales, he actually said on the Roommates, did y'all see when Stephen was on the Roommates?
I have not seen that podcast yet, but I've seen the thumbnail for it. I just never watched it.
I saw Kevin when he was on the the Roommates the Roommates they address it, but they don't really address the matriarchy or any of the nuance to all that stuff. So I think that Jessica X, in Western culture, she would be like pick me, like they'd be like, she's a pick me chick or whatever and stuff like that. So yeah, I agree. I agree with all that, and I think that, like you were saying, that about the dating thing is like a lot too many dudes base their manhood about how much vagina they getting. Like like I was saying, it's only like Western black dudes. Like you go to Ethiopia, no dude talking about like, oh, I got this much cool, I got all this and stuff, because like a lot of dudes are basically like cockabines. That's what basically is. Black dudes are just being cockabines, like BGS, was saying. So, and I think that, and getting the vagina is not, and like what this dude, what's this, Minister Jap, talking about he's getting these women, but all the quality women, he just getting chicks just to bang, and that's it. And I mean, just to smash. He's not getting no wife material, or is he getting what? Getting some relationship material? No, he just banging chicks, man. Going around smashing chicks. No, so yeah, but.
And even Minister Jap said that he's not finding amongst sisters wife material because they're already taken, they're already married, and he's not trying to sleep with somebody else's wife. He said that at some point.
I remember. Yeah.
And see, I didn't ask about Kevin on the Roommates, but I know Kevin went on the Roommates. But there was also another one with Stephen Klingscale. Stephen's Cold went on the Roommates, and he even said his own mother and grandmother were giving him bad advice. And they were saying to him, well, be a good guy, be a good man, and one day the Lord's gonna bless you. And he said, yeah, but dad wasn't like that. And you had me with dad and not with these other men that are out here. They got men out there like that, and you ain't with none of them. You chose dad to have me with. And so if that's the case, if he's the one that made you forget to go and grab the condom and put it in his hand or pop the pill, then obviously it doesn't pay to be what you're saying to be, because you still ain't with these men after you done had me. To a certain extent, that's what he was getting at with these Roommates. He was saying that that's how he came to the understanding. And so, and look, I told y'all, I said before in some other recordings, my own mother told me that my son's mother and her family mostly women can't tell him the games that women play because they will be telling on themselves. And the thing is that I didn't plan on I didn't plan on conceiving my son out of wedlock. I didn't plan on that. I take responsibility for it, but the thing was I didn't plan. To see the truth be told, not only did I use birth control, I thought his mother did too. So it turns out with me using it, she wasn't on it. She, conveniently forgot to tell me, and then she thought she had told me that whole thing. So that's how I became a father in the first place. So there was that game. And later on, her mother said to my mother, I saw Black Junior coming. That weekend, when my daughter went to see him, I was trying to talk her out of it, but but she was intent. She was insistent on going that weekend, and I wasn't surprised when she said that she was going to have his baby. So now this is my son's maternal grandmother telling my mom, his paternal grandmother, that she saw this coming from her daughter. So I'm saying that I lived this before I said it. Now, I was talking about this before my mother had this conversation with me. I was talking about this on my channel. She and I had this conversation summer 2019, the last time I was able to fly into the States and visit. And she said this. What's going on, Brother Johnson? All right, take care, Sir Obadiah, and thanks for staying with us this long. So I'm saying that after I was already talking about this, my mother had this talk with me. And this was actually the day after my son told me that he had already been red-pilled. And 2 days before that, my son had heard my friend's mother say that she wished her husband, who was in his 70s, would get a girlfriend and do something manly for a change because she thought that would be so sexy. So this is like back-to-back stuff going on. And so when Jessica said it, all I was really waiting on was for her to finish the sentence, to be honest with you. Game Changer asked the question, and I knew if this is Jessica X, although I don't know how sincere she is, I give her the benefit of the doubt, but I don't tell her anything. We don't talk anyway. We're not on each other's shows, but while I'm reserving judgment of her because of stuff I don't know, I still knew at least she's going to say this much. She's going to say, okay, well, we can't do that because, or moms can't do that because they will be giving up the game that they have to run, and they might need to run it on another man. And so
yeah, the opposite happened with me.
Say that again.
I said the opposite. My mom told me about how women are, and some of the women weren't about nothing, because I was talking to a westernized East African woman one time. She said, this woman ain't about nothing, or this woman, there's something's off about her. And then I found out that she dated a past ex-gang member and stuff like that, and she went to jail or something, because I think she told me the story, basically she was she met this guy hotel or whatever. She tried to clean up. I guess she didn't know the dude was a drug dealer or whatever it was or something like that. Then she ended up going to jail or something like that. But yeah, and I think that I didn't know all this. She looked this stuff up, looked the woman up, and she saw that in the records, and I was like, oh damn, I didn't even know that. So and like I said, she was a westernized East African woman that grew up in America. So, I don't even consider them they're not real East Africans in any way or something like that but I was saying that, so, and I think that she understands that, that the problem is why I choose not to mess with the westernized women. And even when I was go to this Eritrean restaurant, and the guy was saying he wanted to hook me up with one of his I think cousins or something. No, not cousin. I guess cousins, younger cousins. He's owning a restaurant, and I was talking to the Eritrean woman. She was saying, these westernized these African women, they're not really a lot of them just ain't marriage material now. You know what I'm saying? And I even know the Eritrean woman she has a son. And her son is only 18 years old, and he's talking to a woman that's in Eritrea right now. So and she was saying that, and I was saying, so that's how bad it is, huh? So it's not just Black Americans. It's people of all ethnicity. Whether they're Hispanic, they grew up here in America or whatever. They grew up in the culture. So a lot of them are seeing the problems. So that's basically what I was saying. I think I got lucky because I mean I never had even though I'm in my late 30s, you know, I'm born in the 80s and stuff like that. I never got caught up with, I never had no kid or nothing like that. I think because Black chick was saying to me that like, oh, you don't really fit the stereotype. I don't think you don't seem like a dude that's into, sisters. You probably into light girls or other ethnic groups. So I think that's what saved me. I guess because I didn't really fit the street stuff. Because also I was in special ed, even though they try to, they put. I should never been there anyway because I'm graduating my master's degree in May and stuff like that. So yeah, so I think I didn't get socialized into the madness in the way how most dudes is. I think something by me not fitting into a certain stereotype. I wasn't whitewashed either, but I had had some relatives that was in that street life too. So I know about the street life, even though I wasn't in it. So I think that's what kind of saved me from a lot of this baby mama drama and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because I got overlooked or something. But yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know what you have given to the culture? I mean, the toxic culture. Do you know what you gave to the toxic culture, Mr. Selassie? Can you hear me?
Say?
Do you know
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what you gave to the toxic culture?
You know what I gave to the toxic culture?
I mean, are you aware of what you gave to the toxic culture?
No, I'm not. I mean, aware of something like that. Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you. I mean, you said I'm aware of what. I mean, what I gave to him. I guess I don't know. It's like I don't know because I think in the Black community, I think sometimes like if you're not whitewashed or you don't fit like the hood thing, they don't know what to do with you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I sound.
Yeah, they call you. They basically
yeah, because
they just the same. It's the same. It was the same deal with me. I'm dark skinned. I'm tall. I don't smile much, but the difference is I'm not like them. I don't. Let me just put you this way.
It's always the extremes.
Exactly. It's always the extremes. Like I grew up with a mother and a father. My mother is a microbiologist. My father is a certified welder and a crane operator.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, did you hear a sound effect a little while ago, Jason?
What was the sound effect?
I'll play it again.
Oh, the smack.
That's what you gave to the Western culture. And by choosing to build your future and other generations with somebody from back home, you literally gave the smack with your genitals. Literally. So you've literally taken your junk and you smack the toxic culture across the face with. Mm-hmm. Because what you're pretty much saying is, and you have satisfied the strictest of requirements in doing so. Now, I'm sorry, you satisfied about the fourth strictest because you pretty much said, oh, I can keep it Black and still not keep it toxic because I'm going to go back to the motherland and find someone that's not with that toxic BS. And you're sidestepping the ones that start to follow the wicked ways of the West and the wicked witches of the West. You sidestepping them. You see that they're there. They're from the same place, but they still follow the worst culture and make the worst decisions. So you see it, you identify it, you sidestep it. So you were actually beating the gynocracy at its own game, you see. They come up with these conditions and you're supposed to satisfy it. And you said, okay, all right. I'm actually going to satisfy those conditions. I'm going to satisfy the ones you said, but not the ones that you know better than to ever say out loud. And then you get someone else. And see, that's the reason why they step up and then they say, well, see, no, you need to get somebody that's not from East Africa. You need to get somebody with 4C hair, wide noses, big lips. You're dodging those women by going to East Africa, even though in East Africa, they have every phenotype, not just one. They're still acting like it's only one phenotype that's what they call more European. And so that they can try to shame you into going back towards, if you don't hate yourself, then you're going to go back towards the American sister. But then there are other guys that go towards West Africa and they get someone that's traditional, or South Africa, where they're still Bantu and they get someone.
Man.
And so what they're doing.
That's a stereotype. Yep.
And so you're in a nutshell, you have actually seriously frustrated the dating coaches and the gynocracy that tries to tell you where you're supposed to go. And eventually, you keep doing this, and other brothers keep going other places. They're going to have to either come out and say, okay, you know what, you've actually satisfied the conditions that we said, or they got to come out and say, no, you need to stay right here in America and deal with specifically the 4C hair, wide nose, big lips, and also she has to be fat, and also she has to have a bad attitude, or you hate yourself. They're going to have to move the goalpost, and you're forcing them to do that. Well, at this point, if they do either one of these, then it's a concession. It's clear as day that they lost and that they drove you away.
Exactly.
And you're proving that it's not us driving them away, they drove us away.
Yeah, and they'll try to use colorism and all this type of stuff because attractive dark-skinned women are not having problems dating. And like, the lady I'm dealing with were all dark. The East African women I dealt with was dark. Even one that was westernized, she didn't have those features or something like that. She can just look like a regular Black American. I mean, something else. Some Habashas think I'm East African or something like that because those features, it's not about the features. They use that as an excuse or the colorism because it's a lot of dark-skinned Somalian chicks. There's some that don't have the pointy nose, some that have more of a broader nose, something like that. So all that mess is just a bunch of we call it shaming tactics and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Because these same Black women, they doing this swirling mess, right? You know what I'm saying? But it's no problem for them to swirl, get a guy from Nigeria or whatever. It's no problem. But thing is, people want to control Black dudes. What they do.
Yeah, because who you dating?
So I mean, all it is the shaming tactics, and they just hypocrites, man. So.
Mm-hmm. And in a nutshell, see, remember years ago, and see, Mr. Slicer, you're going to remember this. Now, LOM, you were or you're based in North Carolina. So do you live where there are a lot of Liberians?
A lot of Liberians. I see them from time to time.
Okay. Yeah. All right, then. So you guys are probably both familiar with this. You all may remember a time when African-American women looked down on men from the continent and wouldn't give them the time of day unless they were rich princes.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Now, what are they doing? They're looking for men from the continent. So, because even though they're saying to you, well, don't let these women use you for a green card, that's really all they're using you for. Even when you're not taking them to the States, they'll say this to you, but they're looking for these men so that they can have they can use ICE to control these men. Why did that trend change? It's not only that they're now going for the more original man because of the perceived masculinity and alphaness, whether he's American or from the continent or from the Caribbean. And actually, that's one thing I'm glad to see. I'm glad to see that they're willing to now include brothers that have the more original look. I'm not upset about that. It makes sense anyway. But they're also looking for men that they can control. And that's why they're either going to pick the itness who's got felonies and can't get anything in his name, or they're going to pick the man from abroad who they think they can use immigration to control, and maybe they can and maybe they can't. But that's still the idea. Because see, when they're sitting in these hair salons talking to each other, they're being quizzed by each other and quizzing each other. Well, girl, what do you have on him if he decides to do this, that, and the other? And one of the things they can say is, oh, girl, my man's from Jamaica, so, if he acts up, I just call ICE. Or oh, girl, he got felonies, so I get up on his face, slap him around anything. He does one thing, 911. He hit me. So it's always, they're bragging about how they can control a man. It's always that. And see, one of the things that they were able to say previously was for thinking Black men, well, he does make the money, but I can control him with this punani because he ain't never had none. And I got him raising my baby daddy's kids. Now we're becoming conscious, and they're saying, oh, I can't say that anymore because they know that game. So I got to say something else, you see. And they're running out. They realize that as we go abroad, they know we don't hate the men in these countries. When we go to Colombia, we don't look down on the Colombian men. We don't look down. You don't look down on Ethiopian men, Mr. Selassie. And Pharaoh, when you went to Russia, you didn't look down on Russian men. They know that we don't mind telling these other men what the game is back in the West. Because you're going to have men from these places that say, look, man, I'm in 3 months, I'm about to move to your country, man. What you recommend? What you going to say? Watch out for them, watch out for Western women. They're going to run game on you. And these are the games they run. You know, you're going to tell them, keep your nose clean. Don't get no felonies. Keep everything in your name, live a disciplined lifestyle, and don't let them come to you and get you to rely on them for anything, because if they do, they control you. You're going to tell them the game. And they realize that's going to dry up. As soon as they became open to giving non-American or non-Western men a shot that weren't wealthy princes, because then they could control them, or they thought they could, we drive that game up. Yeah, they're going to be upset. Yeah, they're going to be ticked off. And that's part of why it is that they don't go after these dating coaches like you would think. I mean, in the early 2000s, if a man was a dating coach, women hated him. Now they're sitting up saying nothing at all about them. You know, they're not going in on these. They're not going in on well, Steve, for instance. They're not going in on Steve. They're not going in on the former U.S. Army soldier, the combat veteran, as one example. They're not even going on. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll put it in. I'll type it in a private chat, because I did say that I wasn't going to mention his name just to be mean, but I'm gonna put it in a private chat.
I was about to say, you can give out an example. Probably don't say his name, but I'll say it like this.
Okay,
Mr. Dom Game Division. That's all I'll say.
Okay. Oh, him. Yeah, Mr. The fucking monkey. Just go on there.
And see, that's another thing too, is that I'm not doing this out of a personal hatred. I'm not even doing this out of that. And that's one of the other reasons I'm not just blasting their names out, except of course Mr. Williams, because he's the most recent example. But I'm not doing this out of even some personal hatred. It's about what it is that they've said. The fact is, really, I'm not doing this because I hate them. I'm doing this because they hate us. That's really why I'm doing this, why I'm saying this. Either they know what they're doing or they don't know what they're doing. And in either case, if they do hear this, then they're going to know. If they don't hear it, I'm not sure, but somebody's going to be coming along and telling them, even if they don't see the video, because I'm not that big. I don't even have 1,970 subscribers. I'm never going to break 2,000, and that's cool. But the point is that somebody's going to go to them and say to them, hey, yo, look, man, you reverse pimping. I mean, at the end of the day, these men have options when they leave, and it's a big old world out there. You've traveled it. Some of you have been abroad, some of you have not. And all you're saying to these dudes is stay right over here where you're being treated the absolute worst and getting the worst deal just to prove that you're really a man, because it's your fault that you're being treated this way. No, if that was the case, it wouldn't be this many men being treated this way. But in actuality, even Obsidian said 87% of cold approaches fail. When it's men approaching the women, it's an 87% failure rate. And there is no job on the planet where you can fail at something 87% and keep that job. But what the women want is for you to continue approaching them with an 87% failure rate, because even Dom Game Division said they don't like most men, but they need most men. Okay, well, that's not our problem. If they don't want most men, that's okay. But why the hell do they need most men if they don't want them? Why don't they stick to the ones that they want for the things they need? They're simply looking at the logic. And again, that's why I said yesterday on Roger's panel, black women are intelligent. When that man said that black women were stupider than other women, no, that's not true. They're smart. They just become stupid when it comes to men. That's when they turn the logic on, because they don't want to accept the reality that every other woman, every non-Western woman has to accept, which is you have to make tough choices just like the men do. What they're pretty much saying is, we're not going to make tough choices. We're going to make you make tough choices. We're going to make them artificially tough. But you don't come to us and tell us to make tough choices, even if it's not you doing it. Really, that's what that's coming down to. But, you know, you can expect a child to act like that. You can expect a child to say, no, I'm going to eat my dessert before dinner and after dinner. You don't agree with the kid, but you know why the kid is saying it. But how dare an adult turn around and say, no, you're going to feed that kid dessert now and after dinner? You see, and not only that, but how is an adult going to step in the situation and then tell you, no, you're not only going to feed them that, you're going to feed them the same cake. before dinner and after dinner. Wait a minute, they ate the cake. If they ate it before dinner, how am I going to have the cake left to give it to them after dinner? Well, you just got to figure that out if you a real man. That's what they do.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that I know with YouTuber Black Male Travels, he was saying you can't really outmax a woman culture upbringing. Like, so you know, no matter how much game you're spitting, as far as the culture thing. So a lot of these dudes, like the dating culture, is just all about based on. It's not about finding a decent relationship. It's all about just smashing. So it's all about, you know, that's it. It's not about having something that's a productive, you know, connection with a woman, and that's it. You know, so and I think that, I mean, yeah, and I think that's the that's the problem. So like like you said, they want their cake and eat it too. It's like it's almost like they in denial. You know what I'm saying? They offer you this stuff, say, oh well, ain't us, you ain't this, and they trying to present something like present something to you. It's like it's like it's like they pissing on you, but then calling it rain or something. It's like it just ain't working, man. It's just not it's just not sustainable. What we get now, what's going on in the West is just not sustainable, and it's not sustainable at all, huh?
It's not sustainable. That's true. It's not something that can last for very long. And this is something that LOM and MOT have pointed out previously, that a situation like this can't continue on. It has to collapse in on itself one day. And you almost have to prep yourself to survive a harsh jungle-like environment if you're going to stay in that location. So when I tell you black men, get your passports and go, I'm not only telling you for the sake of convenience, I'm actually telling you also for the sake of survival. You got to deal with not only a white supremacist system that in fact does hate you because you're a heterosexual black male, and it doesn't excuse being an IDNS either, but the white supremacy does exist. You got to deal with that. Then you got to deal with the fact that actually a lot of white guys ain't gonna make a lot of white supremacist decisions that are against you because they're not in that position. But a lot of sisters who are in a position are going to do it reliably. You got to deal with that. You got to deal with the application of white supremacy, sometimes more from the sisterhood of the gynocracy and matriarchy than you would have to deal with it from white folks. And then not only that, but with it being the way that it is, it's not sustainable. And so even if it's not a complete societal collapse, you may still have a situation in which the women clamor, and I shouldn't even say the women, but the overgrown little girls start clamoring for you as a bachelor to have to pay a bachelor tax to support them. That's the other thing, because there's already talk about that stuff. And in Canada, a man had a relationship and she did not marry him or live with him, and he got put on the hook for alimony because they broke up.
Yeah, it was 54. I think it was like $54,000 a month.
There you go.
Yep.
He was put on there for that big of an amount just because he had the money and they had a relationship and then they broke up. Now, as a Muslim that doesn't believe in fornication but does believe in marriage, I'm just saying that according to Canadian law, that was not fair. But they still decided to go ahead and change everything simply because, well, women and what women want, and forget about what's actually fair. This is what they want. So they awarded her that at his expense. Now, we already know these nations sometimes lead. And so while the states may not be able to just change that overnight through the courts, they still could change the legislation. You see what I'm saying? And so, unfortunately, what I'm saying is that though it may not happen overnight, you still may come upon a case where, you know what, you need to be gone because they're going to turn around and apply this to you, a bachelor's tax or alimony just because, or they'll say, well, okay, well, even if a rape accusation against you can't be proven, you still have to pay this, that, and the other. And then the point I'm making is that they could do that. It could get to a situation where they know that you want to leave, so they close the gate. They could do that. And now Cisco says in the chat that they originally gave him those payments for life, but it was reduced to 10 years on appeal. So that means he still has to pay it for 10 years. So, okay, now we're talking about $54,000 a month for 12 months I'm trying to do the math, but that's 648,000 a year. So he's going to pay 6.48 million over the course of 10 years. Doesn't matter if he loses his job.
That's
It
madness.
doesn't.
That's
You
madness.
see?
That's madness.
Exactly. And so if that happens in Canada overnight from a court ruling, that means they didn't legislate this from the legislature. It's just a court ruling. If they did this and he couldn't get it overturned on appeal, but he got it reduced, okay, then what they're going to do in the States is if they can't do it overnight on a court ruling, they're going to legislate it. And not just in the States, but they'll do it in anywhere where they can get the bachelor tax going. And the political climate is already right for something like that. In Australia, they're probably going to do that because, Australian men are pretty much saying, we're done with Australian women. Whether they're white Australian or not, they're done with Australian women. Actually, there's a going their own way movement or a large red pill awareness even in Brazil. So our brothers are going to Brazil and getting better treatment.
And it's huge.
It's
huge.
taking off.
It's huge. It's huge in Chile also.
I was just about to say Chile too. Is picking up in Chile. Let me see where else. I'm trying to remember where else. I know Canada, of course, because it's right next door. It's increasing in the UK. It is there, and I've heard that even in some parts of Eastern Europe, it's picking up. I think in Turkey it is, and I heard about one of my in-laws. I've never met him, but I heard about one of my in-laws that the family's worried about. Now they don't know about red pill stuff, but they would. I heard about his situation. He's 41, a successful physician, and he won't get married. And he lives in the States, of course. So I heard about him, and I was like, okay, it's not a part of their culture, but I recognize those signs. I recognize that. And my son recognizes that. He's like, oh yeah, he's picked up on the game. He has something to lose, and he knows what's coming down the pipe. So, how would they know that he's refusing to get married if he wasn't getting offers anyway? So why is he all of a sudden getting offers? They should be asking, did he get these offers before he became a physician? That would tell them everything they need to know. And Spec Streaming brought up a very valid point. I didn't think about this. Japan don't even have to use the term red pill. They've had the effects of it for how long now? He just brought that up in the chat if you all can see it.
You've had it for decades.
Yep. And one guy, Sandman, talked about that actually.
Yep.
Have you heard of him, Lion?
Of course.
Okay. All right. That's right. You've mentioned him before. I'm sorry. You've mentioned him before. And I actually heard you years ago. Like, I'm trying to think. I think I might have heard you talk even back as far as 2012. I think that was your voice I heard, but I didn't have a channel back at that time. I was still living in the States. Did you have your channel at that point?
I'd say 2013, 2014. That was also around the time when Paul Proteus was putting out content.
Okay. All right then. So that means that I first heard your. That means I first heard your content about. I think I first heard it in 2015 or 2016. That might have been when I first heard it then. Now at the time, I actually thought when I first heard you, I heard you say something about Klingon bees, and I thought, oh my God, this guy hates black folks. So I really didn't know what your full platform was because I only heard it a few times as it came up in my feed. But then it was about 2017, I think it was, that I started to hear more of the platform and see exactly what it was that you were talking about. But Sandman mentioned how in Japan what's happened is that, as a matter of fact, Sandman said that in Japan, the men have already become herbivores, and they pretty much just leaving the women alone because they're not going to satisfy the materialism with today's economy. And he said that the women really don't even fibagog because while they're young, they're still chasing the same few men, and they're getting them. They're only getting screwed, but they're getting these guys. And so they're not really even concerned until it's too late for them. So they're never learning their lesson, and it's a continuous cycle for each generation because the older ones today are not telling the young ones today to wise up before they get old. They're just letting each age group is letting the other one get old and learn the lesson when it's too late. And so,
it's doing it's a disservice.
They all going in the buzzsaw pretty much.
They're just and they're not passing it back. ain't saying nothing to the next one. So
exactly. And now their fertility is pretty much evaporating.
Yeah, they passed the point of no return. Actually,
Yep. Yeah, they're gone. Yeah.
They have there's a dip to this already dipped to a low past which no civilization has ever recovered. And so, and they've had documentaries on it even amongst themselves. I mean, I saw the English translations of some on YouTube about that, how they're not marrying and they're not even fornicating. They're not even having babies.
The birth rate is real low because Japan.
Continue.
Yeah. Continue. Hold on. Let me see if he's still in. Okay. Yeah. Your microphone's on, Selassie. Can you say that again, though?
Damn. Let me see.
Yeah. So so Spec Streaming says that the Central Bank of Japan created that crisis. The married men work 60 hours for minimal pay, and the wife spends all the cash. And you know what? That is an issue there.
Yeah.
So they're working the married men to death. So
Chilo,
there's no time for anybody.
Chilo culture, and I think like Korea, there's a whole bunch of single women in Korea,
South Korea,
that's going on. There's going on and stuff like that.
And they're also
like Korea and Japan. Korea and Japan is more westernized than like Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Than like like Thailand and we call it the Philippines and stuff like that because like Korean. Yeah. So I think that that's basically what they were they were doing. Like the Middle East and Africa is more conservative than Korea and the Philippines. The Korea and Japan and stuff like that. So yeah, I think that's what's going on with them because they heard they have to get other people from other nations to repopulate Japan. They were saying in the future because the birth rate is so low, and I think that's what's going to happen here in America. The birth rate is going down low because there's already 50% of Black millennial guys don't even have any kids. They're not marrying and have any kids, so they're not producing this stuff. So we're going to be headed down that starting to head down the same path.
Yeah. If Japan has to import people soon, and I actually kind of hope that they do, to be honest.
But if they do, but the thing is, if they do, then their culture will disappear.
Yeah, and I don't hate the culture or love it. I'm neutral about their culture, but for them, that is bad news. I wouldn't mind it. I would gladly, if they're offered visas for educated people, I say, yeah, you know what, sure, I'll go there. I'll teach English to the locals. In person for half the day, and then I'll teach online to anybody, anywhere for the other half the day. Just, let me get one of those nice homes outside the city and let me and my wife and my children live in peace. And they don't interfere with me earning money and saying my prayers. I wouldn't bother anybody, but it is bad news for them. It's true. I mean, their culture is going to disappear, and there's no reason that they should be okay with that. I can't bring the Japanese culture with me. It's not an option. It's not that I hate them. I just can't do it. And so it is something that somewhat sucks for them. But that means that they're going to have to fix what it was in the culture. And it's not just them, but anyone that has a culture that could get to this point has to fix what that mechanism is that allows it. So that they wouldn't have to get to this point. This is a warning to every culture. Whatever's in the culture that is not sustainable, you're just going to have to change it. And it's better for you to change it on your own than for someone else to pressure you to change it under their terms. And so we Black folks, that's one thing I can say. We're having this discussion. We're splitting we're splitting our community along those lines. And there's going to be a contingent of us that says, well, if something's not working, it's not sustainable, we're going to fix it. Like with this hybristophilia, it was institutionalized amongst us. And now we're sitting up saying, you know what, screw that, it's not sacred, and don't try to bring nature into it. You don't want to chump, you don't want to push over, nobody does, but you're not going to use nature to justify hybristophilia for human beings. We're not exactly. We're not elements, we don't tournament mate, that's not how we do it. We people, and we're gonna stay this way. So you hybristophiles and idness and those of you who believe that you're monkeys, go on over there and stay there, and we're gonna be people over here.
Exactly.
And so at least we're having that. The sad thing is that this is what the Japanese could have learned from. If this was known, if this split and argument and dichotomy was known, the Japanese could learn from that and say, okay, whatever it is not working now. Well, at least we can see how this group of people is taking the initiative to change the culture themselves and not letting their oppressors do it for them. And so they didn't pick up on it. But if they do import people, it might behoove the Japanese for us to be the main ones that go in, because then at least they could say, okay, well, these are the people who actually do self-introspection. This is the contingent of Black folks that self-introspected. The ones they left behind are back there stateside. We scared to go over there, but you can see how they introspected and changed it themselves instead of letting someone else come along and do it. And that might be, it may work out for them. There's that slim hope. I'm not optimistic, but if they challenge that, they might have been able to do it. Now, Spec Streaming says the JBW phenomena. What does JBW stand for? If any one of you in here knows, you can tell me. And if Spec Streaming, if they don't, then you can type it in. I don't mind. Because I haven't heard of it really, but I don't know what JBW means. I only know what you're talking about because you explained it just now. Just be white. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Yes, but even that is not sustainable. I mean, those days are number two, because you see that in the Philippines. I don't think you can retire there anymore. They got tired of certain white people going there and just planting their seed and just leaving.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. And you know what I noticed about the Philippines, guys? Every time, the Philippines is one place where they actually prefer Black men to white men when it gets down to it. According to what the guys who have been there have told me.
I could definitely see that, because I think like Dennis Rodman's father is over there right now.
Okay, all right.
I can see that.
Okay, so that tells me something right there. See, I got colleagues here. They're also English teachers, or they were, and a few of them have stories about the Philippines and Thailand. Two of them have been used pretty much just for the money. But you guys, I got colleagues that are brothers too, whether they're from the States or from the UK or even from the motherland. Some of them have married women from Southeast Asia, largely the Philippines, and they have said that they were treated better than anybody. They were treated better than they'd ever been treated before. So in terms of how these different men are actually being treated, I'm seeing a pattern there where white guys are getting used in many cases, except for one guy, but he's actually a very nice guy. And then the other ones who felt that they were, they felt that being white was a status in and of itself, they're being taken. And it's just about the money, or they had to stop. I'm seeing that happen in Southeast Asia. And that's one of the reasons why I've been saying to brothers, look into Southeast Asia and actually don't go into places where they have not shown us respect. Like, for instance, India. LOM, you said in the chat earlier, Black men need to leave India alone. And
the air pollution, over there, the attitude is jacked up.
Mm-hmm. And when you have a woman that likes Black men in India, I'm not saying they don't exist, but how is the family going to act? How's she going to be treated? Are they going to allow things to be easy for y'all? That's actually something to look at. So we have a reason, and part of Black men having standards means that we have the right to say to pretty much the world, any of you who come from people who have not respected us previously need to stay the hell away from us now and stop trying to use us for our money or our genitals. We don't trust that. And that's why I've been saying what I've been saying. Avoid certain areas, not to ding-a-ling police, but simply to say, well, look, we have the right to have standards. This is good practice to show these standards. How have your people treated us and respected us? You know what? Okay, y'all stay over there. I don't hate you, but you stay there. Unless you're willing to separate from your own people. Okay, you over here, you all have actually treated us fairly before. You have a history of it, and you're not a society that's ever been against us. So you know what? We can sit down and talk and work this thing out. Now, what do you need from me? And here's what I need from you. You need me to sustain the household, and okay, I need you to bend over this couch and cook me some good food, and give me a hug when I come home from work. Okay, we can work that out then. All right, and your in-laws are cool because they don't have any historical grudge against us. You see, that's the difference, and that's really all I was trying to get at earlier. But maybe I was wrong, but I was just trying to give an educated opinion based on what I've been seeing as I've been able to travel around. You know, Malaysia and Indonesia, they're not like going into, let's say, China or India, where they look down on us. Let's see here. Spec streaming, you say for the young black man to relocate. What I know of spec streaming, to answer your question, is it largely depends on what you actually believe, to be honest with you, because religion does play an important role when you leave. If you are a Christian, I would recommend some parts of the continent, and then I'd recommend the Philippines. If you don't really care about faith one way or another, Thailand and some parts of the continent. If you are Muslim, then like in my case, then Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, the southern Philippines, maybe southern Thailand along the border with Malaysia, and of course, certain parts of the continent. Now, I'm telling you what I've heard, spec streaming. Matter of fact, Mervin, you've been waiting patiently for a while. Do you have anything to contribute to spec streaming's questions about where young black men should locate?
Oh, hey, brother. I'm actually working and I'm listening, but I guess, guys have to travel and see where they feel they fit in. I think your advice is real good. One thing you can do is, look at look at the situation, your finances, and how far away you want to be. And, further you go, the more air travel is. If the wife has an emergency or you have an emergency, you need to come back, it's more money. So just have to think of all that. But I'm going to mute the phone for a minute, okay?
Okay, fair enough. All right. And
like mine?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, as far as Indian women, I know now Indian women from Sri Lanka or something like that, they don't have any problems with brothers. They're like, if they're dark skinned, if they're Christian. Now some of these I've seen a brother, he's a PhD student or something like that. He helps me sometimes with one of my papers and stuff. Now he's with a girl that's Nepalian from Nepal, but she's like a PhD student. Like they'll get with brothers that are like what do you call it, like medical, like doctors or working on like engineers. They usually meet them in universities, right? That's how they usually meet, like these Indian women or Nepalian women or Bangladesh. Now they go for that. They're Christian, but a lot of them are. There's a lot of anti-blackness in their culture, but that's what I've noticed. Now I went on a date with Indian chick, but she was like kind of westernized Indian chick, and some of them usually go for white boys though. But that's how I usually work with that community. But in general, they kind of stick to their own or something like that. And as far as like the Indian women or something like that, but as far as like Asian women in general, it's usually the Southeast Asian women like Thailand or Philippines or Malaysian or something that go for brothers like Chinese, Korea. It's like hit or miss. It's hit or miss with them. It's kind of hit and miss with them. They kind of have a little bit more anti-blackness, in them or something like this. So, but that's from my observation from here, from being in like grad school and school and all that type of stuff. So you run into a lot of international type women. Huh? So yeah,
I never.
Yeah. So that.
I mean.
Yeah. So I think that.
Oh, keep going.
That's for my experience, and the guy that he's messing with, Nepalian women, she's more like a darker skin type of chick from Nepal. So I mean, it can happen, but it's rare. I mean, it does happen every now and then, but it's more rare. They usually go for a white dude, quicker than black dude. But and I'm saying it does happen, but it happened, but it doesn't. It's more rare though, but it does happen. But
Okay, then so yeah, it does change from place to place. It's true that there has to be a variation in attitudes towards us. it can't be the exact same everywhere. And one of the things is that when you get out of the states, like I was shocked to see that in the Middle East, there is no such concept of racial hatred, even though they have some anti-black ideas. They always center around beauty, not around our humanity. So I mean, they just take for granted white's more beautiful than Arab or black. They call themselves white for the most part, but they're not dangerous to us at all. And I would not have known that if I had not come here. And so we do have to keep in mind that while there is a type of international anti-blackness, it doesn't mean that the rest of the world is as dangerous for us as the United States is in terms of just how you relate to other races. So we have extra reason to go. I mean, on one hand, you leave the States, you don't have to fight with the woman that comes from the same historical background as you, genetically and culturally. That's one thing. You don't have to fight with them. Whether they're there or not, you don't have to fight them. And then secondly, everybody ain't necessarily your enemy. People actually do give you an individual chance for the most part. What's happened is that sometimes they've seen bad stuff on TV, then they say you, and you're just working your job, and then they actually begin to have discussions with you just to see what was true and what's not about the TV. And when they find out that the TV's lying, they come and they tell you, I'm sorry, I thought that the TV was right about this, and you've actually been vastly different, and I wish I hadn't believed it. I was shocked when that happened to me here. I was when I was new here, and I remember the family that took me in the first city I lived in. It was a tribe, so to speak. And we just hung out, vibed, and they fed me multiple times because of the rules about hospitality. So I flipped it on them, and I said, well, look, my dad knows that y'all been feeding me, so he's giving me a command that I have to feed you all. That's what it took for them to let me feed them in exchange. But eventually they said, well, look, you've been so nice, and it's nothing like what we've seen on the television. We're sorry that we believe this stuff, but we had nothing else to go on. It was one of them his name means John in Arabic when you translate it. It was one of them that really told me this because he could say it in English. And so, I mean, I'm not the only one to go through this. Others have been through something similar. And so it's like on one hand, they don't mind using the word slave to describe you, and that's not okay. And I get on their behind about it. But by the same token, you don't go through the dehumanization from other people that you will go through in the States from not only white supremacists, but even from black folks that stereotype each other. It's not there. You're not, you come here, you're not just a dingleman. You go to, you come over here and you're not just entertainment and for dancing and singing and for athletic ability. Even if they think that you're better at these things naturally, they don't reduce you to that, like what happens even in our own neighborhoods in the States. Just as an example, validation is not only based on that, and that's why it is that I can't forgive these reverse pimps, these plantation reverse pimps. It's because they're pretty much saying, stay over here, not only where Boom Chic and Bonquisha gonna beat you down and tell you that you're worthless unless they can use you, but you better not use them, but also because they're telling you to stay where you're automatically stopped from ever being in a position of equality in many cases.
In other words, those reverse pimps would also be guilty of crabbing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, grabbing you and pulling you right back in the bucket.
Yep.
And so that's what they're doing. They're pretty much saying, don't you run for freedom. And I don't know, guys. Maybe if enough of us did not listen, maybe they would get the government to just stop issuing passports and keeping people in the States. I don't know if that would happen or not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that would really be the case, because it really does seem like not only a vested interest in the plantation, but an escalating one. That
I mean, I don't think that will. The problem with that, I don't think like a vast majority of dudes is going to go out and do that, because some brothers cannot adjust to a traditional culture. So, and I think that, outside the West, so I don't think it's going to be like that much of a splurge. I think it's only certain type of dudes that would deal with other cultures or something like that. So it's like, a dude that can, that deal with that. And as far as the Arab women, I think like like women from, I would say, like the Moroccan. I mean, the Moroccan women. From what I mean, I guess I only can say from what I experienced in the state, Moroccan women are really into like black dudes, but like most black dudes are not Muslim, so dealing with the Arab women, I guess the Muslim brothers, but the Arab women, I know as far as like the Arabs culture itself, like they don't have a problem, like what I've heard, they don't have a problem with Black Americans, but they have problems with the Africans, because as soon as they hear, oh, he's American, okay, we can't mess with him. But like I know that a lot of East Africans and Filipinos have problems with some of those Arabs and some of those Gulf countries where you have domestic workers coming from East Africa or Philippines or something like that. Like my lady, she never did that. She's educated, so I mean, she's like accountant. She's an accountant. So my thing is, another thing is, they assume that any woman that comes from Western culture is poor and dying and all that type of stuff and all this messed up. I was like, that's just not true, because like I know an Ethiopian chick that was in one of our groups. Shoot, man, her house was probably just as good as some Americans' house, and she was like more upper class in Ethiopia or something like that. So and so this thing about like that all women from non-Western country, they all poor and dying and like flat, and I'm saying that's some bullshit, man. But like, I mean, sorry, excuse my language, but yeah, but
Well, they have to push this whole idea of the poverty of the third world automatic, or the poverty of really pretty much everywhere outside of the exact same countries that ironically have the worst misandrist feminism out there. I mean, India has that. They're getting red pilled in India, and it doesn't even have that sort of it doesn't even have that economy that you would expect to have. But just like you had men that were out there raping women, and this was a thing, it's like they retaliated against every man. And what is it, 50% false allegation rate that they can prove? That's what they know about.
Yep.
So they are, and I know that this was a problem a long time ago amongst the upper class. I went to school with a guy from India back in the 90s, late 90s, when I was in Atlanta. One of my schoolmates he was 2 years ahead of me, but he was from India. And he told me how when he was growing up, if his sister hit him, his mother did not interfere. But if he hit his sister, his mother got on him. And he said his mother was not unloving or anything, but she was a straight up feminist. She really believed in that stuff. Now, he had to have been born about 74 or 73, I think. That's when he had to have been born. So this means that by the time the 80s started, it was already entrenched well enough amongst the upper class up there. So I know he was, I know it's been going on for longer than what we think, but they have to put this narrative out there that every country has, it looks like one of those feed the children commercials.
Yeah, they have to do that too. That's pretty much what they did in the Roman Empire. Like Rome is the light of the world. Anything outside of Rome, they're a bunch of barbarians. Same shit, different day. It's just
yeah. And I think too. Yeah, you're right. And I think I know. And what happened is some East African countries shut down that adoption, white people adopting these kids, and they found they was molesting these some of these kids.
Yep.
And one chick I know that got adopted, she got like I ain't gonna say a name of a girl that I know, something like that, got adopted, and and one of them got molested, and basically, and she's all messed up, and like all got messed up by that. And some of these kids that get adopted from these white people, they get and some of these white people doing all type of weird shit, man, and doing all type of stuff. And I think there's one girl from East Africa ended up dying because they didn't feed her and stuff. And thing is too, in Africa, they don't want black folks connecting with the continent or the diaspora, because because I remember, I don't know, remember Fields from the advisory show? He went there and he had his Black Panther shirt on. They were saying like, they just gave him a strange look. And I remember a Basha girl was telling me that it was some white guy, American dude,
We're saying, oh, I don't want to talk about racism. I don't want to deal with it or something like that because they don't want us to go over there and tell them how some of these white people really are here in America.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So black, yeah. So basically, and when some of these Africans do come here, immigrants, they come here for, when they come here for what do you call it, immigration, they'll say, oh, don't hang around those black Americans, don't hang around, don't hang around these people or something like that, because some of these people they get from there are coons. So some of the people that come here from the country, you can't judge some of these people based on here, because some of these people are kind of coons. Some of the Africans that do come here sometimes are coons, and you can't really judge them like, oh, Africans don't like black, something like that. So that's not really the case. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, it's in the sense that like so there's a lot of propaganda mess that's going on, and and even with the West, even with the we call it that the stuff that went on in what was the country, East African country, Rwanda, the genocide that was influenced by the West. Like like a lot of them were saying, oh, don't fool with the Houthis and the Tutsis and stuff. They instigated. It's like a lot of these, sometimes civil war, sometimes influenced by the West. It's not like, oh man, this stuff going on. So there's a lot of stuff going on, man.
Well, there was one other thing you mentioned about how they don't want us to go and tell them. Yeah, you said that they don't want us to go abroad and tell them about how white folk really are. That really is the truth. My own former mother-in-law saw that when she went to visit Ghana back in the 60s. She said, by that point, you already had a lot of white Americans in the upper class neighborhoods there. And that whenever they met an African American, they would say, well, so are you here to tell them about how bad Whitey is? Now, my mother-in-law said that when she came across that, the first time this lady said that, she said to her, you goddamn right, I'm here to tell them that you're no good and that you're here to steal the resources. And that the word quickly spread.
You for real, man?
That's what she told me. And she said
that sounds like something off a movie, man.
Yeah, it does. But she had gone to visit and see, see the homeland. And then she went to a gathering in one of the nicer neighborhoods, and there was a white American lady there. And she said that the white American lady didn't notice my mother-in-law till she heard my mother-in-law speak, and she realized she's African American. And then she asked her that, and my mother-in-law didn't realize that the white lady was American till she spoke. But once they had heard each other's accents, and my mother-in-law heard the question, she said, yeah, she just went ahead and got smart with her right off the bat because she didn't know her. They didn't know each other. And she just right off the bat, are you here to tell them about how bad white folks are? You're damn right. I'm here to tell them you're here to steal the resources. And that the word spread. But the Ghanaians drew even closer to my mother-in-law from what she said. But that other white folks, when they saw her, it's like they knew who she was. They would get quiet or they would move away.
Yeah.
From that point on.
She get meddlesome, yeah.
And it is, I can say that is the case because see, over here where I am now, if they ask me about America and they ask me about race relations, then I tell them. I don't necessarily bring it up unless they ask me why I didn't stay in the States. But I don't hide it from them either if the subject comes up. The problem was that in the first town that I was in, which is smaller, it became an issue, not because the people didn't want to hear it. They just didn't believe it at first. But then 2016 happened. Y'all remember the summer of 2016 and the protest. Y'all were there in the States, right? I was in the States during the summer of 2016 I left to go back to work right before those protests got started. So both men had already been shot at this point. And so a few days after that was when I had to go back to work and teach the summer courses. But that's when the people in that town said, yo, Black, we're sorry, we didn't believe you, man. Apparently it really is bad over there. And what wound up happening was that there were some people that said to me, well, they really want to know what's going on in the States firsthand. They're going to have questions for you. But one of the American administrators here said, don't discuss this with any family members of the dean of the university. And then unfortunately, his son began to come and ask me questions, you see.
Yeah.
And so there was, you could see that there was a conflict there. There was some that were curious, but there were a few that said, look, we're not asking you to lie. We just don't want you to talk about it to so-and-so. But you know, there really is this effort that a lot of them, that some of them have. When they come over here, a few Canadians, but mostly white Americans and white South Africans, do try to push that propaganda that their people made the world what it is and that they're on top. They do try to push that. And if you tell the Arabs what they're really like and they find out about it, they will try to challenge you. That does exist. And they will start to make up things about you to try to get you to lose your job because they don't want their people to be exposed. That is true. There is a fear they got of being exposed in other places. And
Yeah, it's true. But at the end of the day, they're going to be completely exposed and they won't be able to hide themselves. I mean, it's just that's just the way it is. You know what I mean? And the truth hurts, but lies can kill.
That George Floyd thing blew stuff open, man, because I had like I said, one of my friends, I have a good friend that's Ethiopian. I know a lot of Africans, so they mailed me. It's like, oh, you see what's happening, this George Floyd thing. And my thing is that and the thing is that because my thing is once you present like the argument and the truth, truth to them and you bring it to them, okay, they'll get it. And I think what happened with me, because when I was in undergrad, I had there was a lot of Africans that was in my undergrad, so I got to really understand African culture because a lot of people don't even think that. It's like, I'm AOS or something, even though my father's side, I found out they came over here from somewhere like Madagascar or something like that, or something. That's why a family reunion. I don't know if this is true. I had to get a DNA test, but they were so-called free blacks or something like that.
Are you talking about the whole people that were in Madagascar?
Something like that. Yeah. So
they were free blacks. I believe there were free blacks on that island. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. That's what I've heard. But what I'm saying is that in a sense, the thing is because they want to divide these black ethnic groups and fight among each other, so there's no unity. Because I would say that's why this 8OS thing is this whole 8OS thing is a problem, because it's in a sense that I would say that because that Vail Cornett and stuff, what's her name? Vail Cornett that's running this stuff. I think that's funded by, because what I've heard some dudes telling me that the white, the government has something to do with pushing this, or amplifying this 8OS movement too, because they know that by blacks being divided, not coming together, even though they do say black immigrants, because there's not that many black immigrants to begin with here in America, or some majority. And they say, oh, they're getting a job, and some 8OS people, oh, they're getting this and stuff like that. And I'm thinking and most of the black folks that do come over either refugees or they usually elite, because Nigerians come here already educated to begin with. So, or Ghanaians come here as educated class to begin with. Yeah? There's usually no poor West Africans coming here. Maybe it might be refugees from Somalia or from Ethiopia or something like that that came over here in the 70s and 80s or something like that. So that's what happened with that. But the thing is, they don't want the 8OS people we call it to connect. And I think that same way with some Jamaicans and stuff, they come in, oh, some black folks are lazy, some of them can be a little aggressive, Nigerians or something like that. But the Haitians are pretty cool and stuff like that. So, because like I said, I understand these other black immigrants, because I went to school with some of these, at the university, so I understand how the culture operates. So I think that if you educated black dude, I've been around African, and if you don't carry yourself a while, they won't have a problem with you. If you don't fit no stereotype, these black immigrants, or something like that, usually won't happen too, especially if you have knowledge about the culture. So it's you have knowledge about African history, culture, Like with me, some of them don't even think that I'm like, I'm African American or whatever or something. They think, some of them think I'm African because I carry myself in a certain way. I don't fit that stereotype. So the fact of the matter is, we don't spend time to try to get to know other different Black cultures. Outside that, that's the problem. You don't find them to get to know other cultures. But the thing is, we don't want to know about the white culture and all that stuff. The thing is, we've been programmed by white supremacy is that like another African ethnic group won't marry another African immigrant, like a Yoruba won't marry Igbo or something, but they'll marry a white person quicker than their own ethnic, because that's some of them still got colonized minds. So now, so now that's messed up. You'll marry this this colonizer, this white pasty pale European or something like that, but then like another African ethnic group all want you know what I'm saying? So that's just some colonized white supremacy stuff, or like some of these Black gangster dudes who get all rough, and then soon as the white man come around, I ain't doing that. So okay, sir. Oh yes, sir. But you talk all this hard talk and all this mess to another brother, and that shows you that how some of us got effed up by some of this. You bring all that hood stuff, man, talk all that mess or something like that. So and even with the hood culture, they some of these hood dudes assume that dudes that with the school don't know nothing about the street, because a lot of Black dudes got like a family member in the street, and like he can't fight. I seen non-hood dudes get their ass whooped. I mean, I've seen hood dudes get their ass whooped by a dude that wasn't in the streets like that. That don't mean you can't fight. You know what I'm saying? So it's like all that hyper masculine, like, oh man, I'm a dude, I run things and all that stuff. That's some BS, man. It's like like I said, yeah, man, it don't mean you can't fight. You know what I'm saying? So I think that like we call Lennox Lewis or something. He was I don't think he was no thug or something, but he can fight. Even like what Bruce Lee went to college or something like that. But he went to school or something. But so all that mess is a bunch of bull, man. Huh?
Yeah, I've never really had to deal with that shit neither, because for one thing, I was tall in school and they never really came to me with that crap, so I never had to pull it with that.
Yeah. Even with me, I wasn't in the street like that. I did a little martial arts as a kid, but as a kid and stuff like that, because I was bigger than everybody else. I'm like 6'2", like 215 right now, something like that. But I was bigger than like a lot of the people that I was in high school or something like that. So I was taller. I mean, I wasn't weighing what I was weighing now, but but I was taller. But like you never had that problem. But like I said, like but so they hyped up that mess. Every dude's in the street, are tough, like something like that. Look it's like some of these rappers like Lil Wayne or something like that. Like I'm on the thugs. I mean, the dude weighed what 140. I mean, the dude gonna do. I mean, that's why a lot of dudes talk. A lot of these hood dudes talk that talk, and like that's why gunplay, right? A lot of dudes don't want to throw them hands or do all this stuff. They rather take a gun out, right?
Yeah, and the sad part is you can't fucking shoot.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So all this, this stuff that talking it is to compensate their masculinity, right? You know what I'm saying? So basically, it's to compensate. If you being all this talking, all this noise, and getting these women and stuff like that, but then these dudes have no resources. They're not doing anything, and like who you running? Like you still the white man's punk or something here in America. You ain't running nothing. You don't own nothing.
Exactly.
You're not running nothing. So all you're doing is fighting over a neighborhood that you don't own. Yeah. You don't own, and basically their lifestyle is going to go either have family members, either they got in prison or died, in early age, or they in prison. So that's the only way of lifestyle. You're gonna get killed, or you're gonna go to the hood. You're gonna go to the hood and get killed, right? You know what I'm saying? You either you go to jail or get killed. And that's why you see some of these rappers, some of these hood dudes become rappers, but you can't be a rapper and be in the streets like at the same time. You know what I'm saying? It's not happening. You ain't gonna be on the streets and still talking that mess. That's why, that's what the studio gangster thing. You ain't gonna have time for all that, man. You know what I'm saying? You can't be doing all that. So a lot of this stuff, and white people use this, capitalized off that, gangster rap that was coming out in the 90s and stuff, like, because when hip hop
Kane was about knowledge, right? It was about knowledge and black consciousness and all that. But then it transformed to all this hood culture, promoting all this stuff, because the hood culture was never the standard in black community. When you look at it, you go back from like the 60s and all this stuff and 50s, but then it became normalized because hip hop culture, like we call it gangster rap, made like street the hood tried to make the hood culture the mainstream, but hood culture is a product of poverty. It's not a product. It's not black culture. So basically, what they did, these white kids, they they got some kind of stimulation out of it, like, oh, let me kill a nigga, I mean do this. No, they got something. They say, oh, this stuff is selling, and like the white kids was getting off of it, So and like all the conscious hip hop went to the background and all this, stuff like that. Even though, like, it is some mainstream rappers that got, that talk kind of like Nas and Wu-Tang, even though they was hood, but they had knowledge, right? Nas, Wu-Tang, and stuff like that. But those rappers that grew up, with, in the late '90s and 2000s, stuff like that. So,
Yeah, I had enough. And me, my whole thing was a little bit different. I grew up when New Jack Swing was exploding. Everybody loved the sound, and I think the most, I think for me, the most popular was Bobby Brown at the time, and everybody on the East Coast loved that sound so much. Even Michael Jackson loved it, but I didn't really care for gangster rap growing up. I mean, I listened to it here and there, but it didn't drive me. I mean, everybody act like, like you're black, you must listen to rap music. I don't like listen to rap music. I listen to techno, reggae, listen to New Jack Swing. There's more genres besides gangster rap to listen to.
Yeah. You're right. Gangster rap is just one.
This hood culture thing, this gangster culture, became the standard or the alleged standard of Black America. We had to live up to that image. We had to live up to that whole thing, and it was ridiculous, man.
It's completely stupid. Yeah, it is. It just did nothing.
Right.
Yeah. And I think that's like
unpopular. It was sad that even just regular conscious rap. It's like when gangster rap came on the scene and got popular, conscious rap could not remain popular anymore. And nobody could really say, well, they didn't know how to rap. They were just worse at rapping. That wasn't even it. It succeeded in distracting the population from the conscious rap. I mean, think about it. Nobody ever said Public Enemy could not perform and they had no talent.
No, they were talented. They had some talent now. They had some talent.
I mean, even with Flavor Flav, no talent behind, they still had talent between the rest of them, But they succeeded in distracting us from the positive message.
Yep.
And so, I mean, gangster rap really did it was like another nail in an already existing coffin. But it was one more nail to it. It really did undo us to a certain extent.
It was really. What really did the rap was the West Coast and the South, because East Coast was more lyrical about consciousness. Because I was listening to AZ and Nas. See, when like Run DMC, I was born in the '80s. When like all that, I was like, with me, I don't remember all that stuff. So like that was like, when that came along was the late '90s. So when that's when. I started getting in, hearing the stuff, the whole Dr. Dre stuff, and like it was really the '90s, because the '80s. I don't even remember the '80s that well. So I'm more like '90s, early 2000s. Because even R&B music, right, was more about love. But then what happened with South and Master P came in, and like the South came in, and it was nowhere near a balance. So and when R&B, went to like the stuff we got, what do you call it, like trap music and all that stuff. So I know that right when trap music, that's when the culture really, we call it changed so fast in a short period of time. Like, I didn't think ever in my generation that the culture was changed so drastically in a short period of time. Like, what I'm saying? I'm not even 40 yet. And it went by that. I'm like, what I'm saying? So the fact that I feel like I was on the other line. I feel like I'm like 65 years old or something like that. I'm saying because I'm thinking because it's in a sense I was in a sense because the culture changed. I remember how it was, and I'm thinking what I'm saying. So it like I said, it's making me feel
older than what I am because I witnessed it and I was like, damn, I'm not even middle age yet, and I'm thinking like I'm not even 50 yet or even 40 yet. I'm like, damn, this is something like I'm like I was like I couldn't believe it where like being a whole and thought was like normalized like this like Amber Rose bust that we call it that the slept walk, and I was like I was like I was in insanity, and I was like huh. Because dudes used to like clown when I was in high school. Used to clown. Oh, she ain't nothing but a hoe. But then started being celebrated. I was like, what type of mess is this? You know what I'm saying?
Basically, the message that they're conveying is stupid is the new sexy.
Right.
Yes.
Well, I mean, that's just insanity, man. That's
it
just
is.
pure insanity.
It's getting worse and worse, man. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's getting worse. That's why I'm saying get your passport and get the hell out. Leave.
Yeah. And I remember when I was in high school, people used to say, "Oh man, that's gay," or "Man, that's gay," or something like that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know, black mind. I don't know. You a little older than me, but we used to say that it's like if something mess up, even white people say, "Oh man, that's gay, man. I ain't with that." You know what I'm saying? We used to say, not even when something that wasn't even had something about homosexuality, it wouldn't even have something to even do with homosexuality. Like we'll say something that's whack, right? Like you say, "Oh man, that that's that," or you'll say no homo or whatever or something. Like now you gotta be careful what you say, something like that. And I think that like even what you call it, like even what do you call it, the whole transgender thing and stuff like that used to be called just what do you call it, a transsexual, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's not even transsexual, it's a transgender because they found out you can't really change your sex. But in the West Coast, all gender is not socially construct and all this, terms. And when I was growing up, it was never having that. So you have on top of that, saying toxic masculinity. I mean, anything can be toxic. It's not tied to masculinity. The person is toxic no matter what gender they are.
What they do is what they're doing is they're trying to say that your nature is toxic so that you can take off your pants, put on a goddamn dress. It's sinister, it's devious, and that's the game they're playing.
Yeah. It's wicked. It's like the actress putting on what you call the woman who got the kid from Africa and Charlie Theron and trying to make it into a boy.
Yeah,
I'm thinking like
Charlie Theron.
Charlize Theron. Yeah, she's a witch.
Yeah. So when they start targeting kids, that's how you know it's ready to go to war. You got to go to war. It's going to have to be a civil war. If black dudes going to stay in the country, either like say, "Oh, F this shit," or if you're going to stay in America, you homeschool your kid or put your kid in an African center school, or either you move to in the country or remote location, or or you're gonna have to you're gonna have to do that, or like I was saying, like as soon as they start doing the kids and stuff like that, that's civil war. And I mean, if they say, "Oh, if you feel this way about homes, you can't get this job," okay, then start an online business or something like that where they can't control your income base, where they can control it. Do something, start an online business or something like that. So if they do try to fire you or they want to be on this anti-misandry black masculinity, if you're gonna stay in the West, something like that, those are strategies to use to fight against this mess, because this is a war. It's survival. Because the thing is, a lot of black folks, they only think in moments. They're not thinking like in the future. These white folks, think 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead.
Exactly. In a way, like their thoughts are deep. They plan ahead, and that's basically what I've been doing in my trade too. In fact, my trade basically forces me to plan ahead, and that's what I've been doing.
Now, Lion, you said that Charlize Theron was a witch. Do you mean literally she's practicing witchcraft, or figuratively?
A lot of the actresses in Hollywood practice that shit.
Okay, so you meant literally, and I'm not surprised. I just wanted to make sure I grasped your meaning correctly.
She's one, and so is Jennifer Lopez.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, Hollywood is wicked as hell, man. I'm like, they call it weird.
Hollywood.
They have pedophilia rings.
And
it was some kid. I don't know if you remember the movie. It was called
Corey Haim. It's Corey Haim.
Yeah, Corey Haim. Yeah, he was in that. We call it vampire movie.
Yeah, Lost Boys.
Lost Boys.
Yeah, Lost Boys or something. Yeah, I remember that stuff when I was like a kid or something like that. I mean, I think I saw that mess when I was, I think it was an 80s movie, but I The thing is, I didn't see the movie in the 80s. I saw it in the 90s, like all like the 80s stuff they were showing on TV in the 90s. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, all those type of movies I didn't see till later. But then I figured out that like he was involved, and he was saying there's like a pedophile ring going on, and you wonder like how Magic Johnson's kid is all messed up. I was thinking like I think, and I heard that Magic, what's his name, Isaiah Thomas. I heard something was saying about him, was saying that like he did some things that wasn't like all the way correct that a normal dude would do. So I'm assuming they were saying that he was involved with some, he probably could have been doing some bad stuff. You don't know what the hell this kid could have been exposed to. And even with Will Smith kids, like the only one that seemed normal was the one he had with his first wife. That's the only one that's normal. The other kids weird as hell. Like the son is like, I don't think he's bi, and I don't know what the hell is going on with their kids. Kids are weird as a mother. You know what I'm saying?
I think the daughter is lesbian, the boy is gay.
I think he's like bi. I don't know if he completely, completely. You know what I'm saying? I mean, with the woman, I don't know what the daughter. I mean, whatever it is, and that kind of seemed like it'd be a trend. That's kind of weird. And I remember I saw something where Don Cheetah. I know the actor dude was like, he was in the Marvel movie. He was promoting this transgender kid shit, and I was like, then it was like, and I was like, what the hell is this? Then the dude from like Mario, Saved by the Bell or something like that. Dude was saying, I'm not with this shit. I'm not with this transgender kid. This stuff is dangerous. And Candace Owens was on there, even though she's a coon. One thing I agree with her, she's not with that the LBGT agenda. And basically, he got all like, they try to we call it blackball him and do all this type of stuff. And and they had to shut him up. And he said, "Oh, I apologize," but he apologized, but he ain't with that shit, man. Like, a lot of normal dudes, heterosexual dudes, they ain't with all that mess. They're not with
the mafia in Hollywood. You shut them up.
Well, one thing about these Hollywood actors and executives that get into that stuff is that they do hear voices. And I won't go into how and why, but there certainly is a contingent of them that hear voices in different situations. So when they're promoting this stuff, they're hearing voices telling them to promote this stuff. If Charlize Theron is practicing that, she's heard a voice tell her to try to raise her boy as a girl. And
so you think they're fooling with so black minds? So you think they're fooling with the Illuminati, occultist practices, and like
that should be considered straight up child abuse.
I'm not sure what
Luciferian. They're messing around with Luciferian, like the black, the black arts or whatever. We call it. They're messing with. We call it the
Luciferian arts. You could say, I guess, witchcraft.
What you call witchcraft, sorcery,
occultism. That's another term.
Occultism and all that. I mean, something like. Yeah, that's what I've heard. That like the whole Illuminati stuff and messing around with.
Whenever they get and start doing these things, I don't know what name they use for it when they talk to each other about it. I'm not even sure if they even all agree on the same name. I am sure though that they're hearing voices telling them to do certain things, and they don't sleep very well if they don't do what these voices tell them. I'm sure that much I'm sure of. Now, Jaws knows what I'm talking about. And some others also know what I'm referring to. But all I'm really getting at here is that, for the most part, they do hear, they hear something, and they think they've got to go ahead and obey it. That's as much as I could say. That's really about it.
Yes,
it's kind of strange. They're on that science. Hollywood's real popular with that scienceology. And I think that, that got some weird stuff in it too, because I was thinking like that scienceology, even though I think Nation of Islam, something, I think the current form is try to borrow some stuff from it, but something is off about, about that. And I was thinking that they pushing this agenda so strong, and I'm thinking that, because I know it was a gay manifesto that was written by the 70s, and basically what they were trying to do is try to normalize this, stuff, because they knew people wouldn't try to do this. So basically is social engineering. So it's basically they want to normalize these alternative lifestyles, and basically.
Here's the thing: they want to normalize it because that's what they've been doing in secret for quite some time. They've been doing it in Europe. They've been doing it in California for a long time. For them, it's normal. In fact, that's why they joke about it in certain comedy films. One of them was Caddyshack. Another one was National Lampoon Vacation.
Yeah, you're right. You know, I think even with the transgender thing, it used to be trans. It's really trans dysmorphia because like really we call it the book where they diagnose mental illnesses. Where I know homosexuality is considered a mental illness. So basically, what they did with that was just politicize it and make it something that's normal because it really, it's really like was a disorder, gender dysmorphia, but they politicize it so much where it became something that's normal. It's like like anything like a bipolar or something else, but but they want to reclassify it like, oh, this is like something that's like natural. This is like so they try to repackage it, huh?
Yeah, they took some diagnoses out that they used to have in there. And they've talked about taking the pedophilia diagnosis out so that it would not be a diagnosable condition anymore. They talked about it. I don't know if they actually did it, but that has been a discussion. And there have been groups that have been pushing for that anyway. There have been groups that have been pushing for it to outright be legalized, let alone taken out of the diagnostic manual. And you were mentioning something about putting kids in African-centered schools. I wanted to point out a regional difference because, Elohim and I both came up in the South, and that's where he's living now, and that's where I grew up. African-centered schools in the Northeast, I've come to understand, are different from the pro-black schools that we have options for in the South. In the Northeast, like in Philadelphia, as an example, you got options. You have different types. You got the ones that are good, and you got the ones that are not. They're not worth anything at all. In the South, you hardly have any pro-black schools or African-centered schools. And the other thing is that the ones you do have, well, they don't have much competition anyway. So they're really not that good. And so in the South, it's better to homeschool. In the Northeast, you have a choice between good and bad African-centered schools. My daughter's in a good African-centered school that's in one of the northeastern cities. But my son lives in the South. He doesn't have an option for that. He did not have when he was in school. So I wanted to point out the difference because, see, for Elohim and I, the good options have not really been in our region. That it just means a pro-whack instead of a pro-black environment where people don't really have to have any qualifications and they can pretty much just say anything. And your kids would actually be no better off for going. Whereas, of course, where you are, I'm not going to say out loud, but you told me about one of the northeastern states that you've resided in recently, and that it is a different market there. But I'm definitely backing you up on the point about how we're going to have to put our kids in other schools. We can't just send them to regular schools. It's not an option because they're going to be indoctrinated. And my own daughter told me about some of these things, how they were, how the students can complain about man spreading. The teachers don't have to be against man spreading, so to speak, but they're not really allowed to be for it. They're not allowed to interfere as the students discuss it and try to sway the students one way or the other. But the thing is that my daughter picked up on the fact that if a teacher is going to be against man spreading, they could get away with that. But if they're for men sitting a different way because they have to, then they certainly would not get away with that. So the enforcement is still unidirectional in many cases.
When you said man spreading, what does that mean?
Just how we men have to sit a bit differently due to our anatomy. We can't easily sit with our knees together. And when we sit with our knees not together, that's referred to as man spreading. And people, I mean, there are some ladies that actually feel like that's a toxic thing to do. And when we sit, we should sit with our knees together, regardless of our anatomy.
I mean that's kind of crazy, man. I mean that's just insanity right there. I was like, you know,
they've been saying that weird stuff for a while now. The whole man
Yeah.
spread, making it into something like it's oppressing women in some kind of way. It's just gotten
That's
weird.
That's just some bullshit. I mean, if that's the case, why the hell are you looking at a man's thing? To me, you know, and that to me that has nothing to do with being for. That means that you're sexualizing, sexualizing a man. Just like you say, oh, women don't want to be sexualized. You sexualizing that. 'Cause I remember one time I was getting a tour. I mean, well, no, it wasn't a tour. I went to like we call it the thing called a writing center or whatever, or something like in school or class when you have somebody look over a paper or whatever. But yeah, and I was talking, you know, I think wherever I brought up X-Men, I made a joke. This woman had like white girl had like hair like Storm. I said, oh, you had hair like white with Storm, and she tried to sexualize my comments. And what happened was I went to the people. They said, oh, we gotta set a meeting. But then when I brought up the history of black men, white women, and how the history has not been good. And I said, I don't appreciate somebody's trying to sexualize my words and try to use that. You know, they left it alone. I put the race in it. So these this feminist attitude about men anti-male stuff, is strong. So it's basically, it don't have nothing to do with the dude. It has something to do with the woman's insecurities. You know what I'm saying? It has something, it's more than about the dudes. It's about them projecting their own bullshit, or maybe they got abused or whatever, something like that in the past, and they projecting that shit on other dudes, huh? And that's not right. You know, so to me, that's toxicity. They want to talk about male, toxicity. Now that's what I'm saying. So they're toxic. That's them projecting their own stuff on you, huh?
Yeah, they do have that. They're almost obsessed with it, and they can't just ignore that subject, especially when we come around. But the thing is that honestly, man, I know that it's BS. I agree, it's BS. The issue is that it's still being talked about, and the way that it's being presented in the schools is, although the teachers are expected to remain neutral, the enforcement still tends to be unidirectional, where you could be against it, but you can't be for it. And to give an example, there was a lady in Russia, young lady in Russia who always wanted to get attention and make statements. But one of the things she was doing is she was walking up to men on these subway trains, I think in Moscow, and she was pouring bleach on their junk if they manspreaded, if they sat with their knees apart to accommodate the anatomy. She thought it was okay to do that, to just walk up and pour bleach on their junk because they shouldn't be sitting like that. She saw it as aggressive, I guess. And she also would pose for pictures just showing her panties and things like that. But then she didn't want men to sexualize her as well. So she was always trying to send out these mixed messages. I don't know whatever happened to her. She was on an Al Jazeera story, I think, a while back. But I'm just saying that this is how comfortable they've gotten. And it's been shown again and again. And these types of folks have been getting all sorts of coverage. So I'm not promoting what they're saying, where we should have to sit like we don't have the extra anatomy. I'm just saying that that's what's out there. And that this has been, like you guys said, it's been going on a while. I probably saw this more than 3 years ago, was when I saw the expose about that lady that was going around pouring bleach on these guys in the subway, and nothing bad had happened to her. I think she may have gotten arrested once. I don't know. But years ago, I saw that expose. Oh, it's out there. And we already know who's going to be the first ones blamed, because we've already seen it. If they're going after, and if they're going against heterosexuality and masculinity, then the next thing they're going to go against is going to be heterosexual black masculinity. I mean, that's not the next thing. That's going to be the first thing. That's going to be the one that has the most priority on it when they go after this. They're going to blame us first because even toxic masculinity, they associate with black men a lot of times. So we would have to put our kids in other educational environments. And one of the ways to do that is to get out the states because believe you me, take your kids out in large enough numbers of that system, then they're just going to turn around and by law mandate, like they're doing in the UK, they're just going to turn around and mandate certain things and you can't opt your children out of it. And there will be a particular class of people that will be able to claim a religious exemption, but it will not work for other religious groups outside of that particular class. And I don't have to call their name or specify them. They'll be able to, and you all and I won't. So it does behoove us to get out. And as a matter of fact, one of the worst things you can do sometimes is to conceive your kids in the States and deliver them in the States. And so before you have any kids, you want to be gone. You want to be out so that they start their lives off in another system. That is something that we want.
Right.
You don't want to have to apologize to them for having them in the wrong country.
Yeah, and I think that like the thing is a problem. Yeah, and I think that some like if some black dudes can do that, because I think a lot of black folks, depends on what country they have, unless they can able to get a disposable income or online business, they'll be able to do that. But for the guys who can't, stuff like that, and I think that like is in a sense that they have to figure something out. If it gets to that, if it gets to that point or something like that, where they just forcing everybody to do that, they make it countrywide, then it's you might have to just do that, or just like find a way we call it to avoid that and stuff like that. Because I think because I know homeschooling or state, I don't know, is that legal or is that against the law, of course? Because I think compulsory education or something like that. So I think that because I know these the white evangelical Christians or something like that, they've been homeschooling their kids for years. You know what I'm saying? Or they and I think they as far as that, but as far as them, I've heard that they might do that in the future. By the they're doing this, by that time I'll probably be gone by that time. So, if they make it like countrywide though, yeah. So I think that some dudes are going to have to opt out or something like that, like like you're saying. So I think that yeah, but I think it's going to get to a point where they're going to have to forced we have to be forced to leave. So I think any man that who wants to go and fight against this stuff, no matter what, what I'm saying, that means they have to leave the country or do whatever it is, gets to that point. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, they won't give us a choice if we want to save them, and they're going to. And make no bones about it, there will come a day when they do this abroad too, if they can. But that'll probably be a long time, as you said. But in the meantime, we do want to bring our kids into a safe position as best we possibly can. I didn't get to do that, and I admit that this was one of my particular failures. And that doesn't mean that everybody else has to, or that I can't say, hey, that you don't want to repeat my error here. Because truth be told, my kids, fortunately, I've been blessed with intelligent kids. One of the things that means is that they want to leave. They want to get out of the States. They don't feel like the States have a good future, even without the racial issues. So that being said, that's you guys are doing the right thing. In a nutshell, you are setting your futures up to not actually be limited to the States.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. And the West is losing traction because China is taking over. Like China is in these other countries, so China is blocking a lot of stuff that from the West. And like the West doesn't really have that long. Because I think like the West is going to collapse. So I don't think even in the future, I think that like their power is in a sense is not. It's not as strong as we think it is. But I was saying, I think, like I said, I think that the West, itself with some of these different things. They're not as we call it, they're not the only kid in town like they used to or something like that now, because some of these like Arab countries or some of these places are starting to become more self-sufficient. So, and I think that I think that's what's going on. And I think that, like I said, as far as them pushing in these stuff, and other cultures and stuff like that. And I think that, I think by that time, yeah,
Okay. Well, gentlemen, I know that you guys I know you guys got to be sleepy somewhat. It is almost, it's past midnight here. So do y'all have any closing thoughts before I close out and roast these dating coaches on my final point?
Well, I just wish people would just stay out of our business and let us live our lives where we feel we should live it. Okay. We live in a world where they can be open-minded about homosexuality. They can be open-minded about the transgender shit. They can be open-minded about a lot of things. But a heterosexual male having a relationship with a woman in a non-Western country is somehow controversial, and they need to be shamed for it. That's just plain insanity, man. It's just stupid as hell. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I just want them to just let us be. If you want to stay in the States and marry an American woman or not marry an American woman and stay in the States, or whatever the hell you want to do it. But leave us alone. We can do what we want to do, just like you. That's how I see it.
All right. Thanks a million, sir. All right, Mr. Selassie, before I do my final roast, any closing thoughts?
I would say, I was saying, I think black males gonna have to be prepared to go to war with this madness, because we live in an anti-black male world, and and I would say black male heterosexual power, black male leadership, and like I said, as a man, you have to be able to we call it stand on your ground, like Malcolm said. A man that's willing to a man who doesn't stand for anything is willing to fall for anything, and basically, look at it like that, and that means you have to, fight to the death, to protect your family, your culture, was against some of this other madness, so do it. That means you got to leave to a different country, get your money independent. Oh well, that's what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? At that point, it gets to a certain point, enough is enough. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what it is, and I think black dudes should explain, we call it their options. They want to be with sisters, what I'm saying, and sisters that, they're around the world, that's not westernized or something like that. So, you have other options, what I'm saying? So, and I think if you want to go with Latinos or Afro Latinos, Asians, whatever, okay, yeah, that's it, man.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you guys so much for coming on and telling your experiences that counteract this narrative that you have to be somehow inferior to find better options abroad. And I want to thank the other guys too that came on, even though they're not here at this point. And for clarifying, well, really, you lended evidence to what I've already been saying. You just made it plain and easy for them to understand that at the end of the day, it does come down to these guys being reverse pimps and the environment being toxic. And that's what's caused this issue. Because as you guys have pointed out, you don't have the option to just walk outside and pick a Western sister in a Western environment that doesn't have some toxicity to it. It's just not there.
Right.
Thank you, gentlemen, very much for coming on and being willing to tell everybody your stories. I appreciate that. And Mr. Selassie, I wish you the best when you and her finally do tie the knot here.
Yeah. Oh, Black Mind.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me just fine?
Yes, sir. You're clear.
Okay, I have a new microphone now. I'll just make sure it's good. Yeah.
Excellent. So the next time we're on the stream, you know which microphone to use then, right?
Oh yeah.
All
Yeah, I
right.
just
Well, good.
all right.
All right. Well, thanks a million, gentlemen. Appreciate that. You all enjoy your afternoon. And I'll finish up on these dating coaches with one more bullet point.
Okay. All right.
All right. Thanks a million, gentlemen. So, last thing I'm going to say to you, reverse pimps out there, is if you think that we're misogynistic, if you think that, what about your view? Because your view that we should stay in North America, or specifically in countries that have misandrous laws and culture, is actually a view that profiles foreign women as though all non-North American women are the same as each other. If you think that our view is misogynistic, isn't your view somewhat nationalist, classist, and racist all rolled into one? That all countries outside of the West, the misandric feminist West, that are the same? I mean, doesn't that sound like the kind of mental retardation and geographical ignorance for which Americans get stereotyped? When you say things like this, you sound like the kind of men who would walk up to a Guatemalan woman and ask her what a Greek-speaking man is saying. And when she says, "I don't speak that same language," you'd be like, "Isn't it all the same?" You sound like the kind of men that if I dropped you off in Jamaica, you would walk around asking which part of Africa you're in. Now, I'm all for African unity, and I understand that you could genetically say that the Caribbean is an extension of the continent. But your geographic and cultural ignorance would only make all of us look bad. I propose a better solution, which is you stay your ignorant country behinds in the States. And since you're so alpha, if such a thing really even exists, and since you're so dominating and so deserving, then that should just mean that you would clean up, right? I mean, you wouldn't even have to listen to us. We wouldn't be there to even attempt to compete with you. Wouldn't that work out better for you? I mean, if more of us just took our passports and bounced, wouldn't that be better for you? Or are you aware that if more of us did get up and bounce, there's actually something of value that the environment would miss? Is that what's going on? We don't need to explain to you why we're getting up and going and leaving. We don't need to. I left for spiritual and financial reasons, and then discovered for myself what was going on. I'm not the only one. You actually need to explain why you would want us and have a problem with us staying abroad and not staying in specifically, not even just North America, but specifically in nations where the environment is not egalitarian towards women, but actually feminist and misandric towards men. I'm not against men having gym memberships. But what if a man's favorite exercise is to swim or to ride bikes instead of to lift weights and bodybuild? Does this mean that they automatically are undeserving of a chance at a satisfying heterosexual encounter according to whatever morality that they and the women around them would share? Which for me means marriage. But assuming that they're in an environment where the women don't stipulate that as a condition, does that mean that these men who don't like bodybuilding specifically should be categorically eliminated while they're not doing this to the majority of women for some reason as stupid? Are you so retarded that you really think that for men to have standards similar to women is an outrage, but women are completely justified in having standards that not only eliminate the majority of men, but even leave these women themselves alone and unhappy when they're older? Are you really that dense? And here's another thing. If you were pimps and you were steering, requesting male clients to women that worked that trade, you would collect from the men because they're coming to you saying, you got somebody with this, that, and the other. Yeah, but give me half up front. But you see, be honest. Be honest, gentlemen. If the men are coming to you to learn how to pull these women, not walk up to them with cold approaching and saying things to them, but they want to learn how to pull these women, why are you still collecting from them and then saying to them, do all of these things so that they'll like you? Then you walk up to them and say X, Y, and Z to them and risk losing everything. You may say that we have an exaggerated fear of the rejection and of the false charges and false accusations. I'm not so sure that it's exaggerated for 2 years from now. It's more like we're reacting before the blow is landed. That's more like what we're doing. You see, when you say that you have this exaggerated and unreasonable fear that you're going to be falsely accused because she just didn't like you and you're going to spend time behind bars, understand this. I had a classmate in 4th grade, white kid. He wanted to be a bully because the biggest kid in the class was bullying him sometimes. So he would go to every other guy that wasn't bigger than him, and he would act like he was going to hit them to get us to flinch. He then did this to me, and I had my guard up ready to block the hit, and he said, "Oh, you're such a pussy. I wasn't going to hit you." And I said to him, "You weren't going to do so successfully, but don't lie. You were going to try. If I sit still, you will land the blow. And if I don't sit still and I move, then you'll stop and say, I wasn't going to hit you. So either way you win." Not stupid. He asked me, how would you even think of that? He wanted to say, how did you know? But he had to change that mid-sentence. How did you think like that? And I didn't know the word for pessimist at that point, but I said, well, I think negatively because it works and it's right. And that's what you guys are like. You see, I react before the blow was landed, and it wasn't going to be that easy for him. And that's what you're saying. Don't react until the blow is landed, and at that point, it's already too late. Now, that advice does not serve the men at all. You were not only calling yourself coaches and advising men, you're giving them advice that doesn't help and even harms them. So who are you really helping? And since it's not men, why do men have to pay you? It's because you know that women are not going to pay until they are at their last hope and desperate, until it's too late. They will invest nothing in securing the men that they say they want and actually will compete with each other for. They will invest only in their own looks and vanity, really. They will invest only in eliminating competition from other women. But what will they do to actually get the guys they say they want? You'll see that they'll do nothing. They certainly would not pay you to help them with that, even though they're the ones that say that they're suffering when they reach certain ages. Because while they can still catch a ding-a-ling, they can't catch the commitment and the resources that come with the commitment. And instead of sitting up and saying to them, look, this is what's going on, like what Kevin Samuels finally started to do, you want to sit up and continue to play the same game, and that's what makes you different from him. He woke up and realized who really needed the advice. You conveniently sat up and you said that it's still the men's fault and it's going to always be the men's fault. And men have never, because men have never been owed anything, that means that the women are owed everything. and they don't have to pay anything for it except the cost of some clothes, weaves, lipstick, and other makeup. And you actually sat up and allowed the ladies to think that they owe nothing except to invest in their own vanity, and that the men owe everything. So much so that even when the men pay the cost, they don't get to be the boss. In all honesty, I say this without hatred, but with a righteous anger on behalf of other men who don't know. You niggas are silly, and whether you know it or not, you're scam artists. Because when you really take the time to learn what the genders have an interest in, what best suits each gender, you come to realize that by the time a man has enough money to pay you to dating coach him, he's actually the prize. And he has no reason to spend it. What a conundrum, right? What a catch-22. We don't need to learn how to finally get the snack from a defective vending machine. You need to start to admit that the market and the vending machine and even the snacks and even the manufacturers that design the machines are all defective, and that it is one big major crap show. And you're sitting up here trying to tell men how to adjust to it. MOT is right about you niggas. I've been largely silent, but still saying I'm not with this reverse pimping stuff. But you've had time not to listen to me. You may never hear this message because I'm not that big, but MOT is. And you niggas have heard him, and that's why I keep calling you this. And you know he's correct. You know that you're helping to steer inexperienced men into the dinner plates of reptiles. You know that you're collecting from these men on their way to be the retirement plan for undeserving women. I don't care if I put all you niggas on the streets and make you homeless. If I ever find a very easy and side effect free way for men, especially young men, to lower their libidos, I'm going to leak it. And if it's something that I could mass produce, if it was something I could mass produce, I'll tell you why I still wouldn't do it, because I wouldn't want to be in a position to have to take the money for that. I simply want you niggas to go out of business. Because now, having lived abroad, and you've heard the other men that were on my show, if you did listen to this message, and if not, you still heard MOT's message. I don't agree with every grudge that MOT has against everyone, but he is right about this subject 200%, hands down. You niggas are nothing but reverse pimps. It's just that this is legal, and that alone tells you right there what the society thinks about us. It is illegal to pimp the women to men, and I'm fine with that. It should be. It should also be illegal for you to pimp, reverse pimp actually, these men to these women, and then the men still have to pay. You're not helping the men, you're helping the women. Stop asking these men for money if this is what you're going to do. Go to the women and ask them to pay. If you're going to reverse pimp the men, even since the men are willing, at least have the decency to say to the men, look, you know what? You're not necessarily the one that should have to pay. She should pay because she's making an investment in what you're going to give to her. Don't come for me at the end of this. When you hear this message, you can have your own opinion, but don't say a damn thing about how wrong I am or a very shallow personal reasons that I might have for this, because I'm in a good situation myself and I'm glad about it and I thank Allah for it. The problem is that there's still a bunch of other men that are not in these good situations, and the women are in excellent situations, at least while they're young. And the situations in which they find themselves even when they're old are still too good for them. However, you niggas don't have the decency to tell them that. They may not owe men anything, and maybe we don't. But the thing is, if they don't owe men anything, we don't owe them anything either. Since we don't owe them anything, and they would love to have a retirement plan after they've been on a cock carousel, at least tell the men that's exactly what the hell it is, and tell the women that they need to make some investments to be worth it, since they've already been on these carousels. Because one thing these women are not doing is they are not coming to these wherever it is that you send these men to go and approach these women. These women are not bringing their virginity. They're not even bringing their youth, and they're not bringing the femininity. Be honest about it. Tell them you're not bringing these things anymore. You can't pair bond. You're older than what most men are looking for. You're damn sure ain't a virgin. You got a body count at probably 3 times, actually probably 30 times what the average man's going to have. And actually, in the US, the average man has 3 sexual partners in his lifetime. 3. We already know that number is much higher for women. Now, if you got a few guys that all of these women are competing to get, and these few guys are the ones that have they have the highest body counts for the women, how many men actually have body counts of 0? While we know that women are not walking around here with body counts of 0. And we're talking about even in their teens, they're not walking around with body counts of 0. They've lost the ability to pair bond by the time they're 25. Why don't you just go ahead and be honest about these stats? Because many of you must know these statistics. I'm not calling a bunch of names yet. I played a stream for Steve the Dean, played his voice on Oshay's channel, and others have identified him. But I'm not sitting up here singling out anyone for any particular type of vitriol or hatred. I'm only repeating one name that others have repeated. But when are you guys going to be honest about it? Yeah, it's unfair. Don't tell us men to just get over it. It's unfair. Deal with it because we're men. How about you go ahead and at least admit that it is unfair to men, admit this to men and admit this to women, and watch what you have to do then after you admit it. Every last one of you falls into one of 2 categories. You lying, dishonest, reverse pimping ass snakes. You were either the kid that could walk into the candy store with bad manners and walk out with the best candy, not pay for it, not even steal it, just don't pay for it. Just hold it up so the guy can see it. Show him you ain't paying a damn thing and walk by the cash register and open it on your way out and start eating. Or you wanted to be like those kids, but you weren't. Instead, why don't you go ahead and say to the owner, look, we'll actually, if you want us to protect your inventory or advertise it, that's fine. But you're the one that gains from it, so you pay us. Don't sit up here and wait for us to charge these customers for us to direct them to your store. Yeah, I'll tell you about a good store, man, but you need to hook me up, and I'll tell you how to go in and get what they got. Okay, this is their terms. Their business, they need to make money. So you need to go in there with the money. And by the way, here's a bill for telling you about this. Wait a minute, hold up, man. I know that. The problem is, how are we supposed to get what we actually have earned according to what terms they said? Oh, well, I just told you, now you owe me this. And when you go in there, and by the way, part of the program is that you got to go in there and make the approach. They're not going to come to you. Oh, okay. Well, then this is what we'll do. We'll go somewhere where either they come to us or they're worth us approaching. When we do approach them, that's what we'll do. Because see, when you go to other countries, they think that it's mostly American women that could make approaches to men or ask a man to marry them. That's the idea they have. Guess what? They don't know in other places that American women actually, despite all of the bad things everyone knows about them, and Canadian and British and other Western European women and Australian women and New Zealand women and Israeli women, despite all the bad things that people know about them, they think that these women actually approach men. It turns out they have the confidence to do that when they are already supposed to be with one man in a committed relationship or marriage. But outside of that, they wouldn't do it. When they hear about this, when they find out about this, none of them in their right minds can see why any man would make an approach to them when they could simply leave and approach them elsewhere. And as some of you pro-black dating coaches, I'm gonna tell you what I saw in this chat earlier. Muslim man from Indonesia came into the chat and actually said, we need Black Muslims to come over here and make a Black Muslim community. He and I already talked about what that's going to mean for the women. And he said, we don't have an issue with you coming over here if you're marrying the women. That's not what bothers us. They can marry who they want to marry. We care about them marrying good men. And it's already to a point where they're not that enough of them finding that. So what are they doing? They're marrying guys that, well, might be bad, but they're marrying guys that they're definitely not compatible with. He's sitting up telling me that some of the Chinese businessmen are less compatible with them than Black men that are Muslim. We are not second-rate men. We are not just going into somebody else's patriarchy and piloting or pilfering their women, and the men are getting mad. And that's not how they see it. We're not parasites. What they see is men who have something to offer, and because of that, the women don't want them where we're from. So that means that we are in a good position, and the ladies that are single are in a good position to benefit from each other. That's what they see. If you don't think that I'm telling you the truth, then take a look at Japan. You heard, if you've listened to this, you've heard in the chat and in the talk what happened to Japan and what they're facing. A fertility rate already lower than any civilization has ever been able to reverse. Do you really think that you niggas could have stopped this? So this means that there have been other societies in history, the names of which even I don't know, and I used to teach history. But they are gone, and at some point they reached a fertility rate so low, nobody ever came back from it, and Japan has already reached such a fertility rate. Do you think that you don't have a better market there in Japan, where apparently if your services are so good, they're more needed over there than they are in the West? Why are you not over there? They're bilingual Japanese. They could translate for you while they're teaching you the language so that you could eventually do your same thing in Japanese. Why are you not over there doing this? It's because you know you can't. Don't tell us what we can't do in a toxic environment and shame us. Nigga, look at what you cannot do in a normal environment and feel ashamed of that. So therefore, there's really nothing to correct us about. The one sitting up and saying, well, you're the same man everywhere you go, and that's what the problem is actually the one that needs to take his country behind somewhere where it would be better. Why not go to Canada? Just Canada right next door. Don't say it's too cold for you. Why not go to Australia? I'm sure there's some coaches already there, but why not go and compete with them? They're men. They can deal with competition if they're real men, right? Why not go to New Zealand? And see, these are countries where you can already find dating coaches, at least legally. There's nothing banning such. Why not go there? Just there. I'm not even talking about here where you're going to get arrested, or in Latin America where you're just superfluous and unneeded, or in East Africa where you would simply be superfluous and unneeded. Why don't you go to Japan? That's the real challenge. Go there. The reason is because they're going to look at you and they're going to say, you can't fix the mechanisms in the society that are already broken that led to this. You're not here for that. You're the ones who needed correction. You are the ones that are a problem no matter where you do go. You're just lucky to be in those nations there where there's less consequence for the problem that you are. That's all it is. Be honest about it. And stop lying to these young men. It doesn't matter what they learn. They are dealing with a target that consistently moves the goalpost. Stop telling them that this is simply some kind of reproductive game that must be played. No, it's not. It is a reproductive war of elimination. They are simply taking the majority of men because they can, because they feel entitled to, because they've been socialized to be conceited and arrogant, and they are eliminating large percentages of them, well over the majority. Simply because they don't think that there's going to be a consequence until that consequence begins. And it is so gradual that by the time they realize it, it is too late. And you're actually doing the ladies a disservice too, trying to reverse pimp men to them. In other words, you are not the source of the problem, but you are the continuation for it. You are the nutrition for the problem. You are the fertile soil for the problem. You didn't start it, but you keep it going and you maintain it. You're parasites. You are enemies. And if you're black and you're doing this, you're race traitors. Hell, whites doing it are race traitors to their own people, but they just don't think about race because they don't have to. But if you're black, you have to at least think about race, even if you don't focus on black people. You must at least think about it because you got to live the reality in a racist society. And yet still, you got the indecency to betray your race by telling the men that they just need to get in the gym and self-improve for the exact same woman that when they do is simply going to continue to eliminate 83 or up to, anywhere between 87 to 93% of the men because they can, because it's socialized to. Before you know it, the way things are going, before you know it, there will come a day when no man is good enough and they would rather break into a zoo, go into a gorilla cage, risk getting torn apart just because they scared the gorilla in order for a chance to try to screw them than they would to be with a human being. Because every human being is smarter than a gorilla and no human being is as strong as a gorilla. And we already know that they're moving further along, demanding more physical strength and less mental intellect. If you're going to continue going in that direction, that's the end of that direction. Another species with 10 times the strength and an 11th of the intellect. Mark my words, it's going to come to that at some point, where they lose all sexual attraction to even human males and they start looking at other primates. It's not going to make sense. It sounds insane when I say it to some of you right now, but it's already gone so far in that direction. You just need to be honest about it. You're helping with this because in the end, you actually are half of the toxicity in the environment that makes it toxic in the first place. Fuck the shuck up and don't say another goddamn thing about men that get passports and go somewhere else, whether it's for business or to find a wife. Instead, if you really had integrity, you would go to the next conference that you all hold and you would sit up on that stage and you would say to the men, you know what? You should not have had to pay for this. The women whom are the only ones to benefit from this are out there when they should be the ones in here paying for a chance to be with you. Because you never shunned them. You never eliminated large portions of them. You probably were socialized to not have enough standards in the first place, to be fair. So you never actually were the problem. It was them. They've always had options because you've made it so easy. And so if they were really serious about it, they would have already taken the options, the good options. That is you when they had it. Maybe you did not know certain things that they wanted aesthetically, or you didn't have them. That's not your fault, unless someone told you at a young age. But now at this point, if you have the money to come over here and you have taken, good, decent care of your health, at least to the same standards they've taken of their health, then you've already superseded them in quality. You already are the prize they should be in here paying instead of you paying us. We're sorry that we wasted your time. The best thing for you to do is to get a passport and go to an environment where you are appreciated, and then positively reinforce and reward their appreciation of you by appreciating them in return. And leave these reptiles to rot by themselves with bunk beds and toys and cats and cat food. They made their bed. Let them lay in it, or pay extra somehow to make it worth it for you to come and take them out of the bad consequences of the choices that they've made. And that's if they can do such a thing. We lied to you all this time. We're sorry about that. You are the prize. You've been the prize for a while. They were just super picky. And by the way, you have every right to be ticked off and bitter, not because you were owed something, but because you were lied to. These are things you're never going to say because, again, you are part of the toxicity of the environment. I hope that one day what I've said will no longer be true. In the meantime, I hope it helps the ones that have been paying you, not knowing any better, and those of you not knowing any better who took the money, and those of you who knew better and still took the money. And thanks to the others in the audience for listening. Black heart, black mind, blackout. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And black heterosexual non-select male power, just because even these dating coach reverse pimp ass snake niggas don't like it. And black patriarchy until extinction or judgment day.